Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 3 Ace. Chapter 77 Shank's Shock. 4 Emperors face off. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace dragged his weak body to Whitebeard. Looking at Blackbeard lying on the ground, Ace really didn't want to squeeze himself, and the flames condensed, so he picked up 2 long knives and inserted them into Blackbeard's left and right chests. He wanted to make sure Blackbeard was dead. After Ace finished all this, he looked up at Whitebeard and said, "Dad, don't worry about the evolution of Rubik's Cube. I'll explain to you when things here come to an end. Now let's go and have a good talk with Marine. It's over." "Gu la la la. Ace, you have really become different. I am really relieved to entrust the pirates to you in the future." Whitebeard looked very relieved, and the silence was particularly hearty. The two walked slowly towards Sengoku and Garp. Even Whitebeard didn't notice the silent creeping darkness beneath Blackbeard. As if things in the dark should be forgotten. Whitebeard and Ace came to Sengoku and others and stood still. "Gu la la la. Sengoku, do you still want to fight?" While speaking, a power has already exploded from Whitebeard. Sengoku's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth, as if he couldn't swallow the breath of being threatened by pirates. He said calmly, "Whitebeard, Marineford is ruined. Marine has already retreated. You still want to be aggressive. Do you really think that my old bones can't fight? This is just the interest that Lousy helped Ace get back." Whitebeard said quite domineeringly, without any fear at all, and even the fighting spirit was rising all over his body, as if he was still eager to fight. "Father, let's retreat too. It's useless to occupy such an island that is about to sink." Ace persuaded slowly. It's not because Ace is afraid of Marine, but because he overheard that Sengoku has asked for help from the world government headquarters, and the world government joined the battle, which will be a bigger battle. The first thing Ace wants to do is to preserve the Whitebeard pirates. As long as they don't lose their vitality, they can continue to gain a firm foothold and develop slowly. After all, what he lacks the most is time. With the evolution Rubik's Cube in hand, how to build an army of Predator. After Whitebeard's evolution, the title of the strongest man is completely confirmed. There are also Marco, Joes, Jinbei, and Luffy. Many people can enjoy the convenience brought by the evolution Rubik's Cube, so there is no need to be an enemy of the world at the very beginning. "Father, I'm safe now, and Marine has also retreated. It's pointless to continue fighting. Let's retreat. Let everyone in the pirate group get together. The wounded need to rest too." Ace continued to persuade. Whitebeard thought for a while, and readily agreed with Ace. "Gu la la la. I've grown up so much, Ace." Now Whitebeard has begun to spare no effort to support Ace. Now that the identity of 810 has been exposed, let's join the competition. The storms of the new era always require young people to break through by themselves. "Haha. Dad, let's talk about the future." Ace scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Sengoku has led the retreat of the last Marines. Goodbye, Lord. Take care of yourself." Ace called out concern to Garp's back. Garp waved his hand, and said without looking back, "You and Luffy can save this old man some time, and he will be healthy." Ha ha ha. By the time Whitebeard and Ace are back in the fight, most of the fighting is coming to an end. Laffitte's wings were blown off, and he fell to his knees covered in blood, and finally his head was pierced by Marco's flame feather-like sharp blade. The gigantic figure of San Juan Wolf fell. Crocodile came out covered in blood from his stomach. Just now, Crocodile was so aggressive that he turned into a slashing tornado and penetrated into San Juan's body. Then a monster that terrified everyone ended its life. In addition to the evil king, the phantom beast Nine Tails, Tai Pung in the fox form, and Poison Q, who is always dying, escaped. The phantom beast is indeed one of the most powerful fruits, and it cannot be underestimated at any time. And the Poison Q guy seems to be pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and his terrifying poisoning methods are hard to guard against. And Shiryu of the Rain killed it abruptly. Advertisement. The most indispensable thing for this swordsman who came out of Impel Down is bloody slaughter. In this battle, 6 members of the Blackbeard pirates, including the captain, were killed in battle. Blackbeard, Badgers, Lafitte, Van Oka, Drunk Choate, and San Juan Wolf. For those who escaped, Ace was in no mood to pursue, because another 4 emperors appeared. Ace, long time no see. Whitebeard, your body. Shanks came slowly leading the pirate group, and greeted with a smile. And when he felt Whitebeard's aura and saw the burly body with no injuries, his smile froze suddenly. As he expected, no matter whether Ace can be rescued or not, Whitebeard should not be able to hold on. Shanks felt Whitebeard's state in the last fight. At the time, if he wanted to, he could have dragged out the fight and dragged Whitebeard down. Shanks, however, is clearly not that simple. He will never put himself on the cusp of the storm without fully clarifying the direction of the world. But now, he was really shocked. Shanks, do you want to continue the last fight? Lousy may fight with you this time. Gu la la la. Whitebeard laughed heartily, full of pride. CEAB, the fluctuations on Whitebeard are so strong. How is this the state of an old man? His injury healed. What happened? Head, have we missed any exciting part? The crew of the Red Hair Pirates, including Beckman, are not calm. This seems different from their original plan. Whitebeard, what happened? Shanks put away his shock and couldn't help asking. It's just the tone, there is a feeling of questioning. Whitebeard lowered his head slightly, and his aura suddenly exploded. Redhead, are you questioning Lousy? When Kong Yunchi hit the ground heavily, lightning raged around Whitebeard's body, standing on the top of the mountains and looking down at all beings. The aura on Shanks' body changed completely, and he released it without showing any weakness. 2 substantial strands of Conqueror's Haki collide. The sky was eclipsed, dark clouds rolled, and thunder and lightning flashed. The sea is churning, the earth is tearing apart. For a time, countless visions were triggered. The crew members behind the red hair took a step back subconsciously, but their eyes changed, not as kind as before. This huge movement instantly attracted everyone's attention. Father, do you want to continue fighting? In a flash of blue light, Marco descended from the sky and stood beside Whitebeard. Immediately afterwards, captains such as Diamond Joe's and Vista entered the field one after another, including Crocodile. Tension. Marineford, which had just calmed down, sparked an even bigger storm. 4 Emperor's pirates face off. Whitebeard vs Redhead. The momentum on these 2 people became more and more crazy, as if they really wanted to separate the results of the unfinished battle that day. In the distance, the evacuated marine warship Sengoku looked up at the vision in the sky, surprised. Does Yuhuzi want to fight with Shanks? Does he really think that he is invincible after recovering to the peak? When retreating earlier, Marine had already detected the arrival of the Red Hair Pirates. This aura is really terrifying. Garp rubbed his iron fist and said with emotion. This is Conqueror's Haki collision. Very rare. Blue. Advertisement. The phone bug rang suddenly. This is the most important phone bug to contact World Government Headquarters. Hello. Sengoku. Hearing this familiar voice, Sengoku was taken aback, and then said. It's me, Mr. Kong. General Marshal, empty. Known as Kong. Another superpower at the pinnacle of physique. He is the real commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Unexpectedly, this time even he personally dispatched. How is the battle going on with you? I have already led the soldiers of the world government to arrive soon, half an hour, can you hold on? Sengoku said with shame. Mr. Kong, Marineford has been destroyed, and Marine has retreated. The Whitebeard in full bloom is really hard to resist, and the 4 Emperor's redheads have also arrived, and they seem to be confronting each other. Sengoku's voice hadn't finished yet, when he heard the furious sound of slapping the table, retreat. Even Marineford is destroyed. This is a disgrace to the Marine. The old man now orders all of you Marines to stop the Whitebeard pirates with all your might, and Lousy will arrive soon. And Shanks, the old man will not let him go. The irritable Kong heard that Marineford was destroyed, and Marine was beaten away by the pirates, so he couldn't sit still. He wished he could appear on the battlefield now and fight Whitebeard. Sengoku opened his mouth, and just about to explain, the phone bug was cut off unilaterally. Hey, this Marine Marshal, it doesn't matter. Sengoku said something sullenly. The orders from above must be carried out, and the life and death of marine officers and soldiers below must be taken care of. It's embarrassing. The General Marshal has spoken, so let's suspend the withdrawal of troops first, and let's lead some Marines back to check the situation. Staff officer, he suggested at the right time. That's all I have to do. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, thinking about the leisure after retirement all the time in his mind. Soap Bubble Islands. Before Buggy left, he intentionally left the image worm in place. The purpose is to let the world watch the changes of the Whitebeard pirates. Redhead. Shanks. Oh my god. What an apocalyptic scene. Are the four emperors going to fight? Conqueror's hockey. Whitebeard is crazy. Repel the marine. Destroy the Blackbeard pirates. Do you want to start a battle with the red-haired Shanks now? The battle of the four emperors pirates. The world is in chaos. Stop yelling. People won't be able to hear you if you yell loudly, so hurry up and record it. Shanks. Why did he appear? Morgans frowned while recording, always feeling weird in his heart. It's as if, behind this war, there are countless pushers, and at the end, they will appear one by one. It's just that Blackbeard had an accident, so now what about Shanks? Ace stood beside Whitebeard, staring at Shanks calmly. His eyes seemed to see through Shanks. Although he knew that normally, Shanks would not shoot. But now, because of the continuous changes caused by the evolution Rubik's Cube, no one can guarantee that there will be any accidents. Whitebeard, you're still so domineering. Shanks, output by Conqueror's hockey, shook his head with a smile and said, the momentum on his body slowly converged. I'm here to end the war. I'm not here to fight you. He explained. Shanks backs off, and Whitebeard won't be aggressive. Gu la. As you can see, this battle is over. You guys are a bit late. Whitebeard laughed and said that although Conqueror's hockey has been restrained, his own spirit still brings a great sense of oppression. This kind of boldness naturally has no effect on Shanks. Advertisement. It can't be helped, it took some time to intercept Kaido on the road. Fortunately, we caught up. Ace, as long as you are fine. With the last sentence, Shanks smiled and looked at Ace with gentle eyes, as if looking at his own junior. Fortunately, Dad and my friends saved me. By the way, if you came earlier, you could still see that guy Luffy. He is so amazing now that he dared to make a big noise and break into Marineford. It really is the person you fancy. Mentioning Luffy, Shanks smiled more gently. Really. Luffy's name is also very famous, and I will definitely see it in New World. As a guide, Shanks took great care of Luffy. At least, on the surface. By the way, there's Buggy. Huh. He's already left. Ace looked around, but was slightly surprised that he didn't see Buggy. A flash of surprise flashed in Shanks' eyes, and he hid it well. Buggy. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and I don't know how many treasures that guy has found. Gu la. Ace, let's catch up on the old days. Lousy can't stand your warm scene anymore. Boys, get ready to go home. Whitebeard turned around and waved his hands to greet the Whitebeard pirates to retreat. Moreover, he has no friendship with the redhead. Even if he is also the four emperors, Shanks can be regarded as a junior. With Whitebeard's arrogance, he would never take the initiative to talk to him. Shanks didn't care about that, and smiled slightly. Ace, let's talk. It is good. As soon as Ace agreed, he heard an exclamation. This. Blackbeard's body is gone. Hey, did any of you see his dead body? Didn't see it. No one passed by. Did he disappear by himself? He's dead. Did he see a ghost? These voices directly made Ace's expression tense, and he quickly came to Blackbeard's body. His pupils contracted suddenly. Blackbeard. It was the first time for Ace to speak through gritted teeth like this. There, the original Blackbeard's body had disappeared, leaving only two long knives with bloodline on them, and they laughed at everyone silently. Ace had calculated everything, but he was still run away by Blackbeard. No wonder Ace always felt that Blackbeard was acting weird. He was shocked to death by Whitebeard with almost no struggle, and then Ace made up the knife. The result is still underestimating the other party. Exclamation mark. Killed. Shanks came to Ace with a rather serious look on his face. Ace took a deep breath to calm himself down. It is true that the signs of life have been lost, but now it seems that the golden cicada has escaped its shell. Blackbeard, it is really hard to kill. In the end, Ace's words once again revealed the killing intent. It's hard to live with such an enemy secretly watching the Whitebeard pirates all the time. Teach isn't dead. This time even Whitebeard was shocked. At that level, how is it possible to survive? But the facts are right in front of you, and there is no room for disbelief. Father. Sengoku led the Marines back. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates ran over to report. At the same time, the red-haired subordinates also received the news. Boss, there is news from outside that Kong personally leads the world government's army, and it is about to arrive. Kong is out there himself. Shanks was startled. This is a veteran figure in the sea, and something that can alarm him is enough to show how important it is. Gu la la la, is that old guy still alive? Whitebeard let out a laugh, his fighting spirit rising. Ace hurriedly dissuaded him. Dad. We can't fight anymore. If Marine led by Sengoku really delays us, when Kong arrives, they will have an advantage in numbers. Our pirate fleet and the pirate members of various teams will lose serious. When Whitebeard's will to fight was at its highest, even Ace was outspoken, and Marco didn't dare to dissuade him. This time, Whitebeard unexpectedly accepted Ace's suggestion. Boys, listen to Ace's command and retreat at full speed. But this battle, Lousy will come back, Kong. After speaking, Whitebeard strode away. Marco and others followed suit. As for the matter of Blackbeard, it can only be discussed in the long run. Blackbeard's secret, and Dark Fruit's mystery, will eventually create a terrifying monster. Chapter 78. The Ruins of the Valley of the Gods. Dark Fruits Don't Die. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Battle of Marineford came to an end with the retreat of Whitebeard and the Red Hair Pirates. Soap Bubble Islands. The people watching the battle let out a long sigh of relief. Finished. Finally retreated. It's a good thing the four emperors didn't fight, otherwise Shippen really messed up. Look. Who is that figure? Where? Damn. Why is the screen gone? On the ruins of Marineford, an old man with a strong figure and hair like a mountain descended from the sky. The air wave brought up directly overturned the image bug, causing the world to lose its eyes in Marineford. The old man looked around at the scene of disastrous defeat, as well as the slowly sinking ruins of naval headquarters. The anger accumulated in his chest turned into rolling sound waves, shaking the sea. Whitebeard, I want to kill all your pirates. The commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, has broken the defense. Sengoku was still on the sea where he came, and he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing when he heard the roar. The old guys are getting crazier one by one. Kizaru dug his ears and said casually, Whitebeard pirates, I'm afraid they are going to become the public enemy of the sea plus that little thing, tisk tisk. He said again, evolve Rubik's Cube. Everyone fell silent at the thought of the treasure that transformed Ace and Whitebeard. Red Force. On the way with the Moby Dick. One after another, the pirate ships shuttled across the sea, full of guys whirling joy. Ace, what's your plan next? Shanks raised his wine glass and gestured to Ace. Ace took a sip of the wine from West Blue. The taste is not too strong, but there is still a sense of spiciness. Next, go back to the Whitebeard pirates, kill the enemies that should be killed, and you will be at peace. 11. What Ace said was a matter of course. Shanks put down his wine glass and said without any surprise. This is also a good choice. I believe you can also feel that Whitebeard has no obsession with becoming the king of 100, and you were his choice from the beginning. After this battle, he will spare no effort to support you. If it was before, Ace would definitely deny it. After all, he wants to help Whitebeard become the One Piece. Now, everything has changed, and he also understands Whitebeard's pride. As a person of the previous era, he lost the battle with Luo Jia, so why would he choose to fight against a group of juniors? I know what Dad thinks, but I don't have that much thought about that position, but that guy Luffy, who shouts every day to become the One Piece. Ace once again shifted the topic to Luffy. He really wants to learn something from today's conversation. Shanks first asked about Ace's future plans because Ace's identity was known to the world. One Piece, the blood of Luo Jia. Even if Ace breaks away from the Whitebeard pirates and forms his own faction, it is not too much to chase the road to the top. Furthermore, as a bloodline of Luogia, why did you join Whitebeard? But there are some things that Shanks didn't say clearly, and Ace didn't want to mention them in depth. The relationship between the two of them seems to be friends, but it is very embarrassing. One is Luogia's bloodline, and the other is the inheritance of Luogia's will. Now they are not on the same ship, and they are in a hostile camp. In short, the relationship is intricate. Luffy. The captain's straw hat is in his hands. You brothers are really good. If you want to make a name for yourself in the sea, then we will meet one day. However, you have changed a lot this time. Your strength has grown very fast, and Conqueror's Hockey has also reached a very strong level. First guess Marine will offer you a lot of rewards. Are you ready? Big Pirate I-F. Ha ha ha. Don't talk about me anymore. Let's change the topic. As soon as he was about to ask about the reason for his strength growth, Ace directly changed the subject. Shanks, what kind of person do you think Buggy the Clown is? How could a pirate of his level appear in Marineford? And he also took in a bunch of pirates from Impel Down as his younger brothers. He is really not an easy guy. Yes, now, it looks like he kicked Blackbeard's front teeth out. Ace didn't want to talk about himself, and didn't want to directly explain the evolution of the Rubik's Cube to Shanks. If the other party wanted to know, he should learn from the news. Shanks was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Ace to be interested in Buggy. He paused slightly and said, "When our pirate group disbanded, we parted ways with Buggy, but he took devil fruit, so he must have had a bad life these years. As for his strength, I really don't know." Shanks' answer was as expected from Ace, ambiguous and not helpful at all. Advertisement. That's it. Then don't bother Shanks, it's going to be different from now on. Ace drank the last sip of the spicy wine, got up and left. Just when he got to the side of the boat, Shanks stopped him suddenly. "Ace, what happened to you and Whitebeard?" That's what Shanks wants to know the most. The main purpose of him inviting Ace on board is to confirm the changes that happened today. Ace waved his hand. "Sorry, Shanks, I'm not sure about this matter at the moment. Wait for tomorrow's news. Ace will never tell this kind of secret. As for the world news, it seems that the evolution Rubik's Cube is still at Blackbeard, and it's not Ace's turn. Ace, since that's the case, we will be competitors when we meet again." Shanks' voice was erratic, and no emotion could be heard. He was very euphemistic. The next meeting is a competitor, to put it bluntly, an enemy. Ace still didn't look back. Understood, goodbye. After finishing speaking, he jumped off the Ford Foss. The golden flames spread under their feet, and the undead flames built a gorgeous fire path on the sea, allowing their king to walk in it. Behind him, Shanks looked gloomy and said nothing. Red Force turned and left. Whether it is Shanks and Ace, or the pirate group they represent, parted ways. Next time, it's the enemy. No affection. Ace walked straight from the sea back to the Moby Dick. "Father, everyone, I'm back." As soon as boarding the ship, Ace greeted everyone with a smile. Diamond Joe's breathed a sigh of relief, and stepped forward to give Ace a big hug. "I thought you wouldn't come back." Ace was a little moved by the big hug, and joked, "Aren't you coming back? Are you going to get on the red-haired boat?" "That's right, he is Luogia's subordinate, shouldn't he assist you?" Ace laughed. "Don't be stupid, no one wants to live under others for a long time, except us under the protection of Dad. Finally, I didn't forget to take pictures of Whitebeard's horses to liven up the atmosphere. Bastard Ace, go and deal with the Crocodile Kid, he's been waiting for you for a long time." Whitebeard reminded with a smile and cursing. Crocodile imp. Crocodile. Unable to resist the temptation of the evolution Rubik's Cube, Crocodile boarded the Moby Dick and wanted to ask Ace for an explanation. The previous agreement still counts. But Ace is on Red Force, so he has to wait here. Ace had Crocodile called over. "Hey, Ace, what are you going to do with that thing?" Crocodile asked directly in front of everyone. "You mean this?" A smile appeared on the corner of Ace's mouth, silently calling in his heart. Immediately, the streamer rose in the palm, and the evolution Rubik's Cube appeared. Now, the evolution Rubik's Cube instantly became the focus of the audience. Crocodile, thank you very much for your kindness this time, Dao. As far as I know, you don't have any other followers besides M2, right? Your power and territory have also been taken over by Marine. Crocodile, who was exposed in public, snorted coldly, so what? Don't underestimate Lousy. Ace stepped forward and said, join us, Crocodile. After Sachi's death, the 4th Division still lacks a captain. Now, everyone was stunned. Only Whitebeard watched what happened in the field with a smile on his face. You want Lousy to join the Whitebeard pirates? Don't be kidding me. Crocodile's expression changed. Advertisement. Of course I'm not kidding. Ace said with a serious expression. Evolution Rubik's Cube, there is only one chance to use it once a month. I naturally want to use it on my own people, even if you can exchange it with me, you won't be able to make it in 5 or 6 years. And if you join us, I promise, 1 year, no, within half a year, I will give you one chance. Originally offered for 1 year, he was changed by Ace. Anyway, in order to win over Crocodile, Ace also paid for it. For nothing else, this old man fights really hard. A crocodile, a Hexia Jinbei, all impressed Ace. Regarding Ace's proposal, the rest of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked at first, but then relieved. On the battlefield, Crocodile has helped the Whitebeard pirates several times, and even saved Ace once, at least he can be regarded as a companion fighting side by side. Clock, join in. You are very welcome. Don't be ashamed of thinking about assassinating Dad. Ace was the one who assassinated Dad the most back then, ha ha ha. That's right, he was just a little kid who just went to sea at that time, but now he's the captain. Marco and the other captains were yelling at Ace, and Ace didn't feel embarrassed, because he was waiting for Crocodile's answer generously. The warm atmosphere just now really touched Crocodile's heart, but how could Lao Sha let go of his pride so easily? He was about to say no when Ace interrupted him. Of course, even if you refuse, I will exchange your kindness for saving me. I will find a chance to give you a chance to use the evolution Rubik's Cube as soon as possible, but you can enjoy it faster if you join. Continue to benefit temptation. Ace really tried his best to win over Crocodile. Crocodile froze in place, not knowing what to do for a while. To be honest, he was really moved. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates is much stronger than the killer workshop he opened, and the most important thing is the temptation to evolve the Rubik's Cube. Whitebeard saw Crocodile's vacillation, waved his hand and said, 4th Division boys, I have met your captain, take him down to get acquainted with him. Oh, we also have a captain. Captain Joe's, next time you can't rely on your identity to snatch our mission. Captain Crocodile. It sounds weird, call the 4th captain directly. Crocodile, who was full of embarrassment, was swarmed down by a group of pirates, which relieved Crocodile's embarrassment, and also allowed Crocodile to get in touch with the Whitebeard pirates faster. As for the classic famous scene, if Whitebeard directly reaches out and says, be my son. It is estimated that Crocodile will not be able to save this face even if he is killed. Fortunately, Whitebeard is looking at the Ace. In terms of face, this scene was perfectly resolved. Even gave Crocodile a step down. In this regard, Ace can only praise Whitebeard. Sure enough, Zhang is still old and hot. He was wondering how to get Crocodile to agree, but Whitebeard directly refused to let Crocodile refuse. As long as you don't say no, you agree. About 20 nautical miles from Marineford, there is a small island. An unnamed island. Even Marine has never paid attention to it, because the island is barren and the area is very small. Suddenly, there was a burst of terrifying and weird laughter from the island that had always been dead. Thief, ha ha ha. Whitebeard. Ace. You didn't expect Lousy to survive. This voice is very familiar to Ace, it is Blackbeard. Not only did Blackbeard not die, he even escaped. I really don't know how he, as a capable person, traveled across the sea. But the next moment, a chuckle came, sending shivers down Blackbeard's spine. They really didn't expect it, but it doesn't mean that no one knows about your secret Marshal D. Teach. Who? Get Lousy out. Advertisement. Blackbeard growled in shock. The next moment, a figure with a red nose appeared in front of Blackbeard, like a ghost, making people feel frightened. Moreover, a terrifying invisible sharp-cutting force shrouded Blackbeard inside. As long as he moved a little, he would be left with a bloody wound, as if he had been forcibly disintegrated by something. Bah! Buggy. Looking at the familiar figure, Blackbeard was even more shocked, as if his jaw was about to drop. It was hard to accept this result. More unacceptable than killing him. The guy he had never looked down upon, turned out to be the last hunter. Sure enough, it's the power of dark fruit. It's not easy for you to be able to play this far. But at least you have the power of dark fruit for a while. Buggy the Clown is now, like a wise man at the top, confident about everything. On this small island where there are only the two of them, Buggy finally shows his talents. Blackbeard's whole body was cold, with a look of despair on his face. How on earth did you know? Who the hell are you? Buggy. Blackbeard is going to collapse. How could Buggy see through a secret that even Whitebeard didn't know? Who the hell is this kid? How can it be hidden so deep? Horrible. It was at this moment that Blackbeard experienced despair. Dark fruit can't be used, and it is controlled by the opponent's ability. There is no way to heaven or earth. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that I know everything about dark fruit, including everything that everyone doesn't know. And this island is just a god that was shattered by 1.9. It's just part of the valley. Quote. The clown Buggy stared at Blackbeard, and said interestingly, I can see that you don't want to die very much, and you are very unwilling to die like this. I can give you a chance to live. As soon as he heard that he could live, Blackbeard immediately abandoned everything and begged for mercy. You state your conditions, as long as you can live, I can do it. Hero. Informality. Such is the humiliation of Han Shin's crotch. As long as you are alive, nothing matters. Be my subordinate, and I will give you another chance to avenge your life. Buggy replied very emphatically. Okay, I promise. Blackbeard didn't hesitate. Very good. Evolution Rubik's Cube is in your hand. Buggy is satisfied with this answer, but Evolution Rubik's Cube is what he wants most. Maybe with that, he'll be free from devil fruit too. It's in my hands. But I can't use the power of the dark fruit. I can only wait for a while to open the dark cave and release it. Blackbeard said sincerely. It's fine in your hands. Then you don't show your face. You should be found out if you are not dead. Once you show up, you will become a target of public criticism. I will send you to 10 places. Where? Broken. The Valley of the Gods. Buggy removed the restraints around Blackbeard. Now it was Blackbeard's turn to be stunned, and he said in shock. It's not listed as a forbidden area. The world government is heavily guarded. The Valley of the Gods was listed as a forbidden area because of the campaign to encircle and suppress one person. You don't have to worry about it. I just need to let you in. Buggy said lightly. Valley of the Gods. Dark fruit. Could it be you? Blackbeard stared at Buggy's back with panic and shock. An answer quietly surfaced in his heart, but he didn't dare to say that to Boo. Don't be dazed. Let's go. My uncle is also preparing to manage some forces. Chapter 79 The Second Evolution. Create the strongest fire. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard Pirates Resident. The welcome ceremony for newcomers is gradually coming to an end. Ace gathered all the captains including Crocodile, the new captain, and Hexia Jinbei in the Whitebeard room, and began to introduce the Evolution Rubik's Cube. Evolution Rubik's Cube. The function is very simple. It is to evolve the user's ability, which can be Devil Fruit's ability, hockey, physical skills, etc. Listening to Ace's introduction of the magic of the Evolution Rubik's Cube, everyone was engrossed. Only I can use it, and I can call it back from anywhere, so I let them snatch it and divert their attention. Of course, the use is limited to one chance a month, so I am also very helpless. In the Ace presentation, time flies by. On the Marine warship. Listed as temporary Marine meeting place. It's really as amazing as you say. The old man must not let him fall into the hands of those pirates. The violent Kong slapped the table, exuding a powerful aura. To make Whitebeard stand at the limit of physical skills, ignore the power of Devil Fruit, and let Ace's flame completely surpass the limit of Devil Fruit, with the characteristic of indestructibility. It is only made by a small Rubik's Cube. The evolution cube is in Blackbeard's hands. This guy feigned death and escaped, who knows where he's hiding? Sengoku mused, thinking about where Blackbeard might appear. Although Kong has a grumpy temper, he is still very calm as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He muttered. Release the reward. Blackbeard rewards 1 billion. Evolution Rubik's Cube rewards 2 billion. The whole sea wants this guy. In addition, Marineford has been destroyed, and Naval Headquarters has been rebuilt in the New World G2 branch and changed to Naval Headquarters. As for Sengoku, your dismissal request needs further discussion. Hearing this, Sengoku's face changed, and he was about to refute, when Garp's voice broke in suddenly. That kid Kuzan leaves Marine. Marine Admiral Aokiji, Marine. Everyone petrified. Sengoku immediately grabbed Garp by the collar. Garp. Why didn't you stop him? Garp picked his nostrils and said indifferently. It's his freedom to go or stay. He wants to leave, so what if we stop him? Akainu died in battle. Aokiji left. Marine still has top-notch combat power. Kong slapped the table and said angrily, Sengoku. You continue to be the marshal. This is my order. Release the world conscription. Select 24 talents. The old man will give you half a month to see a revived Marine. Garp. Don't be an idler for the old man. Go to the barracks and be a trainer for the old man. Admiral Kizaru. You have to work hard during this period, and deal with any important matters quickly. Also, urgently recall Admiral's candidate T-Fish, Momosugi. In the face of Kong's arbitrary power, Sengoku, Garp and others looked at each other in blank dismay. They were all people who wanted to be idlers, and in the end they put all the burden on them. Otherwise, Kong has nothing to do, Marine really has no one available. Shichibukai. Reshuffling the deck, didn't Sengoku propose the clown buggy? Send someone to contact him. Just when Marine needs troops, there are suitable pirates to recruit directly. 7 Warlords of the Sea is also a very powerful force. Have the bounties of Marshall, Whitebeard and Ace changed? Kizaru asked quietly. Kong paused slightly, and then said. Whitebeard, 6 billion. 0.301Z. The sun and the moon rotate. A new day begins quietly. However, from early in the morning, it was destined to be an extraordinary day. Because of yesterday's war, everyone was waiting for the big news to be announced. Soon, the seagull spread the newspapers just out of the oven to all over the world. Look, it's finally here. What's the big news? Hiss. Naval Headquarters is rebuilt in the New World G2 branch. General Marshal Kong personally ordered it. Evolution Rubik's Cube. It has such a terrifying effect. It is worth 2 billion, which is higher than the bounty of the Emperor's deputy. Blackbeard is not dead, and he has a reward of 1 billion, and he has dark fruit. No. The Whitebeard bounty mentioned 6 billion. Advertisement. People were shocked by this news, but they were already used to it. The Sea Emperor's bounty was just a number. After all, no one was lucky enough to enjoy this windfall. What really shocked people was the reward information for another case. Immortal Flame Emperor. Ace. The bounty is 3 billion. This is a sign of becoming the Emperor of the Sea. Is this the blood of Luo Jia? Could it be that he is going to become the second One Piece? Everywhere in the world is causing a sensation. The news that people discuss is just the tip of the iceberg. Dressrosa. In the huge and majestic castle, there was a rash of laughter. Shi. It's not dead yet. Evolution Rubik's Cube, Blackbeard, Whitebeard, Ace. I won't let you guys be so proud. Torrebel, contact Celestial Dragons and say I have a great deal with them. Doflamingo's face was gloomy and his complexion was very bad. Torrebel was sticky all over, and couldn't help worrying. I will contact them as soon as possible, it's just your injury, Brother Ming. Do not care. As soon as the wound was mentioned, Doflamingo burst into a rage and dropped the wine glass in his hand, frightening the other cadres present. Investigate Hawkeye for me. Lousy must kill him. The roar with killing intent spread throughout the castle. Whitebeard destroyed Naval Headquarters. This group of rampant pirates is unforgivable. Impel down prisoners have escaped, so that guy has also escaped. Luo Jia's blood ace is still alive. Damn, It's all the same as that guy Whitebeard, there is a close relationship. The old man with purple hair said angrily. He has a strong figure, wears sunglasses, and is just an arm, completely refitted into a mechanical device. Marine's former headquarters admiral, Zephyr. And his arm was cut off by Whitebeard too, and now because of Ace, Whitebeard too has escaped from prison again. Zephyr not only wants to kill Whitebeard too, but also Whitebeard, Ace, he is not going to let go of any of them. He wants to completely destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Teacher, we have found the explosive rock. At this time, a black-haired girl hurried over to report. The owner of the retrograde fruit, Ain. Zephyr was overjoyed when he heard this. Let them collect it carefully. I'm going to use these explosive rocks to build a grave for the Whitebeard pirates. Zephyr has gone to extremes. Even holding a belief that even if the world is destroyed, the pirates must be eradicated. However, what exactly is that evolution Rubik's Cube? The blood of Luo Jia. Ace. This brat turned out to be Whitebeard's son. It's a disgrace to the Luo Jia pirates. Bullet, who successfully escaped from prison, looked angry and wanted to kill Ace immediately. Combined fruit. Bullet. Whitebeard is just the captain's underling, and he will only show his prestige after the captain's death. If there is a chance, Lousy must teach that old bastard a lesson. Ha 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 ha. The extremely arrogant gesture paused slightly, and a greedy look flashed in Bullet's eyes, however. Lousy is quite interested in the evolution Rubik's Cube. Faced with the temptation of super evolution, I believe that no one can resist. Even the left hand of One Piece Luo Jia, Bullet. 9 Snakes Sea Area. 1 0, 2, 3. Luffy lay on the reward list, checking one by one. Ah, 3 billion. Ace's bounty is already so high. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, happy for Ace, but also feeling the pressure. 3 billion, another Sea Emperor is about to be born. But you are not bad, Luffy, hurry up and practice. Rayleigh, who boarded the 9 snakes, found Luffy and expressed that he would teach him the idea of practice. Luffy jumped up full of energy. Okay. Let's get started. But at the next moment, his expression changed. I also made an appointment with my partners to meet in 3 days. What should I do now? Rayleigh raised his head, his eyes burst into light, and he smiled slowly. Advertisement. Then let's make a big news too. You pass the news to your partners. Ace is escorted by Whitebeard. How can this old man make his disciple weaker? Pluton Rayleigh, showing his guts. Wano-kuni. Ghost Island. Boom. The burly Kaido slammed the jug on the ground, not daring to say anything. What did you say? Whitebeard is back on top. Boom. The momentum on his body exploded, and the skin all over his body showed faint blue scales. Because of his emotions, the sky above Ghost Island caused a huge roar of thunder. Yesterday, he wanted to join the battle and was intercepted by the red hair, but today he heard the news that Whitebeard returned to the top. How does Kaido accept it? My lord, this is the news published by the newspaper. The subordinates at the side handed over the newspaper tremblingly. Snapped. Kaido took it and looked down. The more you look at the frown, the deeper the frown. Down below, the 3 calamities and the 6 flying cells were all listed, and they all looked at the news in the newspaper with shocked expressions. Evolution Rubik's Cube. What kind of treasure is that? Why have I never heard of it? Quinn stared so hard that his eyes almost fell off. The ship King Jack tore up the newspaper in his hand, and said in disbelief, impossible. What the hell is the world government doing? How can such absurd news be possible? What is it that brought Whitebeard back from his dying state straight to the top? It was literally brought back to life. F*K it would be impossible. As powerful as Luo Jia, he can't change the fate of death, so why should Whitebeard? Governor, a lot happened yesterday. Whitebeard, Ace, Blackbeard. What did these guys go through? Jin's body fluttered with flames, and said in surprise. Damn red hair. It's all because he broke Lousy. The more he thought about it, the more angrily Kaido let out a mouthful of hot breath, burning the newspaper in his hand, as if he still couldn't understand his hatred. The body soared, scales appeared, and a ferocious dragon head loomed. Lousy is going to challenge Whitebeard. The world's strongest man is back, it's really exciting. Ha 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 ha. A huge dragon body appeared in the cave, almost filling the entire space. Kaido. Fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. As expected of a fighting lunatic and a guy who loves suicide. Hearing this sentence, Jin's face changed, and he jumped up into the air and stopped in front of the dragon head, hurriedly stopped. Governor. Can't go. Whitebeard's strength made Marine helpless, swallowing his anger. Retreat. It is too dangerous for you to go now. Jin flapped his wings and blocked Kaido. My lord, it's really dangerous. Don't be impulsive. Jack and Quinn also hurried to dissuade them. Long Wei burst out, looking down at several people with icy pupils. Do you think I can't beat Whitebeard? It's not an adult. No matter whether you can beat Whitebeard or not, that's the base camp of Whitebeard. They have a large number of people, plus Whitebeard at the peak. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to escape. Kaido is irritable, but very smart. After calming down, he also wanted to understand the pros and cons, not that he was afraid, but that there seemed to be no reason for being so reckless. After calming down, Kaido gradually returned to his normal body, and the aura on his body gradually converged, which made the three calamities and Fei Liubao present secretly relieved, and their tense bodies relaxed. What the hell is that evolution Rubik's Cube? How can it have such a magical effect? Kaido frowned and looked around the crowd. Quinn took a deep puff on his cigar, and calmly said, Governor, these public news. I'm afraid it's unbelievable. Even if it's so miraculous, it can be so publicized. Everyone, the world government must have no good intentions, and it is very likely that it is to cause a fight between pirates. Advertisement. Moreover, there is no trace of Blackbeard now, and everyone is pointing their fingers at the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely not be peaceful in the future. It has to be said that Quinn is worthy of being a scientist. His brain reaction is relatively quick, and his analysis is very reasonable. Jin then said, so we have to wait and see for a while. Governor, at least it's not too late to take action until the trend is clear. 800. The trend is clear. Lousy still cares about that. Kaido muttered dissatisfiedly, but then changed his attitude. 1 month. 1 month at most. Beard teaches everyone. Jin. Tell everyone in the Beast's pirates to prepare for war. Understood. Governor. Jin nodded heavily in response. Being able to persuade Kaido temporarily is already the best result. As for the 1 month preparation time, it is still full of variables. In this chaotic era where even Admiral can die easily, maybe the Whitebeard pirates have been overthrown by then. What? The most important thing is that Kaido took a step back. How dare they not follow suit? During this time, everyone went out to collect information for me. I want to know what this evolution Rubik's Cube is. When he said this, Kaido's eyes revealed his ambition. If he can also evolve through the evolution Rubik's Cube, then, what effect will it have? To what extent will his defense be improved? Can Conqueror's entanglement also cut him? At this time, Kaido became calmer and more aware of the importance of evolving the Rubik's Cube. This is definitely an important weapon to rewash the pattern of the sea. In the turbulent undercurrent, I spent a quiet time. Under the calm of this month, all forces are accumulating an opportunity to explode. Marine recruits and selects 2 new Marine admirals, Fujitora Yishao and Green Bull. Buggy becomes Shichibukai. The original Shichibukai Hawkeye was hunted down by the world government, and his life and death are unknown. The Shichibukai belonging to Hawkeye was replaced by Shiryu of the Rain. For some reason, Shiryu of the Rain, who escaped from Impel Down, chose to cooperate with Marine again. The former Marine Admiral Aokiji is missing, and it is rumored that he is hunting down the evil king, but it is not known whether it is true or not. The 4 emperors Kaido announced that they would attack the Whitebeard pirates, which attracted worldwide attention. Doflamingo controls the underground world, and the sale of weapons is becoming more and more rampant, and Marine is almost unbearable. Whitebeard pirates resident. The black-haired young man slowly opened his eyes, and a golden flame flashed in his eyes. Has it been a month? How time flies. Ace murmured with emotion. Unknowingly, it has been a month, and under the turbulent undercurrent, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates has worked extraordinarily hard to practice. Ace is certainly no exception. But a hard life also needs to be hung up. Evolve Rubik's Cube. Evolve. Today happens to be the refresh time of the Evolution Rubik's Cube CD, which means that Ace can evolve again. Ding. Ability selection. Immortal Flame. Body technique. As soon as the crisp voice sounded in his mind, Ace said without hesitation, choose to evolve the indestructible flame. Clearly, Ace had made his decision long ago. Choose to continue evolving the flame. He is going to develop the flame to ultimate. Dogs don't eat Mara Mara fruit. Ah, Ace wants to make Mara Mara fruit's ability stronger than ever before. The flames go out and no one can stop them. Chapter 80 Devouring Flame and Eternal Fire. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Evolving again is what Ace has been looking forward to the most for a month. This kind of thing full of uncertainty and capable of transcending changes in levels is itself worth looking forward to. Ding. The immortal flame is evolving. Ace felt the burning sensation in his body gradually become apparent. The golden flame began to flow continuously in his body, and a strange energy began to pour in from the Evolution Rubik's Cube. Boom. It was as if a fire had been lit within Ace. Burn all flames. Number of evolutions. 0. Cooldown. 30 days. Additional times. 1. It was still a few seconds, and the evolution was completed again. It is completely out of proportion to the time needed for the evolution of Whitebeard's physical skills. But Ace didn't have time to think about these things at all. Hearing the crisp notification sound in his mind, he felt dazed for a while. Ding. The evolution of the indestructible flame is complete. Evolution result. The power of the flame is increased by 5 times. The new feature of the flame. Devour. Note. Phagocytosis characteristic. Can absorb all energy to feed back to oneself. When Ace saw this message, his whole body went numb. This flame evolution route is a bit overbearing. The devouring feature, doesn't this provide an energy source for the continuous creation of flames? Doesn't it mean that I will never enter the dangerous state of exhaustion like last time? Looks very excited. This evolution, on the basis of the original, increases the power of the flame by 5 times again. This means, the flames of the Mara Mara fruit are now completely crushing the lava fruit. To put it bluntly, the magma has to be melted in front of Ace's flames, and there is no possibility of countering it. In the power of Devil Fruit, it may already be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Thunder Fruit, Shock Fruit, and the awakened Nika Fruit. It is one of the fruits of the strongest ranks. True pinnacle. Hiss. Ace, who suddenly reflected something, took a breath and said in shock, the indestructible characteristic of the first evolution didn't show much power, it just made people feel difficult. But now it seems that it is completely paving the way for devouring characteristics. Immortal flames and endless devouring, isn't this the best combination? If before Ace spread out the flames to consume his own power, then spreading out the flames now provides him with energy. Once in battle, Ace will be as terrifying as a perpetual motion machine. Exactly what that sentence says. Life is endless, and the battle ends. After the evolution, Ace slowly suppressed the joy in his heart, because the next evolution will be more important. Marco. The death of the Phoenix. The captains gathered again. Gu la. Ace, the feeling is different, it has evolved again. As soon as Ace arrived, Whitebeard noticed the change in him and smiled heartily. At this time, Ace exudes a deep and introverted edge, giving people the feeling of a fire, which can be blazing or gentle. The silence gives people an invisible sense of oppression. This is a very mysterious change. Yeah, Ace, it feels a bit hot around you. Diamond Josie said, patting Ace's shoulder with his intact arm. Well, the immortal flame has evolved, and now it can be called the devouring flame. Ace smiled slightly, and a flame burst out from his palm. Advertisement. After the original golden flame of immortality evolved into the flame of devouring, it showed a deep dark color, making the flickering flames glow with dark gold. Perhaps because of the devouring property, as soon as the flame appeared, everyone felt a special force emanating, as if absorbing the surrounding energy. After hearing Ace's explanation of the flame of devouring, the captain once again burst into exclamation. Your flames can actually devour energy. Can this still be called a flame? Crocodile, who was promoted to be the captain of the 4th Division, said with a cigar in his mouth, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Ace, are you kidding me? He can absorb energy to feed back to himself. Doesn't it mean that you can fight almost endlessly? Yeah, devouring and indestructible. It's really scary. Marco said with a face full of shock. Moreover, Ace's flame not only has super characteristics, but also has even more terrifying power. There are very few Logia devil fruits in the world that can match it. With the combination of devouring and non-fire properties, Ace will be the most pervert monster. Ace smiled and said modestly, actually, I can't continue fighting endlessly. Even if I can feed back energy, it's just so that the flames don't consume my physical strength. After a long time, I still have to eat, ha ha ha. This sentence also made everyone laugh. Whitebeard, who was leaning on the chair, straightened up suddenly, and said seriously, next, we will evolve Marco. Marco heard the words and stepped forward, obviously ready. Ace nodded slightly, and handed the evolution Rubik's Cube to Marco, not forgetting to say, Marco, turn the Rubik's Cube, and choose to evolve the Phoenix Fire. I see. Marco nodded heavily, and turned the evolution Rubik's Cube without hesitation. Click. The crisp sound was extraordinarily loud in the room. Because the captains were paying attention to Marco, each of them looked nervous, and they dared not show their atmosphere, for fear of disturbing him. A crisp reminder sounded in Marco's mind. Ding. Evolution ability selection. Body technique, Phoenix Fire, Sword. I choose to evolve Phoenix Fire. Ding. The fire of the Phoenix is evolving. An evolution that made everyone nervous lasted for nearly 20 minutes. The waiting made Ace's palms sweat, but at the same time, it also made Ace realize that other than him, it takes time for others to evolve, not just a few seconds like him. Change. In the tense waiting that the atmosphere dared not show, Marco's evolution was finally completed. The moment Marco opened his eyes, there was a surge of green light shining in his eyes. Ace. It's done. Marco, who woke up, came up to give Ace a big hug. He is so excited. Because the evolution of the fire of the Phoenix has increased the healing effect of the Phoenix, whether it is healing yourself or treating others, it has evolved into a super healing flame. Ace finally showed a smile on his tense face, and said with a big laugh, it's good if it succeeds. Try it out and see how it works. Puff. Marco released the fire of the Phoenix, which immediately surprised everyone present, and Whitebeard was concentrating on looking at Marco's flame. The fire of the Phoenix was azure before, but after evolution, it showed a vibrant emerald green. It doesn't have the sharpness of Hawkeye's slashing, but only a gentle emerald green. Marco came to Joe's. The emerald green flame in his hand was burning, flowing like a gurgling stream on Jaws' broken arm. Diamond Joe swallowed subconsciously. Because. So nervous. This is related to whether his arm can grow back. In the emerald green flame, a strong vitality erupted, and the super healing power flowed in Jaws' body, and soon his severed arm felt itchy, as if something had grown out. Under everyone's gaze, the emerald green flame full of vitality spread into the shape of an arm, and the rich vitality made it impossible for people to notice the changes in the flame. The only thing that can be noticed is Marco's pale face. Healing and consumption are directly proportional. Advertisement. Marco can heal injuries, but not physical strength. This process lasted about 10 minutes, and Marco's face was pale and terrifying in the 5th minute, and he could clearly feel the powerful consumption of using this healing flame. When Marco burst out the last burst of healing fire, his whole body shook and fell to the ground. It wasn't that the others didn't help him, but that he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Diamond Jazzy's severed arm has grown back completely. Broken arm rebirth. Simply miraculous. And this is only obtained by evolving the Rubik's Cube and evolving the flame of the Phoenix. It is enough to see that the pervert of the evolution Rubik's Cube. Broken arm. It's grown. Lao Sha couldn't restrain his emotions, and turned pale. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even believe it if he was killed. It's completely nonsense to let the broken arm grow back, but this unbelievable scene happened right in front of his eyes, which was unreasonable and unacceptable. Whitebeard was visibly relieved, too. Shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. He understands Marco's Phoenix Fire. The real power lies in his own immortality, but the healing effect on others is not so strong. But now, broken arm recast. Don't talk about recasting other people's broken arms before, even if Marco's own arm is broken, he can't recast it. Jinbei took a deep breath. It really grew out. This old man really saw a miracle. Everyone present was shocked. Even Ace, with such anticipation in his heart, was still shocked when he actually saw it. The fire of the phoenix has the powerful healing power of rebirth with a broken arm. Ha 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 ha. Laozi's arm has grown. It's awesome. Ace. Marco. Laozi loves you so much. Chaozi waved his arm vigorously and laughed heartily. At this time, an extremely weak voice said angrily, "You don't want to be happy, and if you don't care about me, I will die." Only then did the shocked people remember the fallen Marco. Ace stepped forward to help Marco, and couldn't help but praise Marco. "You are already the most powerful doctor in the world. When you go out to fight in the future, when you register your number, you should say this: Whitebeard Pirates Doctor, Marco K. Shenon. Miraculous Doctor. This name is so cool." Diamond Chaozi extended his thumb in agreement. Marco scolded with a weak smile. "Genius Doctor, shit. This consumption is not ordinary. Although the rebirth of a broken arm is feasible, but this kind of extremely energy-consuming and phoenix fire, which can completely remove Jaws's arm, has already killed half of my life. Ace. You can choose between me and little Ozzy. If his broken leg grows back, my bones will be squeezed out." The current Marco is not full of joy after the evolution of Phoenix Fire, but is completely afraid of weakness. This kind of weakness is like the feeling of tossing around for a few nights without sleep after taking drugs, and then being dug out of a waste. It's dead. Hearing this, Ace could only pretend to be sad and said, "There is no other way, Marco, then I can only burn some more paper for you every year." Ace's words made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere of shock subtly eased a lot. If Marco hadn't been exhausted and collapsed, he would have fought hard with Ace long ago. "Dad. To be fair," Ace said. "Is it human?" Marco looked at Whitebeard for help. "Gu la la la. Marco, don't worry, Ace's flame has evolved, and you can burn as many papers as you want." Rarely, Whitebeard was in a good mood, and made a joke along with Ace's words. Whitebeard, who has regained his peak, no longer has that lifeless feeling. He is full of vigor, and even his mentality has been affected, and he has begun to look younger. Now Marco's flame has also evolved successfully, Diamond Jawzi's arm has grown again, little Ozzy's broken leg is just around the corner, and more wounded have also seen hope. Invisibly, Ace has begun to affect the entire Whitebeard Pirates. Single quote. Daddy. Marco wanted to cry but had no tears. "Marco. Don't worry, I didn't say to do it right at once, you can do it in moderation, or your body won't be able to take it. This is how things are. The stronger the ability, the more powerful you are. To display it requires more consumption." Ace comforted. "If it can't be repaired once, just wait for Marco's recovery to continue. Otherwise, there will be such an outbreak every time. I'm afraid Marco's lifespan will not be long." Advertisement. "And if it is a normal and appropriate amount of healing, it will not cause harm to Marco at all. Don't let Marco resist his abilities, he will be the face of the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. You know, how many strong men in the sea are as healthy as Garp. The red-haired broken arm, the golden lion broken both feet, Kaido has a chest wound. Is there a possibility that these people have to ask Marco?" Thinking in his mind, Ace has already begun to think about how to market Marco's ability and build the title of Tianhai's strongest genius doctor. Marco stared at Ace suspiciously. "Really? But why does it feel like your devouring flame is not like this?" Ace was stunned, and immediately said, "But the healing of the phoenix is more valuable than fighting and killing." Then, Marco's healing effect can make people immortal. Diamond Joe's didn't know what to think of, and suddenly said this. "Joe's wounds heal, not aging." Marco retorted almost with all his might. "If this can make people change from old to young, Marco will be the object of everyone's competition in the sea. Gu la la la. Help Marco to rest," Whitebeard ordered with a smile. He has seen an increasingly bright future for the Whitebeard pirates. Ace helped Marco leave, but the sound of their conversation came. Marco, change the name of Phoenix Huo, Li Hao, Yan. Huh, why? Marco was taken aback. Think about it. You are a miracle doctor, and the name Phoenix Fire is no longer worthy of your identity. Genius doctor. Ace, I advise you not to talk nonsense. Marco was about to become angry from embarrassment. After the fire of the Phoenix, your flame will be called the fire of eternal life. Why? It can only be cured. What the hell is your eternal life? Marco looked hopeless. Pull the wind. Do you understand? Marco gradually entered the stage of being brainwashed by Ace. Ace's ambitions don't stop there. Marco's eternal fire is just the beginning. Behind him, everyone was staring at Ace's back with fiery eyes. They immediately began to look forward to the effect of evolving the Rubik's Cube. What the captains showed was not greed but pure curiosity. Even Crocodile is looking forward to it. And just as the Whitebeard pirates were immersed in Marco's change, news came from the front. The four emperors Kaido have assembled the Beast Legion to leave Wano Kuni, with the goal of Whitebeard pirates. After a month of recuperation and deployment of troops, Kaido has assembled the strongest army, and Sao wants to teach Whitebeard to compete. Does anyone know why Kaido is so obsessed with challenging Whitebeard, or is there some other purpose? Because of this period of time, some people spread the news on the sea, saying that the evolution Rubik's Cube is still in the hands of Ace, not in the hands of the missing Blackbeard. This rumor once again focused most of the spearhead and attention on the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido sent troops to attack the Whitebeard pirates. World sensation. A super battle is brewing in the calm sea. The battle between the four emperors is finally about to kick off. Who is stronger, the strongest man in the world or the strongest creature in the world? Who will win, the Whitebeard pirates or the Beast's pirates? Who is stronger in combat power between Emperor Yan and the three disasters? Especially the evolution Rubik's Cube that everyone is concerned about, in whose hands is it? Chapter 81 The Four Emperors Strike. Ace and Kaido's Conquerors Hockey collide. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. New World. Marine G2 Branch, now Naval Headquarters. Marshal. The Beast's pirates are half a day away from Whitebeard's quarters. Kaido, three disasters, and Fei Liubao are all dispatched. A series of reports kept appearing in the conference room. Sengoku sat on the marshal's chair with a stern expression on his face. Only a month has passed since the summit war, and the marine marshal already has gray hair and looks increasingly old. Below, Kizaru, Fujitora, Momosuke, the T-Dolphin, and a group of naval headquarters vice admiral. Kaido is another troublesome guy. Sengoku sighed and said helplessly. Marshal, how do we deal with this matter? If they are allowed to fight, the sea will be in chaos. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral couldn't help but said. Sengoku put down the document he just received, with a helpless tone. The sea. Has been messed up. No one can stop Kaido from launching this war, and everyone is expecting them to fight, so as to test whether the rumors of the evolution Rubik's Cube are true or not. Once confirmed, it will be the beginning of a storm of unrest. In fact, the real big shots are not concerned with this war, but with the hidden things behind this war. Evolution Rubik's Cube. Both pirates and marine want to confirm where the evolution cube is, but no one dares to provoke the Whitebeard pirates at will. Only Kaido, who is also the four emperors, took this step. This matter is finally decided, let's talk about other things. Sengoku said weakly, rubbing his brows. Kizaru raised his head. Wu, Kuzan hunted down the evil king to West Blue, and put a reward on the head of the evil king, and now he seems to be looking for the trace of that guy Nine-Tails Fox. This cold man. You guys don't really want to be a bounty hunter, do you? That's not a good choice. As an old colleague, he still pays close attention to Aokiji's whereabouts. But unexpectedly, Aokiji chased and killed a person across almost 3 sea areas, and finally succeeded. This process makes people feel a little scary. Kuzan. Let him do it, as long as he doesn't do anything that hurts Marine, Sengoku said, without commenting on Shinji's behavior. The Neo Marine led by Mr. Zephyr has been active recently. Doflamingo's underground transactions are no longer hidden. Kaido provides a large number of weapons from him. Some people say that Hawkeye has appeared in East Blue, and it seems to be under pressure. Rehabilitation. As for the other big pirates who came out of Impel Down, there is no big movement. Sengoku thought about this information in his mind, and said slowly, Neo Marine must pay more attention. That guy escaped from prison. Zephyr will never sit idly by. We can't deal with Doflamingo's matter for the time being. This guy 183 has already contacted Celestial Dragons. The higher-ups personally ordered Marine to cooperate with Doflamingo's actions if necessary, and he was also the one who hunted down Hawkeye. Has the person who shot him not been found yet? Thinking of Hawkeye's injury, Sengoku's face became heavy. The world's #1 swordsman was hit hard. Who made the shot? Doflamingo's gritty character is really frightening. I can't find it for the time being. Guion replied, shaking his head. She has been investigating this matter, but there is still no clue. Even if she knew that it must have something to do with Doflamingo, she couldn't find any traces. To injure the #1 swordsman in the world, what kind of strength will the opponent have? The sea is not only no longer calm, but also full of various mysteries. Suddenly Sengoku stood up and gave the final order. Porosalino, Momosuge, T-Dolphins, you led 5 Marine Vice Admirals to monitor the battle between Kaido and the Whitebeard pirates. Remember, don't join the battle. The matter of Doflamingo, the old man will report to the Generalissimo. This is the end of today's meeting. Everyone, strictly pay attention to any troubles in the sea. Clear. Whitebeard Station. Coming to attack Laozi's pirate group. Then let the horse come here. Gu la la la. Inside the room, Whitebeard laughed loudly. Facing the challenge of fellow 4 emperors Kaido, Whitebeard has nothing to fear. Even, full of excitement. Father, Kaido is coming in a menacing way, and it's probably not as simple as triggering a war. Ace said solemnly. Recently, someone spread the news that the evolution Rubik's Cube is still in my hands. The only one who can spread the news is Teach. Only when Blackbeard discovers that the evolutionary Rubik's Cube is missing, will such news come out. Of course, it is also likely to be confusing news, but there are always people who can't help but want to verify it. So what? Laozi threw them all into the sea to feed the fish. Then you don't have to do anything. Advertisement. Whitebeard said that he even wanted to fight the Beast's pirates alone. Ace's brain was running fast, and he continued. Father, no matter whether I make a move or not, it will be considered that the evolution Rubik's Cube is with me. If you don't shoot, you will think that Ace is hiding. If it is shot, it will be directly exposed. So, Daddy, we must win this battle well and live with everyone. Better. Keep Kaido. At the end of Ace's words, he was filled with killing intent. What we need to do now is to deter those forces who secretly covet the evolution of the Rubik's Cube. Even if they are greedy for the evolution of the Rubik's Cube, they must weigh their own strength. Whitebeard suddenly felt that Ace's proposal was very suitable for him, and couldn't help laughing. Gu la la la, good proposal. Laozi likes it. After praising, Whitebeard looked at Ace silently, waiting for Ace to continue speaking without saying a word. Everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes on Ace. Seeing this, Ace could only announce his plan. First of all, we will fight this time. The location, choose Noel Yas Island. As long as the Beast's pirates have a brain, they will not choose to fight anywhere else. Noel Yas Island is a huge island on the edge of the Whitebeard pirates' domain, but it is too desolate and will generally be selected as a battlefield. Most importantly, if Kaido chooses to fight at sea, then the strength of the Beast's pirates will not be able to be used at all. Almost most of the demon fruit power is likely to be wiped out by a sea shock group from Whitebeard. The reason why Ace chose this island is also very simple, so that the battle will not have too much impact on the Whitebeard Sea area. Participants, 16 captains and team members. There is no need for 43 pirate fleets to intervene. Why? Because of Marco. He wants to use his healing ability to cover the entire battlefield to ensure that any pirate who was injured is treated in time. Too many people will cause more losses. Ace said categorically, with an unquestionable tone. The majesty of the superior was revealed, and no one dared to refute his decision for a while. Ace. The old man also applied to join the battle. Jinbei said suddenly. It is good. Ace agreed without hesitation. Because I forgot to mention Jinbei just now, this man has a good combat power in sea battles, and his tenacity is not even feared by the four emperors. Next, Ace roughly talked about the battle plan. At the end of the meeting, Beaster remembered something and said it out. By the way, Doflamingo has secretly intercepted a lot of our material shipments recently, deliberately targeting us. Ace looked slightly cold. Doflamingo. His account will be settled with him after dealing with Kaido. Beasta, have you found Moonlight Mori? Not yet. That guy didn't even return the spinnaker. I don't know where he went. Keep looking. Issue an arrest warrant belonging to our pirate group, offering a reward for Moonlight Mariah. This guy who hurt little Ozzy is absolutely unforgivable. Ace ordered, his whole body filled with killing intent. Doflamingo and Moonlight Mariah were among the first to turn against each other, and it would be a disaster if they kept them. Akainu is dead, and Marine won't be too aggressive. Blackbeard wasn't dead, and needed to recuperate. So Ace has to kill the enemies one by one when he has time, instead of leaving them to grow up and fight against the Whitebeard pirates. In the midst of intensive preparations, half a day passed by in a flash. Noel Yas Island. The flag that symbolizes the Whitebeard pirates' logo flutters in the wind, urging all enemies to claim sovereignty. However, the Beast's pirates ignored this warning, and all the crew arrived and prepared to land on the island. Suddenly a hearty laugh made the Beast's pirates feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Gu la la la, a group of desperate little devils, are you in such a hurry to die? After Whitebeard's words fell, a powerful momentum erupted from his body. As soon as you come up, use the Dawang color lotus energy. The tall Kaido with two horns descended from the sky, and Conqueror's Haki also rushed out. Advertisement. Boom. The color of the sky and the earth changed, and thunder and lightning flashed. The imposing collision between the two was on the verge of breaking out, and did not cause too much damage to the members of the pirate groups on both sides. Whitebeard. It's a surprise you old guy didn't die in Naval Headquarters, CEB. Kaido said with a chill in his hand, holding a mace. The four emperors are finally the emperor. On the edge of the island, many journalists who are not afraid of death, and Marine's eyeliner are quietly watching. And for those who peeped in the dark, the four emperors chose to turn a blind eye. Because both Whitebeard and Kaido want to be seen by other forces when they defeat each other, it is more deterrent. Behind Whitebeard, Marco, Ace and the captains filed out, followed by 1,600 pirates. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, did you bring this little force to die? Or did you say that after fighting Marine, you already suffered heavy casualties? Kaido laughed and mocked, as if the other party's 1,600 people were nothing in his eyes. Behind him, the three disasters are the leader, followed by the Fei Liubao, then the army of capable people, and finally the army of pirates. Their number is at least 10 times that of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace suddenly chuckled and responded loudly. Kaido, don't worry, although we don't have many people, we have dug enough graves for you to use. In a word, the momentum of the number of people has been completely recovered. I'm here to dig your grave. Ha 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 ha. Kaido looked at Ace with interest, and slowly said, You are Ace. I heard that you came to Ghost Island back then, how about you, why don't you join me? Laozi can make you the first officer. The meaning of the deputy captain in Kaido's mouth is the status and power above the three disasters. In fact, Kaido also admires Ace very much, otherwise he would not have sent out the invitation. It's just that Ace doesn't have this idea. Vice captain, it's not too bad to let me be the captain. I have decided that after you die here today, I will help you manage the Beast's pirates as hard as you can. Ace said with a helpless face, as if Kaido begged him. Kaido's eyes shot out a cold light, his body was filled with killing intent, and he said coldly, I don't know. You brat, do you really think that being Luo Jia's son can be unscrupulous? The voice fell, and Conqueror's Haki broke out. This time Kaido only chose to target Ace alone. The aura like a prehistoric beast rushed towards him, and Whitebeard was about to make a move when suddenly Ace took a step forward. Conqueror's Haki also erupted from him. Boom. Two streams of Conqueror's hockey crashed into each other. Ace blocks Kaido's Conqueror's charge. This kid's Conquerors can actually block the Governor's impact. Quinn's eyes widened, and his tone was extremely surprised. Jin stared at Ace coldly, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Jack is eager to try, it seems his goal is Ace. In fact, what Kaido said just now to recruit Ace was actually deliberately stimulating the beast's pirates and successfully aroused their fighting spirit. I have to say that Kaido is actually very shrewd under his carefree appearance. However, his attack was blocked by the boy, which made Kaido look a little ugly. Ace, lousy, finally give you a chance. Hand over the evolution Rubik's Cube, we can retreat. Whitebeard suddenly took a step forward. Kaido. Do you really think lousy doesn't exist? Kaido not only shoots Ace, but also threatens Ace in his face, which makes Whitebeard angry. The arm waved, the fist was wrapped with a white mask, and the shock fruit ability was activated. Click. The space continued to collapse, and the terrifying fluctuations spread to duo in an instant. Well done. Advertisement. Kaido roared loudly, his expression relaxed and fearless. The mace in his hand danced, bringing a strong wind and lightning strikes out. Boom. Kaido, who deflected Whitebeard's attack, took a step back. Although both Whitebeard and Kaido were hit casually just now, it is obvious that Whitebeard has the upper hand. How? Such a strong force. Kaido was puzzled and surprised. Hasn't he never fought against Whitebeard, and it seems that the opponent is not so strong when he is at his peak, right? But since they made a move, the two of them will not accept it. Kaido's body soared, blue scales appeared all over his body, and he transformed into a human beast form. Whitebeard, I want to see how strong you have become. Kaido held a mace and made a bold shot. The cluster of clouds shone with cold light, and Whitebeard's burly body rushed out. The two hadn't had a real fight yet, just releasing the beast-like aura. It was almost difficult for ordinary High Lolly. The next moment, the two weapons collided. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, the two fought against each other more than a dozen times, each time making an earth-shattering sound. The space around the two of them collapsed, and various auras burst. Whitebeard wields Kong Yunchi, Kaido wields a mace, you come and I don't give in to each other. Perhaps this is the move between the strong and the head-to-head, just short of the punch to the flesh. The originally clear sky has been covered with dark clouds because of the two people fighting. Ming. Being able to change weather phenomena by virtue of momentum, enough to see the horror of this native. Everyone watching the battle was terrified. Ordinary pirates were already trembling, looking at the doomsday version of the battle scene, feeling hopeless in their hearts. The governor and Whitebeard are so scary, it seems like the sky is piercing through. This attack, I can't even block 1/10 of it. What should we do? The governor's battle with them makes it impossible for us to fight at all. But with Whitebeard and Kaido occupying the center of the battlefield, everyone is unable to participate in the battle. Whitebeard and Kaido seem to have discovered this with a tacit understanding. Whitebeard's figure jumped up, and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Kaido's body changed again, turning into a green dragon rolling in the dark clouds, circling towards the center of the island. But Kaido's voice came from the sky. Everyone grabs the evolution Rubik's Cube. This is Kaido's order to the beast's pirates. Now Kaido has acquiesced, and the evolution Rubik's Cube is in the hands of Ace. Hearing Kaido's order, the beast's pirates burst into cheers, and then led by the three disasters, rushed to kill. Facing the Whitebeard pirates, which had 10 times more people than their own, there was no fear on their faces, but excitement. Marco stared at the figure of Jin opposite him, showing a strong desire to fight. If nothing else, they will be the leaders in the air battlefield. Marco. Do not impulse. Ace blocked the way. Did you forget the plan? Your task is to ensure that no one is injured. They. Give it to me. Chapter 82 Emperor Yan fights 3 disasters alone. Conquerors decides the winner. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. They. Leave it to me. Ace's voice is calm, and a bit crazy. Hearing this sentence, Marco was startled, and just about to turn his head to look, he found that Ace had passed by him and walked forward step by step. Every step of Ace is very powerful, very calm, and even feels a little slow. However, he is the one who stands at the front of the Whitebeard pirates. No one surpassed him in stature, and the whole class followed behind him. At this time, Ace is more like a general in battle. Wherever the blade reaches, it is invincible. Crocodile, who was close to Marco and Ace just now, heard Ace's words, and then looked at Ace's back, and couldn't help feeling a little moved. Ace, full of the aura of a leader, just like their king. Jin, Quinn and Jack lead the beast's pirates, charging all the way. When they saw Ace's figure, they were all a little disdainful. Ace, the immortal flame emperor worth 3 billion, I really want to see his flame. Jin's deep voice sounded, full of killing intent without any surprise. Hey, what does that kid want to do? Quinn took a deep breath of the cigar and said inexplicably. Jack, the king of boats, laughed disdainfully. The kid who wants to die wants to challenge the three of us. It's too contemptuous. I really want to smash him into a pulp. As soon as the words fell, Jack's body transformed into a woolly mammoth, galloping on the ground, like an ancient chariot, which was intimidating. Jack the Drow. Zone elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form ability. Beside him, the obese Quinn turned into a huge brachiosaurus, keeping pace with the mammoth. Plague Quinn. Zone dragon fruit ancient species brachiosaurus form ability. Above them, a jet black pteranodon was charging in the air with its wings flapping. Burning fire. Dragon fruit ancient species pteranodon form capability. Beasts pirates 3 major kanban. The aura emanating from the 3 terrifying behemoths made ordinary pirates feel a strong sense of oppression. Behind them, all beasts pirates espers began to transform. Ace looked at the animal army sprinting from the opposite side, his footsteps were still unhurried, and the deep dark golden flames slowly spread along his arms, wrapping around Ace's body. It's just that Ace's eyes are getting brighter. Next moment, a golden gleam shines through the eyes. Conqueror's Haki. An unprecedented sense of oppression erupted. The impact given to Beast's pirates is almost crushing, far stronger than the momentum of the 3 disasters teaming up. You know, Ace's Conqueror's Haki can even withstand the impact of Kaido's Conqueror's 1 or 2, will it be weak? Also, Ace's Conqueror's Haki awakened earlier. Gifted. Not good. Conqueror's Haki. Damn it. The little ones cheer me up. Sensing the attack of Conqueror's Haki, Mikazu's complexion changed drastically. The last sentence was Quinn uttering human words, and he yelled to remind the members behind him. Only then did they realize that Ace still has such an unreasonable group attack skill. Back in Naval Headquarters, Ace directly made 50,000 Marines lose their fighting power. Boom. Conqueror's Haki is gone in a flash. Beast's pirates only took down 1/10 of the pirates. In this release, Ace intentionally controlled the intensity, and did not completely release Conqueror's Haki. The purpose is to suppress the momentum of Beast's pirates. Conqueror's Haki is a super fighting tool. Ace fought to the end. With a Conqueror's Haki entanglement, he directly crippled the drunkard Chote. Now he won't waste too much Conqueror's Haki for those minions. If given the chance, maybe Ace would want to use Conqueror's Haki to wrap in Kaido twice. Aware of the 3 disasters that Ace intended, he couldn't help exhaling. Ace's aura was fully unfolded, and the dark golden flame on his body made the 3 calamities feel oppressive at the same time. The flame seems to have changed again. Why do I feel dangerous fluctuations? Quinn wondered as the forward speed did not decrease. Weird flames. Jack said coldly. Advertisement. Jin suddenly realized something, and exclaimed, "Be careful. The evolution Rubik's Cube is in the hands of Ace. His flame must have evolved again." It has to be said that Jin is very smart and immediately realized the problem. Because no matter how you say it, you can't feel oppression from the flames. Hearing this, the 3 calamities paid more attention to it. On the opposite side, Ace's figure suddenly soared into the air, and the sea of flames spread along his feet, forming a continuous flame Wangyang immediately. The deep color exudes a strong crisis. Fire Fist. Ace shouted loudly, and the dark golden flames on his arms surged and converged to form a huge arm, blasting towards Jin in the sky. The pteranodon looked dignified, and the mysterious flames on its body swooped down like a big bird. Boom. The flames sputtered and exploded. At the same time as the dark golden flames falling from the sky, the impact of the pteranodon also stopped abruptly. Jin never thought that Ace's random strike would be so powerful. At the same time as the fire fist blasted out, Ace's figure shuttled through the flames and came directly in front of the huge Brachiosaurus. Huh. You were looking for death. The wedding banquet is hot. The vertical pupils under the Brachiosaurus sunglasses shrank, and the tone was cold. At the same time, the mechanical arm of Brachiosaurus' right arm burned violently, scorching the mechanical claws hot, and swung them out suddenly. The air hissed and the sound waves exploded. Flame ring rising flame pillar. Ace's figure in the air didn't pause at all, and with the high-speed rotation of his flying body, the dark golden devouring flames formed a scorching pillar of fire and spread out. Boom. Brachiosaurus' mechanical arm bombarded the fire column, producing a muffled sound like ringing a bell. After evolving into the flame of devouring, Ace's moves have also been upgraded accordingly, and the name change naturally means that it is more powerful. 5 times the power increase, that's no joke. Quinn's face was stunned, as if he didn't expect that his attack could not penetrate the flame's defense. At the same time, a unique force radiated out, and the dark golden flame burned, directly absorbing most of the impact force on the mechanical claw, and it was still devouring energy continuously, making Quinn's attack weaker and weaker. The flame burst out, and the scorching flame made Quinn's eyelids tremble. What's wrong with this flame? It's actually absorbing my attack. While screaming, the huge body of the Brachiosaurus had to retreat quickly to avoid the dark golden flames. In the blink of an eye, Ace forced back Flame and Plague. Knocked down the aura of Beast's pirates directly to the bottom. Moreover, the bursting flames shot into the densely packed gathering place of the charging Beast's pirates like bullets, causing secondary damage in a larger area. And Jack the Drow, who took the lead, sprinted forward with his huge body in the dark golden sea of flames. His whole body was covered with armament hockey, shielding him from the damage of the flames. Jack was very aggrieved. It's a great shame for the dignified ancient zone to face the flames with armament hockey all over his body. Which powerhouse fight is not selective override armament hockey? Full body coverage with armament hockey. It's like just learning to use armament hockey, it's too cheap. However, if the whole body is not covered with armor, Jack will feel a sense of danger. To be on the safe side, relying on the ship king still chooses the most important way of safety. Next moment, Ace's figure shuttled through the flames. This sea of flames is the incarnation of Ace's will, and every cluster of devouring flames in it can be Ace, and he can appear anywhere at the fastest speed. Like in front of Jack. Boom. 2 hands wrapped in flames grabbed Jack's tusks. All the flames gathered in an instant, like a big net connected together, generating a huge force to resist the impact of the mammoth. That huge figure was forced to stop. This is impossible. Jack spit out words in a shocked tone. His giant mammoth, known for its majestic strength, was held down abruptly. Hold. Just kidding. So far, Ace alone stopped the 3 disasters. Hockey is on full display. The momentum of the Whitebeard pirates has never been higher. Advertisement. And the 3 disasters are a little confused. What the hell is going on here? We are both at the rank of Emperor Deputy, why do you fight 3 with 1? Go away. Lousy. There was a shout of anger, and at the same time, a glistening figure sprinted and crashed from the side. The mammoth, which had just been stopped, rolled over directly under the impact. At the same time, the strong force and impact made him stare angrily, and he was very unwilling to accept such an end of the class. Boom. The giant elephant fell to the ground and made a shocking sound. But how could the zone ancient species mammoth, known for its resilience and defense, be easily knocked down? The mammoth turned into a human form and stood up, looking at the culprit who made him fall to the ground. His pupils shrank in the next moment. Joe's. Your arm is healed. The shouts were filled with shock. You must know that Josie's arm was destroyed by Aokiji in Marineford at that time, under the eyes of everyone and the eyes of the world. And now, Jaws's arms are intact. And what's even more annoying is that the arm that hit Jack just now was the one that should have disappeared. Jack's words made Ty and Quinn look surprised at the same time. After confirming that Jaws's arm was intact, the two shouted almost simultaneously, Evolution Rubik's Cube. If the rebirth of the arm wasn't for the effect of the evolutionary Rubik's Cube, they wouldn't even believe in killing these two. Whitebeard can do it from the dying state back to the peak, so what is the rebirth of a broken limb? Evolve Rubik's Cube. Evolution Rubik's Cube again. All because of Evolution Rubik's Cube. That treasure that has never been heard of has completely changed the dreams of everyone in the sea. Who doesn't want to get the Evolution Rubik's Cube and give it to yourself for a while? For a moment, Sand Calamity looked at Ace with fiery eyes. In front of the Evolution Rubik's Cube, even the shock of recasting the broken limbs brought by Joe's is not important. Boy, hand over the Evolution Rubik's Cube. Jack snorted angrily, pulled out the ivory scimitar that was shining coldly on his shoulder, and charged towards Ace. Quinn's huge body soared into the sky. Brachiosaurus bomb. Like a cannonball being shot out, you have to drop from the sky and use your head to produce a strong attack to hit the enemy. Asking for flowers. Jin turned into a human beast form, with his arms and wings combined into one, bursting out at super high speed, and sprinted towards Ace. For a while, Ace was enemies on three sides. Go away. Shining clash. Jaws' whole body turned into crystals, fiercely blocked Ace, and rushed towards Gia. Gram. Ding. The two ivory scimitars that Jack slashed down were directly blocked by the crystal body. Josie and Jack get entangled, making it impossible for Jack to trouble Ace. And the impact from Quinn falling from the sky directly crashed into the tornado yellow sandstorm. The high-speed rotating sandstorm constantly impacted Quinn's body, making it impossible for him to exert the strength of his head. And at the last moment, a golden hook was pulled out from the side, directly changing the direction of Quinn's sprint, not only failing to hit Ace, but also plunging headfirst into the yellow sand. Sandfall Great Funeral. Crocodile controlled the ground to turn into billowing yellow sand, continuously making Quinn's huge Brachiosaurus fall down. Crocodile. You actually joined the Whitebeard pirates. Crocodile's sudden attack stunned Quinn. Because the matter of Crocodile's joining has been kept secret from the outside world, no one in the whole sea knows about it. Quinn was caught off guard even more. The huge body continued to collapse in the yellow sand, and finally, relying on the mechanical device, directly separated the body and shot it out. As a scientist, Quinn transformed his body into a machine in order to exert more powerful combat power. And his science and technology are not weaker than the research of Germa 66's entire family, not to mention that he also has research on viruses. This kind of person is a killer on the battlefield. Point 0. But even so, he was firmly restrained by Crocodile and could not escape. Advertisement. Now, no one can help you resist. Jin's voice was cold, coming from the sky. Ace raised his head slightly, with a presumptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Help me. There should be no one to help you. The flame of devouring. Ace's original plan was to fight against the three plagues alone. He wants a shocking victory. But Joe's and Crocodile were worried about Ace's safety. After all, they were the three major signs of the Beast's pirates, so they blocked the other two and left Jin to Ace. All of this is under the control of the Whitebeard pirates. Accompanied by Ace's final roar, the dark golden flame erupted completely. The surging flames roared out. Jin was confused by Ace's words, but he didn't have time to think about it, so he directly used the move. Fire Dragon King. The Jin form of the orc in the sky changed again. Transformed into a human form, with a samurai sword in his hand, the mysterious flames on his body are wrapped around the samurai sword, and an oriental dragon-shaped flame is shot out with one blow. The flame is like magma, and the attack explodes. Fire Dragon. Ace looked at some familiar attack moves, and immediately waved his hands to control the condensate of the devouring flames. Flame Devouring Dragon Fire. A gigantic flying dragon made of devouring flames appeared, and its appearance was almost the same as that of the Eastern dragon formed by Jin. The only difference was the flames that made them up. The two dragons circled around and rushed out of each other. But they staggered their figures, they didn't bump into each other, instead they were entangled like two strands of rope. The next moment, Jin's attack became weaker, and his Fire Dragon Emperor flame started to weaken its power. It's like being swallowed and absorbed by something. Realizing this, coupled with the swallowing flames, that Ace yelled earlier, suddenly made Jin wake up. Your flames can actually devour you. Shock. It is hard for Jin to imagine that the flame can become an existence like the ability of dark fruit, the flame devours. This is so ridiculous. Before Jin could get out of the shock, the weakened fire dragon emperor was directly strangled to death by Haolongha. Boom. Jin's mysterious flame turned into light and shadows that filled the sky and fell. And Ace's attack became more and more ferocious. The energy devoured by the devouring flame just now was directly blessed by Ace on the attack. Rumble. Fire dragons and tigers howled like thunder in the sky. Jin's whole body was covered in armor, and his face that couldn't be seen clearly was already extremely ugly. Sable self-respecting emperor. Jin turned into a pteranodon in the blink of an eye, stretched his head backwards, and shot out like a slingshot. The speed was comparable to that of a laser beam, making it impossible to defend against. With a huge impact, Jin directly hit the fire dragon. Boom. The fire dragon exploded. Jin secretly rejoiced. He just wants to use the super explosive attack to destroy the flame attack if the devouring flame can't exert its devouring effect. Hand over the evolution Rubik's Cube. The speed of Jin, who broke through the fire dragon, did not decrease but increased, rushing towards Ace more violently. Ace does not dodge or avoid. The next moment, dark golden flames erupted from his body and gathered in his hands. Immortal Flame Emperor. Ace yelled violently, and an intimidating aura erupted from his body. A special energy poured into the immortal Yan Emperor, making the dark golden devouring flames deeper and deeper like an abyss. Conqueror's Hockey. Winder. Chapter 83, Killing the Flame Disaster. The evolution Rubik's Cube is completely exposed. Gathering from all over the world and moving from all directions. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jin, who was sprinting with all his strength, suddenly felt the pressure doubled. He was startled, and his face was extremely ugly. Conqueror's Winding. Gritting his teeth in his voice, mixed with various emotions. Who would have expected that Ace would immediately use the top trick of Conqueror's Winding? Immediately, the muscles of the whole body tensed, and the mysterious flame wrapped around his body, burning thickly. However, facing Ace's already ridiculously strong flame, Jin's attack became weaker. Two flame figures collided in the air. Boom. This is the strongest shock battle that broke out on this battlefield. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure descended from the sky and fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pothole. In fact, there is no need to look closely, such a huge body is not a human figure at all, so, it means that the fallen person is Jin. The devouring flame spread out, forming a sea of flames around it, continuously devouring energy and accumulating it in Ace's body. Edge of the island. The people watching the battle were shocked when they saw the figure coming out of the dark golden flame. That's Ace. It's only been a month since Summit War. How can he be so strong? He is not 20 years old, is he? We defeated Jin just after fighting each other. The crowd shakes. But no one noticed that a few people scattered around and secretly opened their robes, revealing the image worms. Resident of the new Shichibukai buggy. Captain Buggy. The image bug ahead is connected. The pirates who have changed their pure prison style came to report. Buggy turned around upon hearing the words, with a mysterious smile hanging on the corner of her mouth, and said in a deep voice. Send the signal according to the plan. Let everyone witness the battle of the four emperors. Perhaps no one would have guessed that those people at the scene meant that, 8 kingdoms, were people arranged by Buggy. Moreover, he actually wants to transmit the signal of the image worm to any force in the sea. What is he going to do? Report to the marshal. Received a signal from the image bug, and it's showing the battle scene between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates. What? Sengoku was taken aback. Video bug playing the scene of the four emperors' battle. After Marine executed Luo Jia, and then the Summit War was live broadcasted around the world a month ago, but this time the battle between the four emperors was released. Surprised, Sengoku urgently summoned all Marine officers and quickly accepted the picture. As that, Ace. Looking at Ace's figure, Garp always feels that something has changed. The color of the flame is wrong. Sengoku said in a low voice. Perhaps because of the deep impression Sengoku found something wrong at a glance. Flame Calamity. Quan Ran was repelled by Ace's move. Ace sleeps well. Why does it feel like Ace has become a lot stronger? Look at that picture. That's Josie. Just when everyone's attention was on the Ace screen, a Marine Vice Admiral saw the figure of Diamond Josie from the next screen. The intact arms made the Marine Vice Admiral exclaim in disregard of his image. When Sengoku saw Josie who was fighting with Jack, his expression suddenly became ugly, rebirth with a broken arm. It must be the evolution Rubik's Cube. Connect me to Admiral Kizaru, why didn't you report such important information in the first place? Anyway, seeing this kind of heaven-defying thing now, the first thing Sengoku thought of was the evolution Rubik's Cube. Brubu. Woo, I'm Kizaru. As soon as Kizaru's voice was heard in the phone bug, Sengoku interrupted and roared. Kizaru. What are you doing? Diamond Josie's arm has grown, and the evolution Rubik's Cube must be in Ace's hands, why don't you report it? Boom boom boom. Woo, what a scary Whitebeard. The Wine Dragon 8 trigrams blocked it so easily. Marshall, I am watching Whitebeard and Kaido. Kizaru's voice came over with some helplessness. Advertisement. And the shocking sound of Whitebeard and Kaido colliding also came through the phone bug. It's just surprising that the phone bug is really tenacious, and can transmit such a violent sound. Isn't he afraid of being blasted? Leave them alone. The evolution Rubik's Cube is important. You go and keep an eye on Ace, and find a chance to grab the evolution Rubik's Cube. Also, I don't know who has already posted the battle picture. You pay more attention. Quote. After Sengoku gave the order, he turned off the phone bug and watched the battle. West Blue. Arms. Grow back. The tall and thin man stood in the crowd, whispering in his mouth. At that moment just now, a terrifying chill was released from his body. Hiss, it's so cold. What's going on? My wine was frozen before I drank it. Who did it? Lousy, get out. Damn, lousies too. Find out the guy who was doing things secretly and kill him. Several groups of pirates dropped the ice cube wine glasses in their hands and shouted loudly. The tall and thin man raised his head, revealing a face that didn't make people feel unfamiliar. Aokiji. Noisy. Aokiji whispered something, then turned and left. All those clamoring pirates turned into ice sculptures without missing a single one. Recast the severed limb. Forbidden extremely heavy syllables came out, and Aokiji only left behind. A leg completely made of ice is particularly obvious. Red Force. Huh. Who sent the signal? Shanks frowned, feeling a little odd. But in the entire pirate group, no one knew the source of the signal. I only heard Lackey yelling. Boss. Come and see. Josie's arm has grown. The arms grew out. Shanks led the other cadres to the signal switching screen, and was stunned. The most obvious sign of red-haired Shanks is a broken arm. Even after the arm was broken, his friend Hawkeye was not competing with him in swordsmanship, so it is absolutely impossible to say that the broken arm has no effect on strength. Evolution Rubik's Cube. Shanks' face was gloomy and his eyes were burning, as if he had seen some hope. Head, what about us? Lackey raised his head and asked. Shanks walked slowly to the front deck, not even paying attention to the battle scene afterwards, and said coldly. Let's go. The Whitebeard Pirates. Even if the evolution Rubik's Cube is an item of Ace, Shanks cannot hesitate. The last chat had caused the rift between the two to grow infinitely. When we meet again, we will be enemies. What's more, it's a heaven-defying treasure like evolution Rubik's Cube. East Blue. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, was wrapped in bandages and looked very weak. He hid in the dark and saw the projected battle screen. His eyes seemed to light up. Can the evolution Rubik's Cube heal injuries? Ace. Be sure to heal your injuries before the next exposure. Doflamingo. I will definitely find you. Hawkeye can have today, but it was all caused by Doflamingo. Who would have thought that Doflamingo would have hired such a horrible guy? Advertisement. Now, Hawkeye also set his sights on the evolution Rubik's Cube. However, with his current physical condition, there is no possibility of grabbing half of it at all, and the last time he saw Buggy with his own eyes, he was about to turn out of sparks, and he still couldn't get half of it. So, Hawkeye is going to find a way to make a deal with Ace. There is still this effect. Recasting of severed limbs. There was shock in Zephyr's voice. In fact, there are two reasons why seeing the perfect picture of Diamond Jazzy caused a riot in the sea. One is to test where the evolution Rubik's Cube is. Second, it never occurred to me that the severed limbs could grow back. To be able to do this is simply outrageous. Teacher, there is hope for your arm. Ain said excitedly. Go. Go to the Whitebeard Sea and see the result of the battle between these four emperors. Zeo Marine turned around and set off with the explosive rock. Cake Island. Momum, that thing, bring it back to me. Katakuri, you go. I want to keep this kind of treasure well. But it's a pity that that guy Jin refused to join. But the kid who fought against him is also very interesting, although he is not a special race, if he can join. Aunt Four Emperors looked at the pictures presented by her sons and daughters, but she couldn't resist the temptation to evolve the Rubik's Cube. I see. Kong hung up the phone bug and stood up to summon the world government's army. 5 elders personally ordered Kong to bring back the evolution cube. The sea is full of clouds. All 4 emperors are dispatched. World government, marine dispatched. Even the big pirate Golden Lion Shiki has his eye on the evolution Rubik's Cube, and all Shichibukai's forces have taken action except the 9 snakes. All because of this battle that was broadcast. When the world didn't see the horror of the Whitebeard pirates, it was attracted by the huge benefits. Woo, it's really an intact arm. A yellow flash appeared in the middle of the field, Kizaru said with a shocked look on his face. Diamond Joes gave him a cold look, then turned and threw himself into the battle with Jack. Huh, Kizaru. Ace, who had just stepped out of the flames, was about to attack Jin, but was suddenly blocked by Kizaru. The surprise is not because of the appearance of Kizaru. Ace knew from the very beginning that the person Marine sent to monitor them with high probability is Kizaru, and only this guy's speed has a unique advantage. Is it because Kizaru is ready to join the fight? What is this guy up to? Or, what does Marine want to do? Sensing Ace's rising fighting spirit and increasingly red flames, Kizaru raised his eyebrows and said, "It's really what the marshal said, your flame has evolved again, and the evolution cube is in your hands, Ace. Sengoku, do you know that I have evolved into a flame?" Ace is really confused now. Sengoku is smart, but can this group guess? Oh, it seems that you don't know yet. Your battle has been spread by the video bug. All over the world, Kizaru said with a look of sudden realization, but his tone was full of schadenfreude. He also realized now that even Ace was placed one by one. Interesting. Boom. The fire is soaring. A wave of anger exploded in Ace's chest. Of course he realized that he had been tricked. Or, someone is plotting against the Whitebeard pirates. And be able to confirm. The Rubik's Cube is in his hands, only Blackbeard can do it. Advertisement. This made Ace even more murderous towards Blackbeard. But now, compared to Blackbeard, the most important thing is to deter those who covet the evolution Rubik's Cube. Thinking of this, Ace didn't hold back at all. The devouring flames erupted. The raging fire seemed to be erupting with anger. And in the dark golden flame of Ace, a touch of emerald green rose in the battlefield. Huh, that's. The light on Kizaru's body froze, and he looked at the source of emerald green in doubt when he was just about to make a move. Marco. Seemingly feeling the anger of Ace, Marco must also show enough strength. Sometimes, in front of the powerful, the interests, no one dares to touch. Fire of eternity. Marco drank violently. Under the feet of the 1,600 pirates, emerald green flames were slowly burning, and surging vitality poured into their bodies to heal the wounded members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Even the wounds that are deep and visible to the bone are recovering visible to the naked eye. What's the situation? I've pierced him, why is the wound gone? And this guy, both arms are broken, why is he still slashing wildly with a big knife? A bunch of lunatics. It's over. As long as the damage done to them is not fatal, they will recover immediately. It's because of the flames on their bodies. What the hell is the emerald green flame? Isn't Marco Phoenix's flame blue? The beast's pirates are dumbfounded. So far, the opponent is full of blood. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates shot even more crazily, completely crushing the beast's pirates who were 10 times faster than them. Under the leadership of the captains, Fei Liubao could not stop them from sprinting. The sound of shouting and killing was loud, but the beast's pirates collapsed a bit. Strong players like the three disasters and Fei Liubao were restrained by the white team leader's 4.6. As for the others, as long as the strength is not much different, they cannot be killed in one blow, and that is to give Marco time to heal them. What a rich vitality. This healing power is simply miraculous, and Marco has also evolved. Jin slowly walked out of the ruins. The helmet has disappeared, revealing a long white hair. Walking slowly, wiping the bloodline at the corner of his mouth with his palm. Ace's attack just now had already injured him. Now he looks around the battlefield, and after realizing the problem, he also understands the solution to the current situation, that is Marco. It is impossible to heal so many pirates without giving Marco a chance to take action. Marco. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Jin turned into a pteranodon and soared into the sky, rushing towards Marco. Marco has no room to fight back now, and controls the output of the eternal fire all over his body. Facing 1600 people, what a huge consumption that is. It's not just physical strength. You also need to constantly display observation hockey to be able to treat it accurately. What you need most is to control it wholeheartedly. Once you fight, it's over. Yellow flashes also shot up into the sky. But Kizaru was kicked out by Ace because of the moment of stupefaction just now. Temporarily knocking back Kizaru's ace, he immediately blocks in front of Marco. The devouring flames turned into a square cage, protecting Marco inside. At the same time, there are other devouring flames scattered on the battlefield that are constantly absorbing energy, making the devouring light stronger and stronger. Ember. I have no choice but to kill you to frighten others. Have you finished your last words? The voice was full of killing intent. Ace was smiling, but that smile made Jin feel an uncontrollable chill from the bottom of his feet to the top of the sky. Ace. What do you want to do? Chapter 84. The Fifth Emperor. Instantly kill the power of the Emperor's deputy. The world is shocked. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Accompanied by Ace's killing intent skyrocketing, dark golden flames soared into the sky, spreading everywhere, and the invisible energy in the air continued to condense, making the dark golden light even brighter. The black-haired young man in the flames, like the god of fire, came to the world, and the god came to the world. The strong sense of oppression even made Jin feel like he was facing the four emperors. Depressing and frightening. However, when the picture spread, Ace became Marco's supporting role. Such emerald green flames made all marines and pirates drop their jaws. Sengoku stood up from his chair, pointed to the screen and said, "This is Marco's flame." The flame of the phoenix has also evolved. At this moment, Sengoku is not calm anymore. It's not just Sengoku either, but anyone who notices this is not calm. The emerald green flame seems to have a strong healing effect. The wounds piercing the pirate's abdomen are healing quickly. Other minor injuries can heal in the blink of an eye. Haine's beautiful eyes were full of shock, and she held her hand mouth shocked. The newly born phoenix flame, not to mention raw bones, is enough to make people feel scary. Moreover, the most important thing is that Marco is covering 1600 people at the same time. Such a large range of treatment is simply a big killer on the battlefield. Let me ask, what can you do if the enemy keeps full blood? Evolution Rubik's Cube. What kind of treasure? Where did Ace get it from? Sengoku couldn't figure it out more and more. Even Luo Jia and Whitebeard didn't have something, but Ace got it. In the history of the world, there has never been a record of relevant treasures. Could it be that 100 years of history is being erased? The appearance of the evolution Rubik's Cube is like a cloud of doubt, covering the entire sea, so that no one can see the answer to the mystery. Is it possible that Jazzy's arm is caused by Marco's ability, instead of using the evolution Rubik's Cube? Garp frowned and said suddenly. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku once again turned his gaze to Josie's picture, staring at Josie's changes. It seems that, except for the arms growing out, there is no other change. Sengoku noticed the changes in Joe's. His combat power was the same as before, without any significant increase, and even his ability controlled the crystallization, and he fought back and forth with Jack the Drow and didn't see anything special about him. Could it be? The flames of the 24 Phoenix really have super terrifying healing power. However, no one is sure of this result. Because, I don't know how many things Ace has done with the Evolution Rubik's Cube in this month, and how many members of the Whitebeard Pirates have used the Evolution Rubik's Cube to strengthen. Whitebeard, Ace, and Marco are the ones who are sure to use the Evolution Rubik's Cube. A man who has recovered to the peak and is the title of the strongest man. A combat power soared due to the flames, crushing the Emperor's deputy of the same level. A flame evolves into a super cure, it is very likely to recast limbs. This is horrible. If the other pirates in the Whitebeard Pirates also evolve, then who can compete with the Whitebeard Pirates now? A single 4 Emperors faction. They are all afraid that Kaido will be wiped out by the group today. Everyone except Naval Headquarters noticed this, and all the forces that came to evolve the Rubik's Cube murmured. If it's Marco's ability. For the time being, there is no need to conflict with the Whitebeard Pirates. The red-haired man held the sword in one hand, with a deep expression on his face. The Whitebeard Pirates are on the cusp, and it is obviously not a very wise choice to provoke each other. Kaido, like a pathfinder, acts as cannon fodder. Let the Whitebeard Pirates reveal more secrets. What Shanks wants to do is to make a shot at the most critical time and reach the top in one fell swoop. Instead of showing power prematurely, causing fear and targeting of other forces. Boss. There's a 90% chance that Diamond Jazzy is because of Marco, who hasn't changed except for his arms growing out. Deputy Captain Beckman analyzed calmly. Shanks is also very wise, and also noticed the change, and ordered. Slow down. Don't enter the Whitebeard Pirates' sea area. Wait and see from a distance, and if necessary, help the Whitebeard Pirates. The red-haired plan has always been to be the last hunter. And, if he helps the Whitebeard Pirates at a critical juncture, this favor is enough for Marco to help him grow his arm again. Advertisement. Super healing. Marco. Hawkeye looked at Marco in the picture with scorching eyes. The cost of letting Marco heal seems to be much smaller than the Evolution Rubik's Cube. When Marco showed the flame of eternal life, those forces that were about to move calmed down. They're not sure, even if they break into the Whitebeard Pirates' territory, can they grab the Evolution Rubik's Cube? And now it seems that the Beast's pirates are not quite the opponent. This is the faction of the 4 Emperors. Just ask. The 4 Emperors can't do it. Shichibukai is even worse, let alone other small forces. As for teaming up, who to join forces with for an Evolution Rubik's Cube? No one wants to be cannon fodder. Main battlefield. Ace and Jin have already started. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin burst out with all his strength, and the mysterious flame surged crazily, almost all of which condensed on the katana. With a swing of the knife, a fire dragon that was more powerful than the previous Fire Dragon King appeared roaring. The fire dragon seems to be fluttering in the wind, and its body is getting bigger and bigger. The dragon's majesty is frightening, wandering above the battlefield, roaring down at the black-haired youth standing in the flames. During the dive, the flames seemed to tear apart the space, causing a clear sense of emptiness around Milong. Ace looked happy and fearless, and his eyes became clearer. At that moment, the flames around him stopped burning, and he fell into an extreme environment. The next moment the flames burst out with a loud burning sound. Accompanied by this roar, the flames quickly condensed in Ace's palm. In the blink of an eye, a sea of flames became a flame roulette only about half a meter in Ace's hand. Emperor Flame / Ace binge drinking. Conqueror's hockey urges and integrates into the attack, making the flame color deeper. Facing the roaring fire dragon, not out of the crazily spinning roulette in his hand. It was like throwing out a full moon. With extremely small friction, it directly slid across the air without causing any fluctuations. But this attack caused a lot of consumption to Ace. Kai. The flame slash like a full moon collided with Jin's guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. The next scene presented a surprising sight. The roaring Fire Dragon Emperor was directly pierced by the full moon. At the same time, an irresistible suction directly weakened the Fire Dragon Emperor's power by half, directly causing it to collapse. Before even reaching Ace, it dissipated into the air. And the dark golden flame in the shape of a full moon, as if traveling through nothingness, came to Jin in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest fluctuation and omen. Jin Shi unfolded the observation haki, but he also felt vague traces. However, facing a strong sense of danger, Jin directly used all his strength to slash out the katana sword in his hand, and a mysterious flame erupted, releasing the last strength. Puff! There was a soft sound. The samurai sword seems to be chopped on the balloon. The balance inside the moon-shaped dark golden flame was broken, and it exploded directly. Boom! The flames all over the sky quickly magnified in Jin's pupils. The instant eruption of the devouring flames was like countless steel bars hitting Jin's body, and immediately a mouthful of blood gushed out of his body like a kite with a broken string falling from the sky. Advertisement. However, it was still engulfed in flames. Life or death is unknown. Another move. Ace fought against Jin of the same level, once again showing a crushing crush. You know, Mera Mera fruit aside from its characteristics, it is the most top-notch devil fruit in terms of power alone. It has evolved twice, which is equivalent to 25 times the power of the previous one. Except for 4 Emperors and Admiral, who can resist Ace attack. What's more, in the blow just now, Ace also mixed Conqueror's haki. The most important thing is that the devouring flames broke out completely. When passing through the Fire Dragon Emperor, it directly absorbed nearly half of the opponent's energy and then exploded. The power can be called destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Except that Jin didn't know whether he was alive or dead in the flames of devouring flames. The flames of devouring that exploded all over the sky were like deadly arrows, shooting at the large army of beasts pirates. The densely packed pirates couldn't react at all, or they reacted and wanted to resist, but then they were stained with flames and couldn't get rid of it. At one time, more than 1,000 pirates were directly buried in the sea of fire. The devouring flames erupted, absorbing energy crazily, growing self-sufficiently, and it was about to form lines of fire, surrounding all the hot beasts pirates. Then, I'm afraid it will be the burning of a flame purgatory. Then, the elites of the beasts pirates will all be buried here. Even if you use armament haki to rush out, as long as you pass through the flames, you will be devoured by the terrifying suction force. After Mera Mera fruit's flame evolves into devouring flames, the devouring feature can't even be resisted by armament haki. This is the most powerful means of Ace. Oh, burn me. What's going on? How did my arm's sex energy disappear? Something absorbed my explosive energy. My god, what's going on with this flame? It's getting hotter and hotter, we're surrounded. Help. Beasts pirates, totally panicked. Except for the 3 disasters and Fei Liubao who were fighting on their own, the rest of the large army had almost no way out. The images relayed by the video bug made everyone startled from ear to ear. The battle between Ace and Jin is completely crushed. To put it bluntly, this is almost the same as a spike. Red Force. The 5th Emperor of the Sea. Lackey said in disbelief with his eyes wide open as the meat in his hand fell to the deck. Its strength may have approached the 4 emperors. Beckman took a sip of his cigar and forgot to spit it out. Ahem, so strong. Ace will become the biggest enemy sooner or later. The power displayed by Ace completely shocked those who were about to move. Naval Headquarters. Garp held his head in his hands, as if it was difficult to imagine the scene he saw. Ace is only 20 years old. On the verge of becoming a 4 emperors figure. Luo Jia asked the old man to raise some kind of monster. Garp is really regretful now, the discipline was not good enough, and Ace was not allowed to become a marine. Otherwise, with the talent of Ace, there will be no thief at sea 10 years later. At that time, I'm afraid I'm going to be a bandit king. Sengoku was short of breath, and murmured, sure enough, a reward worth 3 billion. Originally Sengoku also. I thought that the Ace bounty set by Kong would be much higher. Maybe it was because of the effect of the opponent in the Dingshan War that he paid more attention to it. As for the 3 billion bounty, at least 1 foot must have the strength of the Emperor level to give it. But now, Sengoku suddenly felt that 3 billion, is it a bit low? On the battlefield, the Beasts pirates are in an unprecedented crisis. On the other hand, the Whitebeard pirates were alive and well, and under the super healing ability of Marco's eternal fire, there were no casualties at all. The opponent is the elite of the Beast's pirates, especially the number is far more than 10 times their number, and it is still a crushing victory for the Whitebeard pirates. Shocked. Advertisement. However, it is too early to say that the battle has been won. A yellow flash suddenly appeared behind Ace, and the flash kicked out. Boom. Ace consumed a lot of energy just now, and almost killed Jin instantly. He was also immersed in a trace of excitement, and directly let Kizaru kick into the ground. Hit a big hole. The flame floated slowly, revealing the figure of Ace from it. Kizaru. Marine is the first to stand up and provoke. Ace's words surprised Kizaru. The next moment, Marco was surrounded by emerald green flames, standing in front of Ace. His expression was cold, and his tone was even colder. Has the dignified Marine Admiral reduced to sneak attacking the opponent's existence? You are too much. Marco, who has been using his healing power just now, has never had the opportunity to participate in the battle. Now that the overall situation has been settled, Marco can finally free his hand. Even if he had consumed a lot just now, he couldn't helplessly watch Ace fight alone. Snapped. Ace has ignited the flare. This made Kizaru even more suspicious. In less than a moment, before he could make a move, the phone bug in his hand rang. Blueburu, Kizaru Admiral, we are under attack by the Whitebeard Pirates fleet. Request support. Request support. What came out was Momosegi's panicked voice. Two alternates, Momosegi and T-Dolphin, led 5 vice admirals and 10 warships to wait for Kizaru's orders at the edge of the sea, ready to respond at any time. However, just now, after the flare exploded, they still don't know what happened, they are only shocked by the battle on the island. And the next moment, the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates appeared densely around. There are 43 affiliated pirate fleets. Although it was not completely dispatched, it directly showed indiscriminate bombing against 10 marine warships. Directly sank half of the marine warships. On the bottom of the sea, there are also the mermaids of the Sun Pirates summoned by Jinbei. When Momosegi called for help, the last 2 marines were left. Even if the 2 of them are backup admirals, they don't have the ability to turn the tables now. The Eddie Spider, the Durban brothers, and the other captains are enough to hold back Marine's high-level battle record. Ambush. Ace. This is what you planned from the beginning. Kizaru said angrily, changing from his previous lazy look. He didn't expect that Marine just came to join in the fun, but was targeted so severely. If something happens to Momosegi or the T-Dolphin, Marine will really lose his wife and lose his army. Kizaru, and Marshal Sengoku, who can see this place, please understand, this is our territory, and you are too ostentatious. Ace declared to the world like a king. To show their sovereignty. Finally, he remembered something, and reminded with a murderous tone. By the way, Dad said, if Naval Headquarters wants to rebuild again, then Heishi is welcome to come and provoke. Naked threats. Boom. Sengoku slapped the table in front of him, full of unbearable anger. Ace. You're too much of a bully. Whitebeard pirates. You just wait for the siege. Come on. Assemble the marine forces. Summon the Shichibukai. This old man will ask the General Marshal for support, and we must destroy the Whitebeard pirates. To be threatened Marine in front of the whole world, simply ignore Marine, and even encircle Marine's fleet, this is too presumptuous. Sengoku was already furious. If it wasn't too far away from the battlefield, he might have killed it now. Garp fell silent. Anyway, Kong asked him to be the instructor who trained the sailors. He didn't want to fight the Whitebeard pirates, and he didn't want to fight Ace, which made him feel awkward. Crane frowned and said calmly, Marshal, don't be impulsive. Now the Whitebeard pirates are not bad at all, Marine is an enemy. There will always be people who will continue to provoke the Whitebeard pirates, causing friction and fighting with them. If Marine attacks, then it is purely helping those pirates. Quote. After hearing what Tsuru said, Sengoku calmed down and fell silent. Chapter 85 Kaido kills Ace in anger. Flaws exposed. Life and death are on the line. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace. It's already at this point. Sengoku has a feeling of being played by Ace in the palm of his thigh, and he feels extremely aggrieved. Ace has shown something completely different from before since the Dingshan War. Strength, leadership, decision-making, resourcefulness, majesty. Wait, if it wasn't for the fact that the appearance and Mera Mera fruit couldn't be faked, Sengoku probably would have wondered if Ace was faked. Just when Ace made Marine suffer a lot through the things planned in advance, the fluctuations in the center of the island suddenly intensified. If Whitebeard and Kaido were still competing before, consuming each other to find opportunities, then now it is a desperate battle to the death. The battle to block everything begins. Because through Jin's life card, Kaido felt that his vitality was rapidly weakening. Jin is Kaido's most important subordinate. The meeting between the two is also full of fate. Although they have been subordinates for so many years, their relationship is no different from that of brothers. How could he just watch Jin die? Jin. What the hell happened? Kaido couldn't figure it out. Jin was already the strongest beast's pirates besides him. How could he be beaten to death after fighting for a while? Could it be that Shanks and the Whitebeard pirates teamed up? The uncertainty in his heart was replaced by anxiety and anger. Kaido opened his posture, holding a mace in both hands, releasing the aura of a monster. The ground under his feet collapsed rumblingly, as if it was difficult to bear the momentum. Conqueror's haki condenses and releases, causing dark thunder and lightning to roar around Kaido's body. On the mace, the king's color and treasure are entwined. David Thunder 8 trigrams. The strength of Kaido's whole body exploded at this moment, and his burly figure rushed out close to the ground, drawing a line. Jin's accident made Kaido desperately cast a blow. Peak and full strength. Whitebeard laughed out loud, looking even more fearless. Kong Yunchi was raised high with both hands, a blade flickered, and then it was wrapped in a layer of light mask, and at the same time, it was also entwined with Conqueror's haki. The blood in Whitebeard was throbbing. Go all out. The movement of the figure is exactly the same as that of Kaido. Eventually, the two collide. The two weapons that condensed the strongest strength of the two collided brazenly. Boom. During the devastating attack, there was a voice that shook people's livers and gallbladders. This huge island collapsed with a bang, as if it had been hit by a giant hammer. Then, an explosive impact came from the middle of the island, causing everyone in their hands to stop. Crocodile bit his cigar and said in surprise, "Hey, why don't you be so scary?" Quinn's eyes widened, and his tone was filled with urgency and fear. "Master Kaido. Jin. It's over, I'm going to fail this time." Jack was still not convinced, and wanted to take advantage of the impact to attack Josie, but was directly hit by a wave. 4 emperors. It is no exaggeration to have the power to destroy the world. Even Ace restrained the devouring flames in this impact and blessed himself. A dark and deep crack gradually opened above the island. In the battle between the 4 emperors, the sky was cut open again. The deep crack seemed to be pulled to both sides by a pair of invisible hands, causing the crack to grow continuously. Heaven! The sky was cut open. It's horrible. This is the 4 emperors. Sure enough, they are the 1 in a million monsters. The shocked eyeballs of the pirates almost popped out. Tear the sky apart. Is this still human? But it's not just days. The sea water around the island was in turmoil, and the waves were undulating, boiling like being boiled. This allowed the besieged marine warships to find a chance. In the end, Momoshiki and the T-Dolphin escaped with 1 warship. As for the other 9 warships, all sank, and none of the 5 vice admirals survived. Advertisement. Collapse. The sound of landslides and ground cracks. Everyone on the island felt the violent vibration under their feet. What's going on? The sloshing of the water caused the island to tremble. It's the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Something's wrong. The island is going to split apart. The pirates standing on the island suddenly discovered an extremely terrifying thing. A crack was spreading in the middle of the island, and countless clods of soil and gravel collapsed along the crack. The line between heaven and earth is generally regarded as a dividing line. In the end, it fully spread into a gully tens of feet wide, filled with sea water. It directly turned one island into 2. In the center of the island, the mace in Kaido's hand almost flew out. Although it is still in his hands now, his arms are trembling. Against Whitebeard, even Kaido couldn't stand it. Whitebeard, on the other hand, backed away from the impact like a normal person, and then stood still. Before Kaido could stabilize his body, he turned into a green dragon and soared into the air. They rushed towards the edge of the island where Jin fought. He wants to save Jin, or to avenge Jin. That's his brother. And escaped from Whitebeard's attack. Kaido's expression changed immediately after casting observation haki. He saw the dead beast's pirates, and the dying embers being roasted by the flames. Kaido flew into a rage. Following the breath of flames, he determined the target. Ace. He didn't expect that all of this was caused by Ace. How did that kid defeat Jin so quickly? Laozi is going to kill him. If Kaido admired Ace before, now he wants to kill him. The giant dragon rises, with a strong and unique sense of oppression. The coercion of the four emperors. Qinglong roared, and bursts of flames erupted from his body, gradually enveloping his own body. Meanwhile, Kaido's angry voice spread across the island. Fire dragon torch rising dragon flame 8 trigrams. Kaido creates a huge fire dragon to wrap his body, and everything touched by the flame will instantly melt. Wrap Conqueror's haki around the head of the fire dragon torch, to ram your opponent with a powerful impact that produces a violent explosion upon impact. This move choked everyone on the island. Jack stared wide-eyed, not daring to answer. Master Kaido, he's out of control. This blow is enough to destroy the island they are on. Ah, it's not good. Run. Quinn was so frightened that the cigars in his mouth flew out. Ace only felt a terrifying aura that made his whole body tremble. In fact, at the beginning, Ace did have the idea of challenging Kaido, but only now did he realize that he still underestimated the four emperors. Even if Flame evolves twice, Ace still has a lot of room for improvement in other aspects, that is to say, he is not the opponent of four emperors now. The reason why he was able to instantly kill Jin was because of the outbreak of the devouring flame. And once the attack is blocked, what can Ace do? How many times can a burst of attacks be performed with a full force burst plus Conqueror's entanglement? So before the fight, Ace realized the gap in his heart. However, how could he remain indifferent in the face of an attack that was about to take his life? Setsuna Room. All the scattered flames of devouring have been recovered. With the devouring flame withdrawn, there is no death barrier trapping those beasts' pirates members, indicating that they have survived the catastrophe. Moreover, the dying Jin fell in the ruins, his whole body exuded a burnt smell, his flesh and blood were bloody, his white hair had been burned off, and he looked extremely miserable. The energy that those bring back is almost the full power of the Ace. The devouring flame turned into a huge fireball and rose in Ace's hands. Ace squeezed out all the Conqueror's haki and poured it into the fireball. Advertisement. Emperor Yan God Fire. This is Ace's strongest move in the name of Emperor Yan. Although it still looks small in front of the fire dragon that blocks the sky and the sun, at least it has a chance to compete against one or two. You brat who can't control himself. Let Laozi die. Seeing Jin's appearance made Kaido's rage rise to a higher level. The belief that he must kill Ace is in his heart and cannot be erased. But suddenly, Whitebeard's furious voice sounded behind him. Kaido. You stop Laozi. You dare to hurt Ace. Laozi kill all your pirates. Whitebeard didn't expect that Kaido, who was fighting him, would suddenly change direction and choose to attack Ace with all his strength. This made him unable to react for a while, and it was too late when he wanted to pursue him again. Kong Yun's piercing cold light pierced his bones. Whitebeard is also furious like never before. Kaido's behavior is like a child who can't fight and then asks the parents to bully others. How can Whitebeard bear it? Seeing that Kaido didn't care about it, Ishin sprinted, and Whitebeard's figure jumped up, shouting violently in the sky. Shatter. Collapse. The white energy mask attached to Kong Yuncutter's body unexpectedly formed a shape exactly like the head of the knife. Show your sharpness while possessing the power of shock fruit. Tear the sky apart and blast out. The sound wave exploded. Kaido directly chose to cover his whole body in emission haki, and then took Whitebeard's blow to kill Ace. Ace's face was cold, and the pressure from the bottom of his heart made him even more crazy. The restless factor in the blood was excited. Next moment, the god fire named after Emperor Yan blasted out, hitting the fire dragon's head straight. Boom. Two flames collide. The human heat melts everything around, Even the air becomes empty, making Ace's figure look ethereal. The fireball in Ace's hand burst out like a flame ray. However, it was still tightly suppressed and kept shrinking. Dark black lightning flickered around the bodies of Ace and Kaido, and even the fiery light of the flames became a little dim. In the impact of the two people's fight, a wave of terrifying fluctuations spread out. Block. Block. Quinn's eyeballs popped out, Yinhu said. Now, Ace blocked Kaido's attack. That is Fire Dragon Torch Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. One of Kaido's strongest moves. Destroying an island is just a matter of thought, but was blocked by Ace. Impossible. Jack couldn't believe it at all. He is a majestic ship king, how can he accept that a kid is stronger than him? Don't you know who I am, Jack? But this is the fact, the shock can only be that Ace is strong by default. But Ace, who resisted with all his strength, is not as beautiful as it looks. Perhaps because of the evolutionary flame, the strength of the body remains in its original state. In previous fights, they relied on the power of flames to oppress others, so the flaws in physical skills did not appear, but this time it was fully exposed. Under Kaido's attack, Ace casts the Devouring Flame. When the Devouring ability is used to ultimate, there is still no way to dispel too much power. It seems that the power erupted by the super strong is almost beyond the scope of energy. However, Kaido still noticed that a lot of the impact force was swallowed and absorbed by Ace's flames, so he couldn't help saying coldly again. Weird flame. But do you think you have the right to fight lousy with it? As the voice fell, Kaido's body sank suddenly. Ace's whole body trembled under the pressure. Advertisement. Want to resist, but can't do it at all. In front of that kind of power, being able to resist is already the limit of the body. If it weren't for Ace's own conqueror's haki being strong enough, the flames alone would still be unable to compete with the four emperors. Now Ace feels that his body is under tens of millions of pressure. The bones began to creak, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. The muscles of the whole body trembled, especially the bloody marks on the arms that cast Shinmingha had begun to burst, giving people a feeling that they would burst into blood mist at any time. There was blood on the corner of Ace's mouth, and the inside of his body was also severely injured. Damn it. It's because the body is too weak. Ace is deeply aware of his shortcomings. The only thing that can be done is to resist, using body, flame, and unyielding faith. Under Haki's lingering attack, elementalization cannot be achieved at all. This is also what Ace has never understood. After evolution, he can ignore seastone and seawater. Why can't he ignore Haki, and can transform into flames at will? Question mark. Ace's eyes were red and bloodshot, and a dark golden flame burned deep in his eyes. Suddenly, a flash of green light flickered. Ace only felt a huge vitality pouring into his body, constantly repairing his injuries, even the cracks in his arms were recovering. Fire of eternity. Overjoyed, Ace didn't have the energy to speak anymore. The figure of Marco soars into the sky, just behind Ace, blessing him infinitely. Under the joint efforts of the two, the decline was stopped. Naval Headquarters. Watching this scene, the Marines were speechless. The two joined forces to fight against the four emperors. Are the Whitebeard pirates already this powerful? Some Marines said unwillingly. Garp saw the problem at a glance, and muttered, it seems that it just evolved into flames, it's still too young. Too young to know the importance of gymnastics at all. Devil Fruit ability is really cool. But in the final analysis, oneself is king. Fighting against the strong, even Logia can't take advantage of Devil Fruit. In short, if you are not strong enough, you will not be able to display your powerful abilities. Let me ask, Nuomos, how much power can Shock Fruit exert when given to an ordinary person? Although not able to face Kaido, the performance of Ace and Marco still worried Sengoku. If the evolution Rubik's Cube is always in the hands of Ace, I am afraid that one day he will surpass everyone. No, we must find a way to prevent this from happening. Sengoku kept thinking about how to make Ace lose the evolution Rubik's Cube, even if it didn't fall into Marine's hands, so that Ace could keep using it. This kind of heaven-defying ability continues to be blessed on a person, so why can't this god be created in the end? Are you able to resist Kaido? Buggy, who watched the screen from beginning to end, finally spoke the first sentence. What he did today was to provoke the Whitebeard pirates, but he didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates would improve so quickly in just 1 month. If Kaido didn't intervene to attack Ace in this battle, it would be a complete victory for the Whitebeard pirates. 4 Emperor's force crushed another 4 Emperor's force, it's really impressive. It's ridiculous. Quote. Although he said it was ridiculous, Buggy didn't smile at all. In his plan, the evolution Rubik's Cube is an indispensable part. He must get the evolution Rubik's Cube and know how to use the evolution Rubik's Cube. This is Ace. Did he admit the wrong person? Gal Dino was shocked. Dingshan War Ace is crazy, but it can compete with the strongest move of 4 emperors. Buggy glanced at Gal Dino, who was full of fear, and said helplessly, "You don't need to watch me staring at you here. How's your knowledgeable attitude? If you hide tonight, but 3,000 throwing knives, my uncle will have you thrown into the sea to feed the fish." When he heard that he went to the sea to feed the fish, Gal Dino ignored the shock and hurried to practice. Looking at his back, Buggy thought, it's a good devil fruit, but it's a bit low. Buggy also started to develop some strong ones. Examples. Blackbeard, Gal Dino. Even the new Shichibukai, Shiryu of the Rain, becomes Buggy's secret pawn. Chapter 86. The Azure Dragon Cries Blood. Yuuzhan of Beasts. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Buggy. The one who secretly dominates everything. It was after Blackbeard was able to use the Dark Fruit ability that he discovered that the evolution Rubik's Cube was missing, and he was so angry that he almost ran away immediately. After telling Buggy roughly guessed something based on Ace's reaction, so Buggy let people secretly spread that the evolution Rubik's Cube is in the hands of Ace. All of this was secretly planned by Buggy. It's just that Buggy is staring at Ace in the picture in a daze. Ace. As the son of Luo Jia, why did you show your edge? Is the evolution of Rubik's Cube a coincidence, or did Captain Luo Jia leave some secrets? The word, also, implies a little-known secret. Qinliangdaohua. Buggy. The collision between Ace and Kaido happened in an instant. When Kaido fails to defeat Ace, it means that he will face Whitebeard's implicit blow. There is no way to resist, only to choose hard resistance. Because Kaido chooses to attack Ace, there is no way to defend against Whitebeard's attack. Besides, Kaido is going to kill Ace, will Whitebeard keep it? With the power of shock fruit attached to the head of Kongyun Cutter, it fell directly. When there was the sound of steel meeting. As expected of Kaido, the strongest creature, his defense is so terrifying that even Kong Yunshi can't break through it. And the next moment, the power of Whitebeard's blow was released. The power of shock fruit and Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack converged, and a sharp air wave exploded with a boom. Kaido's cyan scales have cracked. But that's not the point. Most importantly, his body has already begun to collapse. In front of the strongest man in the world, Kaido's defense has reached its limit. Boom. The next moment, the flesh and blood collapsed and the scales shattered. The cyan dragon trembled all over. Because just now, Whitebeard's power had already passed into his body, causing wanton destruction. The power of shock fruit explodes in a person's flesh and blood. What will be the result? At least ordinary people will not know. Because everyone who suffered this blow died. But Kaido is different, he has strength, but he is not willing to die. The reason why he took the initiative to commit suicide was because he knew that he would not die, so he gave himself a challenge, or is it a human design? Otherwise, why didn't he find strong men of the same level, such as Whitebeard and Redhead, and let them kill him? Roar. The blue dragon transformed by Kaido roars to the sky. The flames on his body dissipated suddenly. He didn't have the heart to control it, and he didn't want to suppress Ace anymore. Whitebeard's attack made him feel a great crisis, and the feeling of death was so close. If you don't care about by 620 Beard's attack, he may really have to confess. The vibrating power of the mountain roar and tsunami crazily exploded Kaido's flesh and blood. The pain immersed in the bone marrow, the impact of the shocking flesh and blood, mutual intercourse, let Kaido control the muscle contraction of the whole body, emission Haki desperately covered resisting the shocking force. Kaido regrets it now. He shouldn't have used his body to defend against Whitebeard's attack. This is courting death. That is the peak, or Whitebeard, who was even better than the peak state. Under the attack of Whitebeard, Kaido's huge body turned into a blue dragon, fell uncontrollably. Fire Dragon, Torch, Rising Dragon, Flame 8 trigrams were also lifted by Kaido himself just now. Ace lost the limit. Coupled with Marco's treatment, he directly swung the flames in his hands, like a flaming long hammer hitting the head of the blue dragon. Boom. Advertisement. The impact force like cracking rocks caused Xinglong's head to swing upwards. Whitebeard's attack caused his body to fall. Under the action of the two phases, Kaido's green dragon form disappeared directly, revealing his burly body, and he fell from the sky in embarrassment. Boom. A burst of dust flew up, forming a human-shaped pit. Just like Kaido's usual suicides, leaving the same traces, except, this time the suicide seems to be successful. The emerald green light on Marco's body suddenly disappeared. He was already underweight, and with Jin's frenzied recovery and healing, he reached his limit again. Couldn't even change form, falling straight from the sky. The powerful effect corresponds to the super consumption, everything is directly proportional. Ace is also near exhaustion. Moreover, he was still free from the pressure of death that would shatter his body at any time, and his whole body was a little numb, or completely relaxed, and he didn't want to move at all. Anyway, if you fall, you will be half dead at most. If it is pierced by Kaido, even the bones will be gone. The two are simply not comparable. Fortunately, Marco and Ace still have teammates. Crocodile took a puff on his cigar and shouted angrily, "Do you two want to die?" Although he said it coldly, Lao Sha's kind heart directly controlled the sandstorm tornado and supported the two to land safely on the ground. It has to be clock at the critical moment. Marco, who was not killed by the fall, sighed with happiness on his face. Ace waved his hand in dissatisfaction. "Old Sha. Can you have less sand next time? It's all in my mouth." Crocodile. Marco. Is this human speaking? Lousy really wants to blow you back. Although Crocodile, Seb, knew that Ace was joking, he still retorted angrily. The other captains at the side moved closer and laughed when they heard the conversation, the atmosphere was so warm. But Beast's pirates, not so relaxed atmosphere. Jack rushed to Kaido, Quinn rushed to Jin. Both of them are dead or alive. Master Kaido, are you all right? When Jack came, he happened to have a pair of palms on the edge of the pit, and he quickly helped Kaido up. When he saw the injury on Kaido's back, Jack was stunned. Governor. The clothes on Kaido's upper body completely crumbled under the impact, exposing strong muscles. On the back, a huge wound with the thickness of a palm extends from the shoulder to the waist. Most of the flesh and blood has disappeared, and the white bones can be vaguely seen, which is shocking. But the good result is that he is still alive. Lousy is fine. Kaido pushed away Jack's support, panted heavily and looked at Ace coldly while leaning on a mace. Ace looked back at him without fear. When the eyes of the two collided, sparks burst out again. Not that spark, the spark of a life and death battle. However, a body stood in front of Ace, sheltering all members of the Whitebeard pirates. Edward Newgate. Gu la la la. Kaido, do you still like the tomb that Ace chose for you? Whitebeard was laughing, kingly over everyone in the Beast's pirates, even Kaido. Originally, the four emperors wanted to decide the outcome. How could it be so simple? But Kaido is too conceited. He underestimated Whitebeard, who has returned to the top. Maybe he forgot how powerful Whitebeard was in the past, or he looked too high on his own defense. Anyway, various reasons have caused the current embarrassment. He also underestimated Ace. If he can kill Ace directly, then there is still a chance to fend off Whitebeard in turn. But unfortunately, his strongest move was blocked by Ace and Marco. Advertisement. 4 Emperors. Kaido is seriously injured. Naval Headquarters. There was no sound. The Marines were all dumbfounded. The situation is changing too fast. The 4 Emperors really collided, destroying the world, breaking the island and filling the sea, and in the next second, such a scene happened. Kaido is seriously injured. There was tension and disbelief in the voice. How is this possible? Are you going to become the 3 Emperors? 3 Emperors will definitely not. Even if Kaido dies, Ace will be able to replace him soon. Hiss. One pirate group, 4 emperors. Slowly, the voices of the discussions among the Marines gradually became louder. The core focus: will the next 4 emperors be Ace? Sengoku suppressed the shock in his heart, calmed down and said, the Whitebeard pirates won, and they won very thoroughly. Now, in a short time, no force dares to provoke them. Yes, this battle, Whitebeard even just warmed up, is over. Garp sighed helplessly. Ace, you are also standing in the middle of the stage. All the breakthroughs are made by Ace, and the variables are also caused by Ace. I am afraid that Kaido will regret it to death. He underestimated Ace so much. With his combat experience, he is clearly aware of the role Ace plays in this war. Crane's old face was full of worry and exhaustion, and he said with emotion, what a little guy. In the beginning, one person disrupted the momentum of the Beast's pirates, rushed into Jin with an instant kill, and was about to destroy the entire elite of the Beast's pirates, which led to Kaido angry, wanting to get out of the fight with Whitebeard, led to the current result. Even Marine was counted by him. I have to say, Ace's performance is even better than Rybert's. Crane very pertinent evaluation. It has to be said that Whitebeard, as the strongest combat force, only blocked Kaido, and even the opportunity to severely damage Kaido was created by Ace. This time, Ace's performance is really impressive. And Marco, a group of monster-like guys gathered together, Garp crossed his arms and said gloatingly. Sengoku heard Garp's tone, but ignored him, looking at the screen with a gloomy face. He was looking forward to what would happen next. Is Kaido really going to be the first 4 emperors to fall? Dressrosa. Kaido failed. Didn't he claim to be the strongest creature, but in the end he went to die? What right does he have to laugh at Laozi's weakness? Doflamingo slammed the red wine bottle on the ground again, with an angry look on his face, as if he was a little angry that Kaido couldn't fight and couldn't avenge him. Especially when the other party always laughed at him for being weak, it made him very angry. He provided Kaido with so many weapons, and the opponent lost so quickly and completely. How could he look like 4 emperors? It is unacceptable. What's more, Doflamingo and Kaido are business partners. If something happens to Kaido, he will cut at least half of his profit source. What do we do next? Dellinger asked. Doflamingo went back to the chair, calmed down and returned to his usual crazy look, then keep watching, whether this sea storm will start to roll up from Kaido. She. In fact, Doflamingo is waiting. Once Kaido's death is confirmed, he will immediately order an attack to occupy Kaido's sphere of influence. That's a big cake. Red Force. Kaido lost. Shanks looked a little dignified. The sudden result made him a little unexpected. Ace blocked Kaido's attack. Boss, he won't really replace Kaido. No, Kaido probably won't die. Shanks said slowly, staring at the figures of Whitebeard and Ace in the screen. Because he knows that these 2 people are the absolute right to speak in the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace may not have been before, but after Summit War, it is. Won't he die? Kaido doesn't have any fighting strength anymore. Will Whitebeard let him go? A voice asked puzzledly, but it was ignored by Shanks, and the boat fell into silence. What an unexpected result. Advertisement. Is everyone on that ship turned into trash except Whitebeard? Buggy's smile froze a bit. He deliberately provoked the war between Whitebeard and Kaido, just wanting them to lose out, and now it has become a one-sided result. Not only did it fail to weaken the combat effectiveness of the Whitebeard pirates, but it also allowed the Whitebeard pirates to establish a terrifying deterrent force. Help the Whitebeard pirates. This battle, the Whitebeard pirates and casualties. Who doesn't feel horrible? It is really unexpected that one of the 4 emperors will be pulled down from the throne without losing a single soldier. The point is, Buggy is not reconciled. No, we can't go on like this. Sooner or later, the Whitebeard pirates will get completely out of control. Hurry up for Blackbeard. If you can't bring out the power of Dark Fruit, it's useless to keep him. Galdino is even more useless. It seems that we still need some people. Buggy muttered in his heart and began to calculate. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he thought of a person, with some joy on his face. I heard that Hawkeye's situation is very bad, but I can try to recruit him, the rest Shichibukai Crocker. That guy doll actually joined the Whitebeard pirates, he didn't even want face in order to evolve the Rubik's Cube, how humble. Moonlight Mariah's shadow fruit was used by him like a dog. Exclamation mark. But there is a transparent fruit, which can be developed. Quote. In Buggy's mind, he quickly took stock of the situation on the sea, and those strong players who had not yet made a clear camp. He wants to form an unprecedented force. Go against the Whitebeard pirates, against the Marine, against the world government. Until, the world is turned upside down. How can it be so strong? Zephyr's face was dark, staring at the result in the picture in disbelief. ZEO Marine has stopped moving forward. After all, they are going to challenge the Whitebeard pirates, which is simply not enough to watch. Zephyr is strong, but not stupid. Teacher, what should we do? The Whitebeard pirates won't move us at all. Ain's tone was full of worry. Zephyr waved his hand and said, in the long run, the explosive rock has already been obtained, and the power that can destroy even the world can't solve the Whitebeard pirates. The eyes under Zephyr's sunglasses shone with hatred. He wants revenge. It was the pirates who killed his family, killed his students, broke his arm, and destroyed his faith. For revenge, he is willing to use the world to be buried with him. Stop. Katakuri ordered the pirates to stop immediately. As a result of that kind of battle, they no longer have the meaning to go again. Katakuri big brother, this is not a good time, it seems that mother's task can't be completed. Monder stepped on 2 floating books and said worriedly. Compared with Kaido's demise, he cares more about the tasks assigned to them by his aunt. It is enough to see that he is afraid of Aunt from the bottom of his heart. Kaido lost. That fiery guy, what an opponent. Come back, let me explain to Mom, there is absolutely no need to make unnecessary sacrifices now. Katakuri hugged his shoulders and ordered coldly. The ship of the Big Mom pirates is returning. Just such a result directly made all the forces give up their original idea. After all, it is impossible to think that Whitebeard will be safe and sound after re-entering Kaido. So the forces that wanted to wait for both of them to lose out to pick up the leaks were all disappointed. On the battlefield, the smoke of gunpowder gradually subsided. Whitebeard, if Lousy hadn't been careless, how could you have hurt me? Kaido's words were full of unwillingness, but the next words were open and above board. I lost this battle. Let you dispose of it, but you must let my subordinates go. Ace squinted his eyes, and secretly said, Kaido is a bit righteous. However, righteousness and enemies should not be confused. It shouldn't be possible to let them go, but you can give them the opportunity to choose their own grave. As for your grave, I have already chosen it for you. Ace stood up and said. At the same time, he pointed to the crack on the island that had just been torn open not far away. Look, it's big enough and wide enough, how magnificent it is. Chapter 87 Ace wants Yamato. Kaido crashes. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The audience was dead silent. Especially Ace's voice seemed to still be floating on the battlefield. Kaido was filled with anger. When was he ever humiliated like this? You deceive people too much. The mace was picked up again. Kaido stood up straight, and he would never fall unless he died in battle. The injury did not weaken the king's momentum. Is still full of frightening fluctuations, which cannot be ignored. And at this moment, Quinn's surprised voice came. My lord. Jin still has breath. He's still alive. The dying Jin, who was beaten by Ace's eruption, finally saved his last breath by relying on his tenacious life. Hearing this, Kaido was overjoyed, endured the pain of the wound, and came to Jin's side. Jin. Wake up Lousy. The agreement between you and Lousy has not been fulfilled, don't think about dying like this. Under Kaido's domineering words, there was a trace of fear. He was really afraid that Jin would not wake up. Jin's injuries were serious, and he was completely indifferent to Kaido's words, and his breath was weak. If this went on like this, he would die within a day. The Fei Liubao also gathered around Kaido and confronted the Whitebeard pirates, but they were all desperate. The Black Maria has an enchanting figure. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Jin's state. She couldn't help shaking her head secretly. The situation is not optimistic. Runshi and Peggy Wan siblings looked at each other, not daring to show any emotion, for fear of annoying Kaido. Even the strongest Foz Fu fell silent. Today, their Beast's Pirates rout unprecedented. Ace looks at the admirals of the Beast's Pirates, constantly planning something in his mind. The next moment, he said to Crocodile, "Lao Sha, clear the field." As he spoke, he pointed to those watching the battle on the coast. Crocodile puffed out his cigar with a displeased face, and said, "Stop talking to Lousy in a commanding tone." Ace. Although the mouth expressed dissatisfaction, but the sandstorm swept out immediately. The reporters and photographers who were watching the battle fled by boat in a panic, and even the people arranged by buggy had to leave with the crowd. Directly everywhere, the signal suddenly cut off. The screen disappears. What's going on? Why is the screen broken? What does Ace want to do with Kaido? Sengoku couldn't see the scene at that time, and suddenly panicked. I keep praying in my heart, Ace must not do anything, even killing Kaido Marine is acceptable, just afraid that Ace will do something unreasonable. The Whitebeard Pirates plus the Kaido Pirates, that's a colossus that can rival the world government. Garp didn't worry too much. Don't worry, that guy Kaido won't surrender. 4 emperors, but with the pride of 4 emperors. It is absolutely impossible to make Kaido surrender, it is better to kill him directly to save trouble. Sengoku nodded in agreement when he heard the words, and ordered, "Send someone to meet Kizaru and the others, keep an eye on the movements of the Whitebeard Pirates and Kaido Pirates, and report as soon as there is something wrong." Yes. Kizaru retreated wisely when Kaido was defeated. Marine had 10 warships, and only 1 came back, together with Marine Vice Admiral and soldiers. This time Marine was another failed operation. All over the world, the reaction to the sudden interruption of the picture is similar. It can be said that now is the time that everyone is looking forward to the most, but the result is that they can't see it, which is really catchy. But for this kind of thing, they are helpless. And on the broken island that no one pays attention to, there are only 2 factions left. The Whitebeard Pirates. The Kaido Pirates. Looking at those who were forced to retreat, Ace also nodded in satisfaction, and then walked forward. Although his combat strength is weak now, he does not have any fear. Whitebeard was standing beside him. Advertisement. There was no killing intent in Whitebeard, though. To be honest, he didn't enjoy the battle this time. Far from getting the hearty feeling he wanted. Whitebeard, don't underestimate Lousy. Kaido stood up and stood in front of his subordinates. At this time, he still did not back down half a step. La. Kaido, you are the one who underestimates others. Whitebeard laughed boldly. Kaido frowned, with a puzzled look on his face. Whitebeard, what are you trying to do? He was a little confused. The surrounding area has been cleaned up, but Whitebeard is not going to do anything. Whitebeard stretched out his broad palm, pushed Ace forward, and said with a big smile, "Kaido, you should ask him what he wants to do." In a word, I handed over the handling of this matter to Ace. Moreover, Whitebeard launched Ace, and retreated behind himself. Isn't this a silent hint to the people around him? Ace has been able to become the decision maker of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even Whitebeard himself chose not to intervene. No matter what Ace decides, those generous and warm palms will support him behind him. A warm current was born in Ace's heart. He stabilized his mind, and said seriously, "Kaido, I can let you off today, but I have conditions." Condition. Kaido snorted coldly in surprise, and then laughed endlessly. Ha 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 ha. Brat, do you think you can threaten Lousy because Lousy is injured? Kill Lousy if you have the ability. Ace continued unhurriedly. If you don't want to give Jin a funeral first, you'd better listen to me. Looking directly at Kaido with calm eyes made Kaido feel the pressure. Kaido didn't say anything, it was acquiescence to Ace's words. Jin, now is an important bargaining chip. The effect of Marco's flame is obvious to all. The flame of immortality can even recast a severed limb. It is not difficult to save Jin's life. Of course, there are also members of your Beast's Pirates, you can let them go. Speaking of this, Ace paused for a long time, connecting the serial ports of everyone. Not only did Kaido get confused, even the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were confused. not knowing what kind of medicine was sold in Ace's gourd. Say what you want. Jack couldn't help asking. Ace glanced at him coldly, without saying a word. But the meaning is self-evident. Lousy is talking to Kaido, what right does Jack have to interrupt? The key is that Ace can represent Whitebeard's decision. And Jack can represent Kaido. If Jack can represent Kaido, Ace will die laughing, because he can use Wano Kuni to make it the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Kaido is so smart, how could he not understand the meaning of Ace? It's just that he took the initiative to talk, which means that he bowed his head. In this negotiation, he is completely passive. It's not the same as not speaking for a while. As for Ace, he just waited with a smile on his face, without saying a word to Kaido. In the end, Kaido couldn't hold his breath anymore, took a deep breath and tried to remain calm and said, "Tell me, what conditions do you have?" That's right. Ace snapped his fingers and stared at Kaido appreciatively. Negotiations must have the sincerity of negotiations. Then I won't talk nonsense. The 10th condition. The Beast's pirates owe us a favor, and they will do something for me or our Whitebeard pirates in the future. We will talk about what happens when it happens, but it must be the Beast's pirates, not you Kaido or one of your pirates' people. Kaido's face was livid, he couldn't agree to this condition. You don't say anything. Then you let us fight the world government. To attack Mariajoy. Isn't this still killing us? Quinn yelled, saying that the conditions were unfair. Then you can only admit it. I'm not sure who my future enemies will be, but once the war really starts again, you must join hands with us and follow my command. Ace has already begun to pave the way for the future. It's too early to compete in the world, and the first thing to solve now is those guys who are eyeing the evolution Rubik's Cube. If today's affairs can be successfully concluded, and the conditions to check and balance Kaido are in hand, the threat of a four emperors can be eliminated first, and at the same time, it is possible to gain an ally who will act at a critical time, killing two birds with one stone. It's not fair. Kaido said indifferently, no longer interested in this condition. Advertisement. Fair. If you want to be fair, watch Jin die in front of you. I will surround you here and attack you after Jin dies. Ace replied mercilessly. It directly made Kaido gnash his teeth, but he couldn't attack. However, compared with Jin and Beast's pirates, this condition is acceptable. Where there is life, there is hope. After a long silence, Kaido spoke again, what about the other conditions? Asking this question means that he has acquiesced to the first condition. Moreover, he could tell from Ace's appearance that he didn't just say a condition casually, and he was obviously ready. The second condition is simple. After going back, terminate all cooperation with Doflamingo. Ace continued, his tone firm and unmistakable. Doflamingo. Kaido's eyes flickered, and then he said cruelly, next. Doflamingo's ammunition is on the one hand, mainly to provide man-made devil fruit, but Kaido can still handle the future development and the present preservation of the Foundation. Ace is very satisfied with Kaido's attitude, nodding his head while stretching out 3 fingers, the third condition. I want to be alone. Kaido was taken aback. Who? Yamato. Ace said calmly. Boom. Kaido's momentum exploded. He stared at Ace and threatened. You dare to covet my son. Lousy killed you. F*K blah 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 blah. The pirates on both sides are messed up. Beast's pirates. This guy wants a young master. Whitebeard pirates. Ace wants a man. This sudden situation made Whitebeard's eyes widen a little, and he stepped forward in doubt to resist Kaido's explosive momentum. Ahem. Ace covered his mouth and coughed twice. The sudden misunderstanding made his old face a little embarrassed. Yamato is Kaido's daughter. Besides, we are friends, and we agreed to take her out to sea. Even if you don't agree, I won't let her be trapped in Ghost Island for the rest of her life. By the end, Ace had visibly hardened. Hearing this, all the pirates in the Whitebeard pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Is it a woman? That's good. Whitebeard quietly looked at Kaido, as if thinking about what his daughter would look like. Would she be a good match for Ace? Asking for flowers. Maybe for a while, Whitebeard even thought of the name of his grandson. Get out. Lousy disagrees. Kaido roared, full of killing intent. Yamato, but his favorite son. Because of his own defeat, handing over his own son, isn't this like getting married? You have to agree if you don't agree. Whitebeard's attitude suddenly became stronger. Finally, Whitebeard pirate. Tuan has the hope of having a baby, and he has a tendency to have a grandson. Kaido still agrees. Do him. Ace looked at the four emperors facing each other, with black lines on his face. Why do you always feel that something is wrong? Ace is fine. For your happiness, we can do what a pirate should do. Just go get her back for you. Marco came to Ace and comforted him. Ace almost broke the defense. Boyle, where does this go? Enough. What are you thinking? Yamato is my friend. He wanted to go to sea in Onijima because he worshipped Kazuki Oden, but he was imprisoned by Kaido, so I have to make this condition. Ace hurriedly explained without giving chances for further misunderstanding. Ace, don't go too far. I can't agree to your offer. Whitebeard, let's fight. Kaido suddenly moved the mace, aggressively. Negotiations broke down. Advertisement. Because of a woman. Kaido, even if you don't agree, I will bring him out after you die, you can't stop it. Besides, don't you think you are being unfair to Yamato? She was born in the Ghost Island, but just like in Wano-kuni, I have never seen how wonderful the sea world outside is. Only the diary of Kazuki Oden, who has gone to sea, gave her fantasies and expectations for the outside world. It can also be said that Kazuki Oden is Yamato's demon. If you don't let her go to sea, she will die forever. Living in the shadow of Kazuki Oden, never recognizing you, never getting real happiness. Do you want to see her live and die on the Ghost Island all her life? Then what's the point of her being alive? Ace screamed hoarsely, angrily yelling at Kaido. Yamato is Ace's friend who is going to save her from fire and water. Ace will not allow Yamato to live with the belief of Kazuki Oden. He wants to let Yamato be free, happy, without shackles. No one can restrain her. Kaido can't do it, so why the dead Kazuki Oden? The pedantic Wano-kuni warrior spirit will only harm yourself and your loved ones. Kaido's expression was moved, and something moved in his heart. In the end, Kaido loves his daughter very much, except for going out to sea. He can do anything with Yamato, calling him son, and accepting her challenges countless times. After what Ace said, Kaido also suddenly felt that if Yamato was allowed to roam the sea, maybe his mind would be changed. Kaido, Yamato and I are friends, at least she trusts me, not you. Ace continued to make up the knife. Kaido felt depressed, but could not refute. Finally, he said in a deep voice, okay. But if you dare to bully Yamato, Laozi will be considered dead. Even if Whitebeard protects you, Laozi will kill you. Whitebeard suddenly taught a lesson. Ace, Laozi also doesn't agree with you bullying her. Ace was speechless. Can't explain. Kaido's palms are clenched into fists, and his joints are creaking. Ace clearly says they are friends, but why does he have the feeling of marrying his daughter? Both Quinn and Jack were dumbfounded. It's a miracle that Kaido managed to restrain himself like this and didn't run away. When will you heal Jin? Kaido tried his best to calm down and asked. Ace raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, don't worry, there is one last condition. Don't deceive me too much. Even Yamato was taken away by you, what do you want? Kaido's eyes burst into flames, furious. Yamato let me take it away. You know it's for Yamato's good, this is not the price you paid at all. It's the last step. Ace can't make any concessions. Take a rubbing of the history text of the Red Road sign in your hand and give me a copy. Without waiting for Kaido to interrupt, Ace stated the last condition neatly. Red signpost history text. There are only 4 pieces in the world. Enough to show its preciousness. Kaido looked slightly stunned, and after some weighing in his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, okay. I will rubbing all the historical texts in my hand for you. Good. Have fun. Ace clapped his hands and said, the deal is complete, you can go. Jin stays. JH. Stay. Kaido soared into the sky with a mace in his hand, smashed heavily at Ace, and roared, little brat. Have you been playing with Laozi all this time? Whitebeard's eyes turned cold, and the cluster of clouds danced and slashed out. Go away. Laozi. Boom. The war drums beating between heaven and earth. Kaido's body was hit hard, and he flew backwards and fell to the ground again. The bloodline that had just dried up in the wound became moist again, which gave Kaido a huge tingling sensation. After talking for a long time, Kaido just wanted Jin to get healed, so he backed down again and again. Didn't expect that Ace was playing him. He agreed to all the conditions, but the other party said, leave Jin. Stay to die, or leave it to the Whitebeard pirates to pick up the corpse. Chapter 88. What about celestial dragons? Let's fight Mingo. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Speak clearly before calling. Ace stared at Kaido, wondering why he made a move suddenly. The conditions were agreed, and then turned his back on him. The key is that you have to wait for Marco to heal Jin even if you turn your back on him. Kaido gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. Leave Jin here, what do you mean? 1. Marco is exhausted now, at least he needs to recover for a while. Ace stretched out a finger and said. As soon as the voice fell, he stretched out his second finger. 2nd, you haven't fulfilled any conditions, so you can't keep a hostage. Before all the agreements were completed, Jin was working as a thug in the Whitebeard Pirates, which can be regarded as an acceptance. Point interest. It has to be said that the truth of the Ace operation baffled everyone. Hostage. Kaido's eyes widened. Being a thug, Whitebeard murmured. Hearing the word thug, Crocodile was a little confused. How could there be a familiar feeling? Marco whispered behind Ace. Ace, Jin is Kaido's deputy, isn't it good to stay in our pirate group? Besides, if he recovers from his injuries, isn't it just a matter of leaving? Marco's words make sense. The captains next to him, as well as Kaido's Quinn and Jack, they all realized that the conditions proposed by Ace are not binding in any way. And, for the time being, it seems that rejecting the Doflamingo deal has had some impact on the Beast's pirates. The rest, for a while, really didn't hurt Kaido. The first condition, when it is not allowed to happen, is full of uncertainty. It is not binding, it is an oral agreement. Once Kaido breaks the contract, Ace will only get nothing from the bamboo basket and get nothing in the end, and let Kaido go to save the enemy. Ace shook his head and smiled at this. If a gentleman promises, it's hard to catch up with 4 horses. Don't underestimate the words of a real man. I, 843, believe in Governor Kaido very much. You are a man like Dad. As long as you do what you want, I will believe you. While talking, Ace has already walked in front of Kaido and raised his palm. Kaido had a big smile on his face, and also raised his arms. Ace, lousy, I admire you more and more. Come and be my son-in-law, and the entire Beast's pirates will be yours from now on. Ha 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 ha. Snapped. High five for oath. This simple action without any substantive agreement represents the mutual recognition of both parties. No kidding, Yamato and I are friends. Ace retorted. Kaido said in a low voice. If Yamato is willing to go to sea with you, I will send her here. If she is not willing, this agreement will be void. Ace readily agreed, and then expressed his request. You don't have to send her here. I will go to Ghost Island as soon as possible to bring her out personally, and then return Jin to you. Speaking of Jin, Kaido glanced back worriedly. You have to make sure he's safe. Thugs and others can fight for you. Don't put him in danger. This is the bottom line. Don't worry, I understand. Ace grinned. Kaido came to this deal, and neither side can see the pros and cons in the future, but Ace has his own plan. It means that from this moment, Ace officially declares war on Doflamingo. And the celestial dragons standing behind him. To overthrow the world, is not just the mission of the Revolutionary Army. Ace thought to himself. For the unfair treatment he encountered after traveling here, as if his life was worth death in their eyes, this kind of world is simply pervert. But thinking of the Revolutionary Army, Ace couldn't help but think of Sabo. The 3 brothers haven't been together for a long time, and even that guy Luffy doesn't know Sabo is alive yet. When you have a chance, go to the Revolutionary Army to see Sabo, and then give him a use of the evolution Rubik's Cube. Advertisement. When Ace was thinking about future arrangements, Kaido frowned and said, Little devil, what are you talking about? Now Kaido feels calculated when he sees Ace thinking. This kid is indeed a bit unusual. And in terms of personality, it is very in line with Kaido's personality. If it is not forced by the camp, It must be heroes who cherish heroes. Ace looked up and smiled. Shaw. By the way, Marco, can you use the flame of eternity a little bit? Ace turned his head and asked. Marco nodded and stepped forward. A touch of emerald green flame appeared between his palms, and then attached to Dao Jin's body. A rich vitality burst out, quickly healing Jin's injuries. The flame of eternal life. Kaido stared at the emerald green flame, his heart moved slightly. Especially feeling that Jin's injury is being repaired quickly, his heart becomes more radiant. He didn't expect that the evolved phoenix flame would become so strong. Based on the advantage of healing alone, even if Marco has no combat power, he will be a sweet potato for all parties, especially Marine. Unfortunately, he is already a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, Kaido suddenly had a terrible thought: if Marco healed Whitebeard during the battle, who else in the sea can provoke this monster? Trade injury for injury, and then Marco heals Whitebeard, and the opponent is stupid. In just a minute, Marco stopped and put away the eternal fire. Let's do this first, and he will be treated later, which should be able to wake him up. In such a short period of time, the flame of eternal life has recovered to this level, and if it continues, it will hurt Marco himself. Sure enough, Jin gradually became conscious. When Kaido told Jin what had happened and temporarily left him in the Whitebeard Pirates, Taya just nodded emphatically. There is no need to say anything between them. Just when Kaido led the Beast's pirates and was about to leave, Quinn suddenly said, Governor, your injury. Can you also be healed by Marco? Unexpectedly, Ace interjected. Of course, but that's another price. Kaido snorted heavily and left without looking back. Beast's pirates exit. Dad, you won't blame me for letting Kaido go. On the way back, Ace asked, standing next to Whitebeard. Whitebeard turned around, patted Ace's shoulder with a broad and powerful warm palm, laughed and encouraged. Ace. Go ahead and do it, you did a good job. Actually, I didn't intend to kill Kaido. He is an opponent after all, the circle only wants to defeat him in a fair battle. Ace nodded, his expression became heavy. Dad, we may not be peaceful in the future. This guy Doflamingo troubles us and we can't bear it, and behind him is the celestial dragons, which means that we will be enemies of the world. Looking at Whitebeard, Ace said slowly, with a guilty tone, because this series of events was caused by him. Whitebeard noticed that Ace felt depressed for a moment, and laughed. Gu la la la, Lousy has let you go and do it. Why do you think so much? The Whitebeard Pirates will always stand behind you. Speaking of this, Whitebeard stopped, turned around, faced the followers behind him, raised his arms and shouted. Boys, if I don't become the captain, will you follow in Ace's footsteps? Meeting. Advertisement. Go for it, Ace. Yeah, even Kaido fell into the hands of Ace today. Ace, ascend to the throne as soon as possible. We are still looking forward to having 4 emperors in our pirate group. The Whitebeard Pirates are now up and down Ishan. If Whitebeard had said abdication earlier, the pirates would only feel sad, and perhaps abdication would mean death. But now, they have also noticed that Whitebeard is deliberately cultivating Ace, and Whitebeard has returned to his peak, so he has a lot of time to entertain, and it doesn't matter whether he abdicates or not. For a moment, the loud shouts shook, and the waves surged. Ace let out a breath, relieved his reddened eyes. Thank you everyone. When was it trusted and supported by so many people? Time flies. 2 days later. The news that the Kaido pirates retreated safely spread across the sea. What the hell happened? What kind of deal did these 2 pirates make? Sengoku looked at the document in his hand angrily, his face extremely gloomy. Sure enough, the most feared thing did not happen. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Kaido Pirates secretly reached some kind of agreement, otherwise how could Kaido be let go in that situation? Woo, Marshal Sengoku, this incident is inseparably related to that boy Ace. He ordered to disperse the surrounding eyeliner. It must be his plan. Kizaru curled his lips. Said casually. But only he himself knows, he is quite afraid of Ace. The dominance displayed on the battlefield is unmatched. Only when you are on the battlefield can you feel that the Beast's pirates have been suppressed by Ace alone from the beginning to the end. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, besides Ace, cannot be anyone else. Sengoku rubbed his brows and sighed. The sea is in chaos, and the higher-ups don't care about it, they only know how to give orders. If this continues, the Marine's morale will be shaken. After these few battles, Marine lost his temper. No words of justice can inspire them. By the way, has the search for lava fruit been carried out? Report to the Marshal. The subordinates have issued orders. As long as there is news, report it as soon as possible. The T-Dolphin stood up and reported. Lava fruit is the fruit of a kainu. After a kainu dies, lava fruit will be reborn in the sea. Sengoku wants to be in the hands of Marine again, and cultivate an admiral-level combat power. Okay, that's it. Pay attention to the movements of the major forces, and report if there is anything. Sengoku waved his hand tiredly. Now he can't lead Marine to do anything at all, he is controlled by others everywhere. Dressrosa. In Nuo-Da's palace, needles could be heard falling. All the cadres of the Don Quixote family gathered together, not daring to show their atmosphere. Just now, news came from the Beast's pirates that they terminated all transactions with Doflamingo, cutting off half of the Don Quixote family's source of profit, and Doflamingo asked Kaido to help with some things. Once the relationship between the two parties breaks down, Doflamingo's control over the underground world will be greatly weakened. Damn it! What kind of deal did Kaido make with the Whitebeard pirates? The majestic four emperors are trying to survive. Don't blame me for being unkind. Come here, strictly control the transactions in the underground world, and prohibit them from communicating with Beast's pirates. Also, sell the artificial devil fruit to the black market at 10 times the price. Kaido wants to buy it at 10 times the price. If you are willing, let others buy it. Advertisement. Shishishishi. This war has just begun. Doflamingo is like a lunatic. Because of his extreme emotions, everything around him seems to have become a faint thread. String fruit, there are signs of awakening. Young master, news just came that East Blue has found Hawkeye. Diamandi respectfully reported. He is one of the 4 highest-ranking cadres. Codenamed Block. Doflamingo bowed his head and thought for a moment, then ordered, contact Marine and let them solve it. If you disagree, contact Celestial Dragons directly. Understood. Young master. Also, contact Virgo and let him pay attention to the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, and find a way to make Marine and the Whitebeard pirates conflict. Some things are more convenient for Marines to do. Shishishishi. Yes. Sekka's sharp voice sounded. Young master, some subordinates seem to have found the trace of lava fruit, and Marine is trying his best to find it. Do we want it? Dove Langming raised his head, with a wild smile on his face. Lava fruit. Find it. This is a good bargaining chip. Shishishishi operator. A Logia's devil fruit. The former user is Marine Admiral, how can it not make people greedy? Ghost Island. Are you serious? Yamato, who was wearing a grimace mask, was shocked, and from the beautiful eyes exposed under the mask, there was an undisguised depth. Just now, Kaido found Yamato, told her that Ace was coming to take her out to sea, and he agreed, and then Yamato, who was ready to do it, put away his mace in a rare way. Sensing the change in Yamato's tone, Kaido sighed in his heart. It seems that what that kid Ace said makes sense. Well, wait for him to pick you up. Pay attention to safety after going out to sea, and come back at any time if you have any difficulties. You are my Kaido's son. Lousy does not allow anyone to bully you. Can I really go to sea? Yamato still can't believe that his father, who has imprisoned him for many years, will suddenly change his temper. Maybe I did something wrong. 1.8 didn't let you pursue your dreams, but you will understand after a while at sea, and Kazuki Oden is nothing more than that. As soon as Kaido mentioned Kazuki Oden, Yamato's expression changed immediately, and he clenched his mace tightly. Kaido suddenly said, "This is what Ace said." Brush. The aura that Yamato raised just now disappeared without a trace, and he complained dissatisfiedly, "That guy Ace, I must teach him a lesson next time we meet." HMPH. Looking at the contrast in Yamato's attitude before and after, Kaido felt really bitter. However, Yamato's handcuffs were immediately released. I won't restrict you. Anyway, you have to go to sea sooner or later, but don't sneak away. I can rest assured only if you stay with that guy. Kaido is like an old father at this time. And Kaido also thought that Yamato might have a chance to use the evolution Rubik's Cube with Ace. Mera Mera fruit has evolved into a top-notch power, so if the dog fruit, phantom beast species, and Oguchi true god form evolve, will they become a real wolf god? Thinking of this, Kaido still has some expectations. Seeing that Yamato stopped talking and turned to leave, suddenly Yamato's voice came from behind. Is the wound okay? Kaido froze slightly, never thought that Yamato cared about him. Ha ha ha. Lousy is the strongest creature. What's the point of this injury? At this moment, Kaido was full of pride and wished to fight Whitebeard for thousands of rounds. Kaido recognized Ace even more in his heart. This boy, a promise to go to sea can resolve the conflict between our father and son. It's ridiculous. But Yamato's attitude towards Ace. Lousy is really mad. Thinking of the gap between Yamato's attitude towards himself and Ace just now, Kaido became inexplicably angry. Chapter 89 Evolution Crit. Knowledge killing is invalid. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. The Whitebeard pirates have encountered numerous probing attacks this month. Whether it is Marine or all the pirates, they are all probing, testing the attitude of the Whitebeard pirates and the loopholes of the Whitebeard pirates. However, the current Whitebeard pirates are monolithic. Not only has Whitebeard sitting in charge, Ace's strength has skyrocketed, but he is also the real Phoenix Marco, and the fighting will of all members is overwhelming. Ace has actually prepared the itinerary plan, but he just wants to wait for the third chance to evolve before leaving. Inside Ace's room, the black-haired young man slowly opened his eyes, and the deep dark golden light was revealed in the dark eyes. The benefits of devouring flame to Ace are not insignificant. When Ace uses the devouring flame proficiently, he can not only absorb energy, but also absorb attacks and impacts. The effect is comparable to dark fruit, and the most pervert is that he doesn't have to suffer like Blackbeard. Anyway, aside from dark fruit's targeting of devil fruit's ability, Mera Mera fruit's other abilities can completely replace it. The third evolution. Ace took out the evolution Rubik's Cube with an excited expression on his face. It has only been 3 months since he traveled here, and the changes in Ace are obvious to all. Not only is he powerful, but he is also famous all over the world, becoming a big man that even Marines fear. He has become the character that all pirates covet. Because no one doesn't want the evolution Rubik's Cube in their hands. Ding. Evolution ability selection. Ace heard the clear reminder sound in his mind. He didn't have the patience to listen, and replied directly, choose the evolutionary body technique. Ding. Selected successfully. Evolving. Accompanied by the clear sound of the prompt, a stream of pure energy erupted in the evolution Rubik's Cube and was transmitted to Ace Benyon. Under the wrapping of that energy, Ace felt so comfortable that he was about to groan. For some reason, this evolution made Ace feel extra comfortable. Could it be the reason for the evolution of gymnastics? This comfortable feeling made Ace whisper softly, and he couldn't help guessing the reason. But guesses are guesses, and he doesn't know the specific reason. Pure and mysterious energy poured in and wandered throughout Ace's body, as if activating every cell, making all cells excited and active 24. The energy flows along with the blood, and when it travels through the whole body, it also integrates the pure and mysterious energy into the muscles, and even the bones are moisturized, emitting a radiant brilliance. With the continuous improvement of physical strength, Ace's head became more and more shrewd, his eyes became clearer and deeper, and his senses became more acute. The energy is mysterious, entirely because it does not belong to any energy category recognized by Ace. It is very mysterious, but very powerful. For Ace, it is still just a few seconds to complete the evolution. At the same time, a crisp voice came into Ace's mind. Number of evolutions. 0. Cold to go. 30 euros. Additional times. 1. However, for some reason this time, the evolution Rubik's Cube did not directly return to Ace's body, but was still quietly suspended in his hands. He was immersed in that state of evolution, as if several hours had passed, or maybe it was because his body changed too much, which made Ace feel uncomfortable. Ding. Evolution complete. Evolution result. Body strength increased by 5 times. Toughness increased by 5 times. Cell activity is revived. Self-healing power increased by 5 times. Advertisement. Boom. Ace, who has just evolved, has a beast-like breath erupting from his whole body. The whole room is in a depressing aura. The evolution is complete. This feeling is much stronger than before. If I can have this kind of physique when facing Kaido, I will definitely not be so embarrassed. Ace murmured. All in all, I am very satisfied with the effect of this evolution. However, suddenly, a clear reminder sounded in my mind again. Ding. The 6 sides of the evolution Rubik's Cube are restored. Let's start the evolution crit. The ability is being randomly selected. Ding. Observation Haki Evolution. Conqueror's Haki Evolution. Damn. Ace jumped up directly, and the devouring flame subconsciously erupted, enveloping his whole body. Ace couldn't get the system's prompt tones. Rubik's Cube restored. Trigger Evolution Crit. After holding the evolution Rubik's Cube for 3 months, Ace knew for the first time that he could still use it like this. It turned out that when the 6 sides were restored, the evolution triggered would have extra rewards. You don't talk about such an important thing. System. You are too much. The functions of the evolution Rubik's Cube are not fully introduced. If Lousy is not lucky, the evolution Rubik's Cube will be useless in this life. Ah. What a loss. I wasted 2 chances. If I can reward extra evolution for the first time, I might have won the summit war myself. Ace said angrily. Of course, it was a bit of an exaggeration for him to kill himself. At that time, Marine's defensive power, even if Whitebeard was in its prime, faced with those old guys and Admiral-level combat power, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to win, let alone Ace, who has only reached the Emperor-level now. The sound of the system was very crisp, and it sounded directly in Ace's mind. The Rubik's Cube is in the hands of normal people. Shouldn't you subconsciously put together 6 sides? If it made perfect sense, Ace couldn't help being silent. After a little depression, I was relieved. Fortunately, it is not too late to discover the current bug of the evolution Rubik's Cube. The next evolution will not be a single evolution. At the same time, additional evolutionary results emerged. Evolution complete. Evolutionary result. Observation Haki evolves, awakens the ability to listen to the voice of all things. Conquerors, knowledge killing, cannot affect the host, and the host can randomly foresee a short future segment every month. Conqueror's micro-evolution. Haki recovery speed increased by 5 times, the amount of Conqueror's Haki owned by the host triples. This evolution is over. Finally, a crisp voice reminded Ace that the evolution was completely over. Ace opened his mouth wide, letting the flames of devouring burn, and his mind was completely on the evolved observation Haki. The ability to hear the voice of all things, rarer than Conqueror's Haki. But the most important ability is to kill by knowledge and knowledge. Observation Haki has been raised to a certain level, and can foresee the actions of the opponent, and even what will happen next, that is, to foresee the future in a short time. However, when Conqueror's Haki is strong enough, it can change its own aura, disturb the opponent's knowledge and make it impossible for him to predict himself. This legendary skill now only appears on the red-haired Shanks. Redhead, the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. Because his trick is also known as knowledge killing. Refers specifically to observation Haki. And now, Ace's observation Haki evolution is specifically aimed at the observation killer. This means that if Ace fights with Shanks, he will have a chance to gain the upper hand by relying on his knowledge. Observation Haki, who ignores his knowledge, can be called the number 1. Ace's observation Haki has evolved and has all the abilities it should have. Advertisement. What other observation Haki doesn't have, he also has. For example, predicting a certain segment in the future. Thinking of this new ability, Ace had an idea to use it, and a picture suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A dark world. Everything around is full of dark atmosphere, like a world eroded by darkness. Despite the darkness, Ace still saw the picture in the dark. A burly figure, sitting carelessly on a bone mountain, his body and feet are full of bones, and this person is not only not afraid, but also constantly entwined with dark matter in his hands to echo with this dark world, absorbing a wave of energy from it. A very powerful energy. Thief, ha ha ha. This feeling is really comforting. After vaguely hearing these words, the image in front of Ace's eyes shattered. Clatter. Ace shuddered and came to his senses. Gritting his teeth, he said, Blackbeard. That's right, the burly figure just now was exactly Blackbeard. It can be seen that he is cultivating in that dark world. The huge and dense power of darkness even made Ace feel a sense of oppression. It can be seen how terrifying the growth of Blackbeard's strength will be when he practices there. Where is that? There was only one thought in Ace's mind. He wished he could find this place now and kill Blackbeard. If this guy is not eliminated, it will definitely be the biggest disaster in the future. Confused, Ace approached Whitebeard. Intense darkness. Where would this kind of place be? Could it be the place where dark fruit was born? Whitebeard frowned, also very puzzled. For so many years across the sea, there seems to be no such place even in the New World. As for the other 4 sea areas, I have never heard of it, and there is not even a trace of it. As for the place where dark fruit was born, it was also Whitebeard's guess, based on the rich darkness described by Ace, but he didn't know where it was. I didn't expect this guy to be so difficult. I don't know if it's because of Blackbeard's terror or dark fruit. Ace rubbed his eyebrows and said with a headache. Reminded by Ace's words, Whitebeard thought of something. His eyes lit up and said, There is a place, I haven't been to it for many years and I don't know what it is like, but there is the most likely place. After all, it was the place where the last dark fruit battled. I will let the boys go and have a look, and if there is something wrong, I will notify you immediately. Whitebeard said thoughtfully. Where was the last dark fruit user fought? Ace's eyes widened, showing great confusion, and just about to continue asking, a voice interrupted the conversation between Whitebeard and Ace. Ace evolved again. It's such a depressing atmosphere. It's almost impossible to tell the difference between your aura and your father's aura. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates filed in, and their shocked voices sounded at the same time. There is no way. After the evolution of Ace's physical skills, the changes have been too great, especially the aura of the whole person, standing there has a kind of immovable power. Hiss. Ace. I can feel the same ferocious aura in your body as your father. You have changed a lot this time. Marco sat beside Whitebeard in amazement, and looked at Ace from the opposite side of Ace. As Whitebeard's right and left hand, naturally Ace and Marco sit beside Whitebeard. Besides, although Whitebeard is mostly handed over to Ace to deal with large and small matters, and he has also expressed his willingness to abdicate. But it is really impossible to let Whitebeard sit down, right? Ace recovered from what Whitebeard said just now, and said with a smile, Well, after the evolution of physical skills, it does feel a little different. If we face Kaido again this time, we will definitely not be as embarrassed as last time. Aces. After finishing speaking, a very unnatural cough suddenly came out from below. Ember. After being healed by Marco, Jin stayed in the Whitebeard pirates, during which time he was asked to deal with several waves of invaders, and under the agreement between Kaido and Ace, Jin has no complaints. Word. Even this meeting brought Jin along. Because Ace is planning to launch an action against Doflamingo. Although Brother Ming is easy to deal with, after all, it is 4 emperors against Shichibukai, so it is not easy to catch. Advertisement. But the key lies in Doflamingo's interpersonal relationship. I am afraid that Marine will intervene during the introduction, and I don't even know if the world government will come. Furthermore, the underground world in Doflamingo's hands is a big cake. Once Brother Ming falls, it will be divided by others. Others came to pick up the benefits, so he has to put his hand into the underground world first, and replace Brother Ming as the new underground emperor when he falls, but Ace will not come out on his own. Yes, he wants to be the controller behind the scenes. These are all things for later, just Ace's plan, which has not yet been implemented. Jin, you don't need to cough, I'm not the same now as I was back then, do you want to try? As long as you can survive one of my moves, I'll put you back immediately. Seeing that Jin was a little moved but still hesitating, Ace continued, It's okay, with Marco here, as long as you don't die, I can save you. As soon as these words came out, Jin immediately shook his head and said, 343 doesn't need me, I will stay here until you and Master Kaido complete the agreement. Ember was shocked. He was really scared. When he entered the room, he was extremely shocked. The change of Ace is too obvious. It may also be that after his body was strengthened, Ace hadn't achieved complete control for a while, which made the people around him feel his terror. Jin also felt that breath from Kaido, a monster in human form. Ace is now very strong. Since he was a child, Ace has been a master of physical arts. He has been practicing until he went to sea to get Mera Mera fruit, but he has never failed in physical arts. Otherwise, how could he become the captain of the second team? After evolution, the strength and toughness have increased by 5 times compared to before, which can be said to have touched the pinnacle of physical skills, but it is difficult to cross this step. Ace alone can't catch up with Whitebeard and Garp in physical skills, but it is limited to them. As for others, even Fujitora and Aokiji dare not say that they surpass Ace in physical skills. Especially the evolution just now. Although the evolution of Conqueror's Haki is not the strongest evolution, how can the evolution result not be shocking? The recovery speed of Conqueror's Haki has been increased by 5 times, which means that if you save a little, you can almost recycle it quickly. Conqueror's Haki is one of the strongest fighting methods. And Ace already has the qualifications to win the 4 Emperors with the Flame of Devouring, the Evolved Wisdom Color and Conqueror's Haki. Subsequently, Ace introduced the changes after his evolution. It's too scary. All smacking their lips, Ace is an incomprehensible horror. Gu la la la, Ace, let's have a war. Let everyone in the sea know you again. Whitebeard laughed, war-like. When he talks about starting a war, he means targeting Doflamingo. After all, after being danced in front of a Shichibukai for so long, if it wasn't for Ace's perfect arrangement, Whitebeard would have brought someone to fight for Dressrosa. Be it celestial dragons or world government, get on with it. But Ace not only wants to defeat the opponent, but also wants to infinitely expand the power and influence of the Whitebeard pirates, so that they are qualified enough to compete against the world. When you are so strong that you don't even care about the world, then you are a new world. Dad, don't worry, I will deal with Doflamingo as soon as possible. The underground forces in his hands must be in our hands, those few underground bosses who are ready to move. I'll talk to them next. Quote, but Dad, there is one more important thing to do now, let Josie evolve. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of all the captains lit up. They are very curious, what effect will Josie evolve? Crocodile took a deep breath. He was looking forward to the change of Joe's, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to the next evolution. Maybe it would be his turn as the 4th captain. Ha ha ha, finally it's Lousy's turn. Joe's laughed and stood up, waved his fist and said, I've thought about it too, I'll evolve Devil Fruit's ability. Next, Paramecia Shining Fruit. Evolution. Chapter 90 Shining Fruit Awakens. Attack on the Golden City. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not counting Ace, Josie is the 3rd person in the Whitebeard Pirates to use the evolution cube. However, Ace did not explain to the public that the combination of the 6 sides of the Rubik's Cube can trigger a critical strike. He had a profound and friendly exchange with the system just now, and only then did he know that the critical strike effect is only valid for himself. Helpless at the same time, he did not mention his improvement of observation haki. It can make the killing of knowledge and knowledge ineffective, and can also predict future episodes. This kind of killer method must be hidden well. Especially when Jin is still there. If he knew, he would represent the beast's pirates. Minutes and seconds passed, but not too long. The fluctuations in Chaozi who accepted the evolution became more and more intense, and the whole person switched back and forth between spar and flesh and blood, just like a playful child who kept switching on and off. Careful Ace found that the ground under Jaws's feet was also mixed with a trace of crystal. Next moment, Joe's exploded. With him as the center, crystallization swept away like a wave and spread to the surroundings. Caw caw caw. The ground, tables and chairs, walls, a series of things are all crystallized. Paramecia Shining Fruit awakens. Ha 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 ha. The fruit of the circle has awakened. Joe's looked at the changes around him and couldn't help laughing. And his awakening effect is similar to that of other paramecia, which is to assimilate the surrounding things. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are okay. They have already experienced the scene of Marco's evolution. After a brief surprise, they all congratulated Jose, and asked him to show his power after awakening. But the shocked Jin couldn't react for a while. Didn't do anything. Just stood there for a while and the fruit awakened. What kind of treasure is the evolution Rubik's Cube? His heart can be said to be full of shock and fear. What happened in this scene was indeed unbelievable. And this way of promotion, isn't it too heaven-defying? Suddenly, Jin came up with the idea of snatching the evolution Rubik's Cube and running away after grabbing it. However, the existence of Whitebeard, Ace, and Marco made him sober and give up this unrealistic idea. To snatch the evolution cube in Whitebeard base camp, all the bone scum has to be pulverized. Jin shook his head slowly, and then heard Josie say, after awakening, the shining fruit can turn the surrounding things into crystals, and its strength is absolutely hard. Jose said with full confidence, it can be seen that this evolution has given him enough confidence. Also, I can make Hedron armor. Like this. As he said that, Jose squatted down, his hands pressed to the ground, and a burst of shining light spread, wrapping Marco in it. The next moment, the light dissipated, and I saw that Marco's whole body was covered with a layer of shining crystals, which completely fit his whole body and did not affect his movement at all. Not only that, except for the exposed eyes and breathing holes, there is no weakness in the whole body. An armor made of hard spar. Jose, your ability is a bit pervert. This is equivalent to creating an indestructible armor for others. The defense may not be as strong as Ultimate, but it can barely block the attack of Marine Vice Admiral. Everyone was surprised, but Ace thought of one thing. Jose, how many spar armors can you make? For a while, Ace's name was thought up. Crystal armor. Handsome and stylish. When the time comes to build an invincible spar armor unit, won't it be invincible on the battlefield? 1000. This is already the upper limit. Any more will affect me, and the ability is only one that needs to be maintained by me, so I can only make so much, and I can't make and store it in advance. Advertisement. Ace's eyes lit up. 1000. That's a lot. Hurry up and choose an army in a moment, and make this army a big killer in battle. While speaking, Ace seemed to have seen how this spar armor team would shine in the future. But why do we still need ability control after awakening? Marco didn't understand very much. Ace raised his eyebrows, thinking that this might also be the reason for the evolution of the Rubik's Cube. After all, the power of heaven-defying always needs to be limited. If Jose can continue to manufacture spar armor, then the Whitebeard pirates will really be invincible. May I ask, how many people can solve the defense that even Vice Admiral is difficult to break through? Maybe it's because Paramecia's awakening only endows things with characteristics, so it needs to be maintained forever. Ace forcefully explained a wave based on his own guess. Even though the members of the Whitebeard pirates were still discussing why Jose's ability couldn't be used on a large scale, the embers were already paralyzed. Quote exclamation mark. A group of lunatics. If there are 1000 people given super defensive power by Jose, no army of any force can compete with him. Even the governor's army of beasts can't do it. Maybe Brute can. Jin frowned, and kept muttering in his heart. And Kaido's barbarians are a super powerful force. It can be said to be the ace unit of the beast's pirates. Not to mention anything else, at least as far as Jin knows, the beast's pirates probably have no troops other than the barbarians to contend with. Here, after Jose evolved, Ace announced his plan to everyone. Everyone, I'm going out for a while, and abolish the power of Doflamingo's underground world. The voice was full of coldness and killing intent. Is it possible to do something to Doflamingo after that? Ace, Jose, who had just evolved, was gearing up and eager to try. I have to say, the Whitebeard pirates have been patient with Doflamingo for a long time. If it wasn't for Ace, I'm afraid a captain would have done something to Dressrosa long ago. Well, this time, let's start with Doflamingo. At that time, neither the Marine nor the world government can stand in our way. Ace said directly. Then something came to mind, as Doflamingo still selling artificial devil fruit on the black market. That's right, He sells almost all artificial fruits on the black market at 10 times the price. After Ace asked, a voice replied immediately. Jin raised his head and said incredulously, 10 times the price. Doflamingo is crazy. Crocodile took a sip of his cigar and spat it out, then said slowly, that's devil fruit, 10 times the price is still being snapped up, that's the underground world. You beasts pirates not only spent a lot of money, but you don't even have half of the man-made devil fruit buy it back. Jin froze. He only knew that the Whitebeard pirates had fierce friction with Doflamingo, but he didn't expect that his own pirates were also in the same situation as Mingo. Impossible. Where does Doflamingo have the confidence to fight against the 2 Four Emperors pirates? Jin said in surprise. Before you know, Kaido is enough to intimidate Doflamingo, let alone Whitebeard. Of course it's because of my evolution Rubik's Cube. Maybe the celestial dragons are already standing behind Dolph Langming. The world government is fully cooperating with him. Ace spread his hands and said indifferently. Anyway, both the world government and the celestial dragons are enemies. Gu la la la, Ace, we are waiting for your return. Whitebeard laughed. Half a day later, Ace quietly left the Whitebeard pirates. There were 3 people with him. Crocodile, Hexia Jinbei, Flame Calamity Embers. Crocodile, a fierce thug, how could Ace not be with him? As for Jinbei, he really started to fight violently, and he still remembers the combo ace that he played against Blackbeard back then. As for why you bring Jin, it's all because of free labor, no need for nothing. These 4 people are almost forming the prototype of a 4 Emperors team. Ace's combat power is comparable to 4 Emperors, and the other 3 Emperors deputy level. Jinbei's combat power in seawater will be even higher. The reason why the action has been delayed for so long is that Ace wants to have enough strength and have enough voice in the sea. Even without the support of the Whitebeard pirates, he is enough to build the Japanese version. Advertisement. Immortal Yandy, or Devour Yandy. Just after Ace led the 3 out to sea. Ghost Island. Governor. News from Ace. He invites you to deal with Doflamingo. Boom. Kaido angrily threw the flagon down on the ground and roared. That kid is crazy. Could it be that lousy can't deal with that trash Doflamingo? Facing Kaido's angry roar, Quinn, who reported the news, remained silent. It was Jack who spoke up. Governor, what Ace means is to let you buy the man-made devil fruit that our pirate group needs, and then when the time comes to fight Doflamingo, invite us to join and let us share a cup. Kaido panted heavily, looking very angry, but his eyes were very calm. Jointly deal with Doflamingo. Divide up his interests. This proposal moved Kaido a little. Now Doflamingo, relying on celestial dragons to support him, directly ignores Kaido, which makes him very angry. After the business broke up, Doflamingo directly put the man-made devil fruit into the black market and sold it at 10 times the price, which is provoking Kaido. But the reason why Kaido didn't break out was because he was injured, and Jin wasn't there. The last time he fought against the Whitebeard pirates, he also lost a lot of members. In the country of Doflamingo, soldiers from the world government have already been stationed. I heard that the Admiral Green Bull has also arrived in Dressrosa. The purpose is to protect Doflamingo. For a time, Doflamingo condensed the orders of the Celestial Dragons, and received great protection from the world government and marine. Kaido, wanting to recuperate, just silently endured this breath. But unexpectedly, Ace sent an invitation to him. This kid, is it possible that he is planning something again? Although Kaido wanted to participate in this matter, he couldn't understand why Ace wanted to talk to him. Such a good thing Ace would want to share with others. Kaido frowned and thought deeply, hesitating in his heart. He really can't see through Ace. My lord, Ace also said that if you plan to join forces, you will let Marco heal your injuries, but at that time, you will need to act personally and lead at least 2 natural disasters, and this transaction does not count against the previous conditions middle. Ha 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 ha. This kid. He wants to drag Lousy into the water. Kaido suddenly laughed. He finally understood what Ace meant. What about sharing benefits? This is all about finding an ally to bear the consequences. Otherwise, the world government will be targeting the Whitebeard pirates, while everyone else is sitting on the hill watching the tigers fight. Once Kaido makes a move, it will be the four emperors joining hands to declare war on the world government. This kind of weight, even the world government has to weigh it. Kaido, who had guessed Ace's idea, still did not refuse. Tell Ace, Laozi agrees with his proposal, and we will act together at that time. How much benefit we can get depends on our own abilities. First, Kaido needs to take the opportunity to vent his bad temper and do Doflamingo to revive the reputation of four emperors. Furthermore, it is because Kaido wants to get in touch with Ace, and really appreciates this. A young man. Ah, then I can participate in the exhibition. Yamato said excitedly with a Prajna ghost face. To sail, to fight, to meet Ace. There is not much estrangement between father and son, Kaido naturally agrees. And Doflamingo didn't know it, he was stared to death by four emperors' forces. Dressrosa. Brother Ming, all these devil fruits have been sold, and the profit is much greater than selling to Kaido. But is it really okay for us to offend Kaido like this? Torebel excited. There was a hint of worry in his tone. Kaido, that is the existence of the four emperors after all. Doflamingo looked out of the window and said with a crazy expression, Kaido. He broke the contract first, why should Laozi let him? Four emperors. It will be gone soon. Being completely defeated by the Whitebeard pirates and still surviving, what dignity does the Emperor of the Sea have? Celestial Dragons has already negotiated, as long as I can get the evolution Rubik's Cube, I can do whatever I want. Advertisement. Use. Speaking of this, the things around Doflamingo quickly turned into pure white silk threads, and he said coldly, the awakening of string fruit, coupled with the evolution Rubik's Cube, and the marine and world government. With the support of Kaido, Kaido is the first one to be brought down. Laozi also wants to become the next emperor of the sea. Hey, blah, blah, blah. Doflamingo laughed, his ambition palpable. Torebel sniffled and said with a smile on his face, I really look forward to the day when Brother Ming becomes the four emperors. By then, Brother Ming will have more say in Celestial Dragons. Hey, what's the preparation for the world government? I can't wait to launch an attack on the Whitebeard pirates. Inside the castle, Doflamingo's laughter echoed. 3 days later, an ordinary ship sails on the sea without even a pirate flag. 3 days. If you don't tell me where you're going, Laozi will go back immediately. Crocodile took a sip of his cigar and said with a displeased face. What's the hurry? It's almost here. Ace stood up, stretched his waist and said. After 3 days of sea shuttle, finally arrived at the destination. Golden City. This is the largest entertainment ship at sea. Gilder Tezzolo is the ruler here, the head of the world's largest entertainment city and a first-class entertainer. Known as the Golden Emperor, owns 20% of the world's berry. The king of casinos reigns supreme in the casino. Even have the ability to use the world government power. Possessing the golden fruit of Superman, Li Wang's series, you can control gold. Gold turns into a huge living body to annihilate the enemy, but gold cannot be made out of thin air. But, this golden fruit was obtained by Tezuolo, who robbed the Doflamingo auction house. Speaking of which, the two people still have some grievances. He is also the target of Ace's trip. Ace wants someone who can hold it in his hands and can replace Doflamingo to control the underground world. Of course, this is the best result. If Tezzolo does not cooperate, or is unwilling, there is no room for negotiation. The guy from the Golden City. Crocodile exhaled, hearing a little. Jin frowned and said, entering the Golden City is easy to be manipulated by Tezzolo, his golden fruit has already reached the level of awakening. As the deputy of the Four Emperors pirate group, he still knows a lot about this place. Ace pulled out 4 cloaks and threw one at each. Are you still afraid? Put them all on. We're ready to enter the city. Remember, if you can't reach an agreement, don't be shy, you can get as much as you can. This guy is really rich. Ace looked at the Golden City like big ship and said with emotion. Awakening the fruit. Crocodile snorted coldly, his eyes full of fighting intent. Jin put on the cloak silently, covering his figure and face. Yan Calamity from the Beast's Pirates came to serve as a thug for Ace. It's better not to show your face if you are ashamed. Jinbei coughed twice, Ace, are you sure that just the four of us can snatch such a big pirate ship? No need to stay outside to respond. Ace has covered his whole body in the cloak, the voice came from the shadows. Jinbei, don't worry, it will be set on fire at worst, what a big deal. Tezzolo, maybe he has the strength no less than that of the deputy emperor, but he still has a great awareness of Ace. Especially in the face of Ace's devouring flames, gold is not enough. Let's go. Up. The four of them drove the boat and sailed into the Golden City. Chapter 91 Meet Fujitora. Golden Fruit Evolution. Unlimited Gold. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shuttle in the channel, the sky full of gold powder floating down. At a glance, it is beautiful. Dazzlingly beautiful. Gold dazzles the eyes. Is there something wrong with this gold powder? Crocodile said with a frown, the golden hook in his right hand almost merged with this place. His sensitivity to devil fruit made him realize that something was wrong with this golden powder. Of course it's not right. All the gold here is under the control of the Golden Emperor. Do you think you are covered with deadly gold? Under the cloak, Jin's voice came out clearly. At the same time, Ace's aura sank, and the aura blasted away like a heat wave, directly sweeping away the surrounding gold dust, making it impossible for them to get close to them. Several people just entered the Golden City. As expected of the Golden City. This level of luxury is even incomparable to the rich camp of our mermaids. Jinbei's surprised voice came from the cloak. From the outside, it looks like a golden city, but when you enter, it is even more dazzling. Very luxurious. The luxury of the Golden City, for the Golden Emperor, is strength, and all the floating and placed gold can be controlled by him, isn't that enough? Therefore, the degree of luxury here, on the other hand, is also the absolute control of the Golden Emperor over the Golden City. Since this is the case, let's act separately first, investigate the situation here, and meet here in half a day. Forget it, let's see the situation at that time. Ace turned around and said slowly. Halfway through speaking, he obviously paused. I have already sneaked into the interior, so is it necessary to meet here again before the battle? What's there to investigate? Kill all the way and it won't be long. Crocodile breathed on his cigar, and said with a fighting spirit. It's all right, just treat it as a public expense and relax. Gambling some money, taking a bath or something is more comfortable than fighting. Ace persuaded, and he had already walked out. And what Crocodile said next, paused at Ace's feet again, you want me to take a bath? Lao Sha was smoking a cigar, feeling insulted. Not to mention being a person with abilities, the key is sand fruit, which was killed by Luffy carrying a bucket of water in the era when there was no hockey. Now that Ace said this, if there is a lack of trust among his teammates, he might think that he will attack him. Go and gamble. Wouldn't it be nice to make some money? Jinbei's boss is so old, taking more baths is still good for your health. What? Jinbei, you wouldn't say that you're afraid of seawater even if you're a murloc, right? Ace looked at Jinbei's cloak and said with some doubts. Jinbei coughed. Ace, I'm not that old even among murlocs. 697 Free movement. Do whatever you want. Ace waved his hand and didn't stop there. No, if we continue talking, the team will be disbanded. Watching C leave first, the other three also joined in the feasting. Golden City, the most central golden building. This is like a lighthouse standing in the center of the Golden City, and at the same time, this is also the center of power and the place of the rulers. It is difficult for ordinary people to take half a step here. A few more mysterious guys came in, they are all hidden in the cloak, completely hiding their identities. Mr. Tanaka, who ate Shuan fruit, emerged from the ground. And what he was talking about was a man dressed in rich and noble clothes. Gray-green hair combed back, wearing pink clothes and pants, with a purple sunglasses in her hair. Whole body gold. Gold necklaces, gold earrings, gold rings, all symbolize power and wealth. It is the ruler of the Golden City, Gilder Tezzolo. Known as Golden Emperor. He is a rich and powerful existence, and he is also a person who can eat both black and white. Oh, the mysterious guy. Those guys who blocked the gold powder, it seems that they are all prepared. Advertisement. Tezzolo shook the red wine glass in his hand and chuckled lightly. At this time, he was leaning against the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the entire Golden City, admiring the ecstasy of the pirates. Where did that Marine go after he came in? Thinking of that blind Marine, the smile on Tezzolo's face slowly subsided. Not long ago, there was a blind Marine who entered the Golden City without hiding his identity as a Marine. Under Tezzolo's investigation, the other party turned out to be the new Marine Admiral, Fujitora. This really surprised Tezzolo. Okay, why did Marine Admiral come to the Golden City? Although Fujitora did not show any purpose, it has already made the rulers and cadres of the Golden City panic. Moreover, regarding the strength of the new Marine Admiral, the outside world is blank. It is difficult to speculate on their strength. Afterwards, the Golden City always entered some mysterious guys who concealed their identities, which made Tezzolo feel more and more headaches. My lord, Fujitora has entered the casino. For such a long time, except for eating and sleeping outside, he is almost in the casino, and, although he can't see it, he can hit everything. Now it's already made a lot of money. Mr. Tanaka said with a surprised expression. Tezzolo raised his head and drank it, turned around and said, I can't wait any longer, I'm very worried. Let Deus try to test this Marine Admiral. Isn't he invisible? Then he won't win. Investigate the 4 new people who came in. It feels different from the guys who came in before. Although the guys who came in before concealed their identities, they did not hide so clearly. Wearing a cloak directly, for fear of being recognized. There happened to be a Cape guy who went to Fujitora's, and another one who went to another casino, and I asked Bacala to check on this guy, and there was another guy who went straight to the room to rest. The guy who came to the center, just let me do it. Looking at the information uploaded, Tanaka finally looked curious. Came to the Golden City, actually ran to sleep. Regarding his arrangement, Tezzolo never spoke, so he retreated tactfully. Activate through the fruit and travel freely. Tezzolo looked at the prosperity below, his expression became indifferent. Is someone coming to destroy this place again? Boom. A gold-encased lamp exploded. Lousy. Will kill you. Jinbei, who was wearing a cloak, seemed to be stimulated by Ace's words, and he didn't want to go to the honest health care at all, and came directly to the casino. Maybe he knows that even if he loses, he may not need to give money. That's why it appears unscrupulous. After entering the casino, Jinbei was quickly attracted by a group of people. In the center, there's a guy in marine clothes. He has short black hair, a beard around his mouth, and an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, which extends to both eyes. He is tall and tall, wearing a lavender kimono, tied with a black and purple belt, wearing a marine coat. The lining of the marine coat is purple, a purple scarf around his neck, white gauntlets on his hands, bandages on his arms, feet tread on wooden shoes. For a while, Jinbei was in a daze, and couldn't help muttering, "Why do you think this marine is familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember. Could it be that Ace is really old and has a bad memory?" At this moment, Jinbei had doubts about himself. Quickly shook his head and walked forward. Fujitora is focusing on gambling. There is sweat sliding down the forehead visible to the naked eye. It can be said that from beginning to end, he was winning. But just after a guy came, the original gamblers around him all dispersed, as if they were very afraid, and then, he started to lose. Small. Unfortunately, you lost again. Daisy said with a smirk on his face. Although his tone was regretful, his smile was extremely treacherous. Fujitora was taken aback, didn't he? Of course not. Tell me, is this big or small? Daisy shouted around. All his younger brothers cheered together. Little. Advertisement. Yeah, I look small. Can a blind man see better than me? No. No matter how bad our eyesight is, we can't be worse than a blind man. A group of people laughed. Did you hear that? Everyone's eyes are discerning. What do you, a blind man, know? Dai Si, a cadre under the Golden Emperor. Jinbei looked at the man who was laughing, and his information emerged in his mind. As he walked closer, his eyes suddenly froze. Because in the gambling market, it is obviously the sky. But those people around are all shouting "Shao." After realizing this, Jinbei's face darkened. Then, Ran took the initiative to ask him. This new guest plays 2 games. No, the old man is just looking casually. Jinbei refused. He wants to see what these people want to do with the blind marine. Not playing. That's a pity, but I also hope that the guests will take a good look and don't do anything else. Otherwise, Huang, CEBD, Jincheng is not a place where you can come and go whenever you want. Daisy slapped Jinbei. Unbeknownst to him, Jinbei's face became more and more gloomy. Even if the camps are different, he can't stand so many people bullying a blind man. Thinking that Ace led them in just now, Jinbei couldn't help but resist the urge to make a move. And then, it was Daisy and his men who cheated openly, making Fujitora lose again and again. The other side. Crocodile went to another casino. And just in time to greet him was a beautiful woman in a black dress with an enchanting figure and long orange wavy hair. Tall figure and exquisite face should make people obsessed. But it seemed that everyone knew her identity, and no one came to provoke her at all. Baccarat. Paramecia Lucky Fruit Ability User. Welcome this guest. What would you like to do? Bacala twisted her waist and posted Crocodile enthusiastically. Oh my guest, why are you wearing a cloak in such a lively atmosphere? Why don't you take it off? As she spoke, Bacala's warm palm rested on Crocodile's shoulder, and she was about to tear off his cloak. Under the cloak, Crocodile's face was full of displeasure, and he took a puff of cigar smoke. Go away, don't bother lousy. Hearing this, Bacara's face turned pale, and her smile was a little stiff. And her palms tugged on the cloak, but they didn't move at all. This surprised her even more. But instead of provoking Crocodile, he obediently stepped aside. He sneered in his heart, when you lose everything, I will strip you and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Let you pretend to be mysterious with me here. The moment I touched the crocodile just now, the ability of the lucky fruit has been activated. In other words, the current crocodile, bad luck. 2 ultimate. Sure enough, before he took 2 steps, he was splashed with juice. After 2 more steps, the cigar in his mouth actually ignited the cloak. Fortunately, a handful of yellow sand extinguished the fire, but then another chip flew over, just right, and knocked out Crocodile's cigar. When he bent down to pick it up, the chandelier on his head suddenly fell down. Boom. The cloak burst. A sandstorm filled the air. Crocodile looked at Bacala viciously with an unhappy expression on his face. Hey. It's your fault. Seeing Crocodile's face, Bacala was stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. Crocodile. Why did you appear here? Advertisement. Crocodile was originally known as Shichibukai. In the Dingshan War, it once again shined brilliantly. The most important thing is the last battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Kaido pirates. Everyone knows that Crocodile joined the Whitebeard pirates, which made him the focus of everyone. Object. I didn't expect you to know lousy, but if you shot lousy, you are considered unlucky. Crocodile crushed the cigar with 1 foot and rushed out like a sandstorm. I was already very upset, but I dared to take the initiative to provoke him. I am really impatient. HMPH. Even if you join the Whitebeard pirates, you have already been touched by my fruit power. Bad luck. But it can't go away. Bacala panicked from the beginning, and then became confident. After all, when the ability of Lucky Fruit was activated, Crocodile would choke even if he drank cold water, so she pretended to be provocative and smiled lightly. Even Ace didn't expect that Crocodile would do it so quickly. He is really a man of action. While Ace was walking here, he was stopped by a group of people who drove him, and very friendly invited him to get in the car, saying that someone wanted to talk to him. Although the attitude is friendly, it is obvious that the hostility of the other party can be felt. If Ace refuses, I am afraid that he will directly attack. Fortunately, Ace has no intention of doing anything. Tezzolo is quite capable for finding me so quickly. Ace thought while getting into the car. But Ace is more curious. If the golden fruit evolves with the evolution Rubik's Cube, can it produce gold out of thin air? If that's the case, you can really reach a wealth status that everyone in the world can't match. This invitation was completely unexpected. And Ace thought that Tezzolo was aware of his identity and wanted to talk to him. Unexpectedly, after getting off the car at the place, followed the staff to the meeting room, and saw a dark guy. He turned around slowly, revealing Ace's big face that looked familiar but could not be named. Mr. Tanaka. This guest. Do you need to hide your identity like this when you come to the entertainment city? How about we talk about it openly and honestly? Tanaka said with a smile on his face. Under the cloak, Ace frowned slightly, with a puzzled expression on his face. Who are you? Huh, you don't even know who I am. I am Mr. Tanaka, the guard of this city. There was a stern look in Tanaka's eyes, as if it was hard to accept that the person opposite him didn't know him. Tanaka. Ah, I remembered. Combining the memories in his mind, Ace finally had some impressions, and suddenly said, talking is fine. But, are you sure you are the one to talk to me? Where's Tezzolo? With that said, Ace pulled the chair over and sat down. In the shadow of the cloak, a pair of golden eyes appeared. But Mr. Tanaka still didn't react. After being surprised for a while, he was dissatisfied and mocked. What qualifications do you have to talk to the Golden Emperor? Boy, it seems that you don't have any sincerity. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't reveal your identity again. The voice fell, and a group of thugs poured in around. The gang surrounded Ace aggressively, causing Ace to laugh out loud. It's too embarrassing. Let them deal with me. It's too contemptuous. That. Tanaka. Right. Tanaka. You listen carefully. I will give you one last chance to contact Tezzolo. If he is not sincere, then I can only say that I am sorry. This. It is a pity that the Golden City is destroyed. Quote. While speaking, a terrifying aura slowly emanated from Ace's body. The thugs around were trembling in this momentum. Tanaka looked shocked and exclaimed, Who the hell are you? But what answered him was the silence under the cloak. As a result, Tanaka felt even more fear, and when he activated his fruit-piercing ability, he was about to leave the ground. Boom. Conqueror's hockey cast. A layer of courage centered on Ace shocked everyone. Those menacing thugs rolled their eyes and passed out. Chapter 92 The Game Between Ace and Brother Ming. Clean up the Golden Emperor. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tanaka was so terrified in his heart that he couldn't even use his devil fruit ability. He screamed in fear. Who are you? What do you want to do? He panicked completely. Even with the arrival of Marine Admiral, he still felt that Tezzolo was around, and he could deal with it a little bit, but feeling the aura of Ace, Tanaka suddenly had a thought. This guy is much stronger than Tezzolo. Maybe even Marine Admiral. No better than him. The point is, with such a strong person, he has never heard of anyone so terrifying except for those sea god emperors. Could it be the hidden powerhouse of the world government? Just when Tanaka was sweating and guessing, a hot feeling hit his face. The dark golden flame was like the flame from hell, which made him feel infinite fear. Ace. He finally came to his senses, and shocked to say the name that is now the most widely spread in the sea. Tanaka was really frightened. He never expected that Ace would appear in the Golden City. I wanted to take my time, but I didn't expect you to come to me directly. Take me to see Tezzolo. The cloak on Ace turned into fly ash, and he came to Tanaka with a very helpless tone. Originally, I wanted to relax here for a long time, but I kept a low profile but was found. If Tanaka knew what he was thinking, he would probably be able to cry. Brother, is it low-key that you wear a cloak? You walk around from the Golden City, except for the four of you who don't wear cloaks. What are you doing here? What is your relationship with that Marine? What do you want to do to the Golden City? Tanaka was terrified, and the first thing he thought of was the arrival of Ace and Fujitora. Did he have any plans for the Golden City? Ace frowned, and pressed his palm on Tanaka's shoulder. What Marine? Marine Admiral Fujitora. Don't you know he's also in the Golden City? Now it was Tanaka's turn to be puzzled. Fujitora. Why did he come to the Golden City? Ace froze for a moment, as if he hadn't expected it. But then he looked at Tanaka. Take me to see Tezzolo, or I will send you to hell now. After speaking, he firmly grasped Tanaka, who wanted to take the opportunity to escape. The latter wants to cry but has no tears, so he can only obey obediently. The other side. After Jin entered the room, he was attacked just as he was about to relax. A group of desperate thugs rushed in, trying to take Jin away. Without exception, what greeted them was Jin's anger. I didn't bother you, but you came to me first. Jin put on the helmet slowly, covering the still bald top of his head, and walked outside. In anger, he was about to kill. As the Emperor's deputy, even if he talks directly to the Golden Emperor, the other party has to be respectful, and now this group of minions are presumptuous in front of him. Here, Ace followed Tanaka to the Golden Palace exclusive to Tezzolo. Grown-ups. Why are you here again? Didn't you ask you to deal with those people? Tezuolo's tone was a little impatient, obviously not in a good mood. He couldn't handle it, so I came to find you. Ace's faint voice sounded. With his back to Ace and the others who were sitting, Tezzolo stood up and looked at Ace with a touch of shock. The next moment, the pupils shrank suddenly. Ace, why are you here? Tezzolo's voice was filled with shock. After all, Ace is now a celebrity in the sea, how could he not know him? But the key is, why did Ace appear in the Golden City? You must know that if those forces know that Ace has left Whitebeard's side, they will probably go crazy and arrest him. Evolve Rubik's Cube. It is simply an artifact. Thinking of this, Tezzolo snapped his fingers, and the surrounding gold flowed, directly sealing off the room, turning it into an airtight space. Ace. Where is the evolution Rubik's Cube? Advertisement. Tezzolo is in control of the gold in the entire Golden City at this moment, he is truly the Golden Emperor worthy of the name. It was as if the entire Golden City had dropped a few centimeters. The people on the whole ship clearly felt a drop. At this time, the Golden Emperor had gold flowing around him. Instantly turned into countless flickering sharp knives, pointing at Ace. To be honest, the first time he saw Ace, he was quite excited, because the evolutionary Rubik's Cube, which is something that everyone in the sea wants, has now appeared in front of him. How can the Golden Emperor not be excited? My lord, be careful with him. Before Tanaka could finish his sentence, he was thrown out by Ace. What a pity, won't we have a good talk? After the words fell, Ace exploded in momentum. Conqueror's Haki. Crushed. Boom. The aura that seems to be entwined with golden light directly covers this area. Tanaka, who had just fallen to the ground, had not had time to activate Devil Fruit's power, and was directly overwhelmed by the momentum, and passed out. Feeling the terrifying and frightening aura, the Golden Emperor smiled stiffly. But he still insisted and said, Ace. This is my territory. I can't tolerate your presumptuousness. Immediately, all the golden blades in the sky rushed towards Ace in an instant. The corner of Ace's mouth drew a sneer, and he murmured in a low voice, I really have to force me to do it. Fire Punch. It is still a classic move, Fire Fist. But the current Fire Fist is not the previous Fire House. Not only has Flame undergone 2 evolutions, but even Ace's physical skills have been greatly improved. Billowing dark golden flames flowed down Ace's arm, forming a huge flame arm, scorching the surroundings. At the same time, the moment it touched the golden blade, the terrifying high temperature caused the gold to melt, and it also contained the power of devouring, directly turning the gold into fine powder. You must know that the current flame of devouring can compete with dark fruit. Unexpectedly, his attack would be resolved so easily, and the Golden Emperor's face was full of disbelief. But then came the sound of breaking wind. Ace's figure rises from the ground and strides across. The surrounding golden blades can't stop him at all. All around his flames turned into ashes. The Golden Emperor's face was stiff, and he only had time to cross his arms in front of his body. Layers of gold flowed, forming a shield directly in front of him, to defend against Ace's sudden attack. Next moment. Boom. The golden shield shattered. The golden fragments shot out all over the sky, showing the extremely shocked expression of the Golden Emperor, as if his eyes were about to pop out. Furthermore, we haven't waited for his reaction. Or maybe his actions have been predicted by Ace. In front of the top conquerors, Golden Emperor's strength is simply not enough. Click. He punched the Golden Emperor in the abdomen. He was beaten like a kite with a broken string, slipping down in the air in embarrassment. Fortunately, he stood up in the next second. Ace. How can you be so strong? The tone is completely unbelievable. He couldn't comprehend the power of Ace at all. This is the strength of the Emperor's deputy. Could it be that he resisted Kaido's attack? Is it really luck? As if the Golden Emperor realized something, his brain was a little blank. Ace came to him calmly, sat on the golden throne that belonged to him. This seat is really luxurious, but it's not that comfortable to sit on. With that said, Ace looked at the Golden Emperor. Advertisement. Staring at the fearful look of the man in front of him, Ace couldn't help laughing out loud. What? I don't want to evolve the Rubik's Cube, he's in my hand, so I don't dare to grab it. The haki, strength, and calmness shown by Ace just now completely shocked the Golden Emperor, and even made him have no thought of resisting. However, as if stimulated by Ace's words, he directly controlled the golden seat and imprisoned Ace. Next second, the dark golden flame exploded. Boom. Gold flies. This kind of method, don't use it. Ace stared at the Golden Emperor with a smile, making the latter more and more hairy. What do you want to do? The Golden Emperor forced himself to calm down, asking with a trembling voice. Ace said slowly. It's very simple, you join the large fleet of the Whitebeard pirates, and I will let you control the underground world. The Golden Emperor was taken aback when he heard the words, control the underground world. I see, you want to find someone to replace Doflamingo. But why do you want me? Or why do you think I will listen to you? Knowing Ace's purpose, the Golden Emperor gradually calmed down. As long as the other party is not coming for him, then everything is negotiable. Listen to me. Convince you. I didn't think too much about it. Anyway, if you don't obey, then you have to kill. For the dead, what do you care about? Ace said indifferently. The light and fluffy words directly disrupted the momentum that the Golden Emperor had gathered just now. This is completely unreasonable. As a result, the Golden Emperor kept thinking about how to resolve it. I have no grievances with Doflamingo. Besides, his background seems to be not that simple, and even money can't solve the problem. Even you Whitebeard pirates, I don't think you can touch the behemoth behind him. 11. For the words of the Golden Emperor, Ace laughed out loud again. No grievances. You snatched your golden fruit from Doflamingo, right? You really thought he wouldn't settle accounts with you, but because the countless money you handed in every year became a means of making money for the celestial dragons, they didn't bother to pay attention to you. As long as you don't follow their ideas once, I'm afraid this golden city will change its owner. You really think money has that much power? It's not that the superiors are fooling you. What they need is not money, but a dog that makes you feel good, but is willing to give them money at any time. You are nothing in their eyes. Did you forget Stella? She was killed by the celestial dragons, and you are now serving the celestial dragons. Exchange your money for their protection. Stella is the pain in Golden Emperor's life. As soon as this name was mentioned, the Golden Emperor went crazy. Don't mention her. What? The Golden Emperor's fists were wrapped in gold, and he hit Ace continuously. But Ace's eyes flashed with golden light. Observation haki was activated. Even if the Golden Emperor used haki, Ace turned into a flame and easily dodged it. Just taking a walk in the courtyard will make the Golden Emperor's crazy attack come to naught. Asking for flowers. Point 0. Golden Emperor, stop kidding yourself. Join us and give you a chance to overthrow the celestial dragons. Ace issued a final invitation. Ha 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 ha. Don't be kidding. Those guys are the rulers of this world. Overthrow them. No one has the strength to compete with them. Golden Emperor lost. Laughing, shaking his head and sitting on the ground in embarrassment. At this moment, his belief and will were shaken. Celestial dragons are existences that he can't afford to mess with. As for Ace, he also seemed to be untouchable, and the pressure he felt was too terrifying. I didn't expect that you don't even have such courage, and you are still called the Golden Emperor. It makes people laugh. Ace shook his head with a look of disappointment on his face. Give you half a day to think about it. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer. Ace seemed to realize that he had taken too much medicine, and gave the Golden Emperor time to think. Because, in charge of the underground world, the Golden Emperor is the best candidate. The remaining giants can't be the leader. Therefore, Ace gave the Golden Emperor a chance. The Golden Emperor was sitting on the ground panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, showing his restless mood. Suddenly, There was a violent explosion coming from outside. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, sirens sounded throughout the Golden City. The Golden City is under attack. The Golden Emperor stood up from the ground, calmed down and walked to the window overlooking the entire Golden City. When he was defeated by Ace just now, he had already removed the gold covering the two. He seemed to understand that with his gold, Ace couldn't be harmed. That horrible and weird flame has never been seen before. 0. Marine. The Golden Emperor frowned and murmured. From below, he saw teams of Marines invade the Golden City. And the most intense battle was between Marine Admiral Fujitora and Deus. Daisy is in a state of being crushed. Even Tezzolo can't get any benefits from Marine Admiral, let alone him as a cadre. Time goes back a few minutes. In the casino, I watched several rounds in a row, and Fujitora won, but Daisy just said that Fujitora lost. Jinbei couldn't stand it anymore, revealed his identity and told the truth. Originally, Daisy wanted to fight Jinbei, but was directly beaten out by Fujitora. Then there is the scene seen by the Golden Emperor and Ace, being beaten by Fujitora, and they will be beaten to death in a short time. I think you should deal with your own affairs first. If you need help, it depends on your sincerity. Ace said meaningfully. The appearance of Fujitora here means that the Golden City is being targeted by Marine. At this time, the Golden Emperor may really not be able to defend the Golden City. The Golden Emperor's face was gloomy, and he was indeed a bit uncertain about Admiral's move. However, the smash hit the door. How could he swallow his anger, left a heavy cold snort, and rushed out. As soon as the Golden Emperor appeared on the stage, all eyes were on him. It was as if all the gold was surrounding him. Look, that's the Golden Emperor. It finally came out, but why did Marine attack here for no reason? That's the new Marine Admiral, a lifetime. One with many fruit abilities. What? Admiral is dispatched. This place can't stay any longer. Run. Let's go. We won't be able to run if we are occupied by Marine. All of a sudden, countless pirates flocked to rush out. The Golden Emperor turned cold, and said sharply, "Let's go. Even if you die, you will be buried with lousy." Boom boom boom. The huge Golden Gate fell, sealing off the exit of the entire Golden City. The Golden Emperor didn't let anyone run out. He. Tezzolo, you still have that bad temper. Suddenly there was a chuckle in the sky. Immediately after, a man who looked like a banner floated over. He wears a fur-brimmed hat, has two face lines on his face, and wears a red cape, dressed like an aboriginal tribe. Diamante. One of the top 4 cadres of the Don Quixote family. Code named Block, he commands the fighting group of the Don Quixote family. A person with the ability to fly fruit, a bannerman. Diamante. The Golden Emperor was taken aback, as if Ping hadn't expected the other party's appearance. But the next expression became angry, because the Golden Emperor finally understood why Marine appeared. You guys are behind the scenes. It was Dolph Langming who brought Marine here. The roar echoed in the Golden City, and all the gold began to gather towards the Golden Emperor. He was very angry, but he also realized that today is definitely a scene of immortality. No way, Tezzolo, you have been arrogant with the devil fruit you stole from us for too long, it's time to return it. Diamante sneered. This time, Doflamingo promised to give the entire Golden City to the Celestial Dragons, but Marine's help was needed for this joint operation. As for why he started with the Golden Emperor, it was because Doflamingo felt threatened, or to clean up the previous enemies. Anyway, it was the world government and Marine who contributed, and it was not in vain. No need. Chapter 93 Evolution Rubik's Cube. Deadly Poison. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because the Golden Emperor snatched the golden fruit at Doflamingo's auction before, and then hid it away. It was not until he gained strength that the Golden Emperor found Doflamingo and understood the grievances of the year. At that time, under the persuasion of the Golden Emperor bribing celestial dragons, Doflamingo also acquiesced. But this time, it can only be said that it coincides with each other. Ace and Doflamingo set their sights on the Golden Emperor at the same time. The appearance of Diamante indicated that Doflamingo was involved, which made Ace quite surprised. When he knew that Fujitora appeared here, Ace had a vague premonition that maybe this matter was also inseparable from Doflamingo. But unexpectedly, the other party came rushing to kill the Golden Emperor. After seeing the opponent's goal, Ace became more confident in recruiting the Golden Emperor. While thinking about Ace, he suddenly noticed an acquaintance in the battle below. Crocodile was disgraced by Lucky Fruit, but under the ability of Sand Fruit, there was no real damage, and those endless ways made Crocodile more and more annoyed. On the other side, Bane wearing a cloak shuttled through the streets. Those who wanted to kill him were all killed by him. In this Golden City, being at the peak of strength, but always encountering a group of punk-like opponents, it is making him lose interest. It was all because of the face of the Beast's pirates that he didn't participate in the battle in the sky. Otherwise, as soon as Jin appeared, no force would dare to underestimate him. One of the 3 disasters of the Kaido pirates. This is a weight that no one dares to underestimate. Not to mention, 167. All the attention is now on the Golden Emperor and Fujitora, and Jin has not been noticed at all, and of course, Ace has not been noticed. Otherwise, with Ace's current popularity, it would definitely cause quite a strong shock. In the battle in the sky, when the Golden Emperor appeared and confronted Diamante, Deus could no longer bear it. Boom! Under the attack of the Gravity Knife Tiger, the gold surrounding Daisy was shattered inch by inch, and there was nothing to hide from. Under the attack of Admiral, he himself passed out without even making a comfortable sound. Seeing the figure of Dai Si falling slowly in the sky, the Golden Emperor had an ugly expression on his face. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Today, he was calculated by Marine and Doflamingo. And there's Ace. The sudden influx of several giant Buddhas into the Golden City made the Golden Emperor unable to react for a while. However, Diamante didn't give him a chance to react. The middle of the hand dances, and the slashes swung out. The sharp edge came to the Golden Emperor in an instant. Damn it! You guys came to provoke me first. Then bury it in the Golden City. Along with the roar, the awakening ability of the Golden Fruit is activated. In an instant, the gold wrapped around Tezzolo, completely enveloping him, forming an incomparably tall golden giant in the blink of an eye. The gold in the entire Golden City is within the control range of the Golden Emperor's ability awakening. It should be extremely hard and unshakable gold. Under the control of the Golden Fruit ability, it is like a stream of water, like an arm. Diamante's slashing attack was blocked on the gold without any effect at all. Woo, tricky ability. Diamante muttered in a low voice, then looked at Fujitora behind him. Mr. Fujitora, take action. This is an order from above. Fujitora remained silent for a while, then slowly drew out the sword in his hand. The old man is going to make a move. I hope that people who have nothing to do with it will stay away from here. Fujitora, wearing the Marine Justice cloak, spoke slowly. Although invisible, the powerful observation haki can completely replace Wan. As for gambling, it is purely Fujitora's personal hobby, and observation haki will not be used. Advertisement. Admiral Fujitora. The golden giant transformed by the Golden Emperor roared, its huge body overwhelming the sky. Golden City is Lousy's final decision. Marines don't deserve to meddle here. Golden Bomb. The Golden Bomb armors the fist and wraps it around Haki, and hits the effect of the molten gold cannon, using the huge shock wave, heat radiation and broken gold pieces generated by the explosion to cause damage to the attacking target. The huge fist covered the sky like covering the sun, and fell rapidly. However, Fujitora is still taking its time. Gravity gradually condenses, all of which are accumulated on the knife. Gravity Knife Tiger. Next moment. Swing out a knife. The trajectory of the swinging knife releases a huge horizontal gravity, crushing and destroying everything in front of it. Even if the item is not destroyed, it will be blown away by the huge wind pressure generated by its gravity. Boom. The attacks of the two collided. Under the burst of gravity, the space was directly shattered, causing a series of explosions. The Golden Emperor's fist retreated backwards. Even with the huge figure of the Golden Emperor, they kept retreating. This is the strength of Admiral. For the Golden Emperor, even if the Golden Fruit is awakened, it is still no match for Admiral. Especially Fujitora, who has a lot of fruits, is a swordsman, and his attack power is the strongest among the current 3 admirals. He controls the gravity around him at will. On the huge body of the Golden Emperor, he felt the indistinct gravitational force, as if forming a downward force field, and the gravitational force was constantly strengthening. Hell Brigade. Fujitora's voice sounded lightly. It is completely two concepts with the gravity that he erupted. I saw that his scabbard was slowly closing, and as the knife was retracted, the pressure of gravity on the Golden Emperor became several times stronger. Under this kind of gravitational pressure, it is difficult for ordinary people to bear. Golden Divine Fire. Although he was suppressed at the beginning, the Golden Emperor did not give up. In the state of the Golden Giant, he uses Haki as the energy source, heats it through the mechanical transmission in the giant's body, generates high temperature and high density energy and expands rapidly, and then uses the giant's eyes to emit the alcohol. Very powerful. Meanwhile, Fujitora sheathed his sword. Click. There was a crisp sound. Boom. The huge giant body of the Golden Emperor collapsed directly. But at the same time, his Golden Divine Fire also burst out. It traveled through the space in an instant, shot in front of Fujitora, was blocked by Fujitora with a knife, and then flew out. After all, it is Fruit Awakening, no one can underestimate his power. Ace looked down at this scene, and couldn't help nodding his head. Gold's strength is still worthy of recognition. But it's a pity that all the people he met were even more monstrous than him. As this the heavy fruit. The power that is terrifying enough to crush human bones is really hard to resist. The Golden Giant stood up slowly. Because it is a golden body, it can withstand the gravitational squeeze just now. Afterwards, he was continuously bombarded by the illusory slashes behind him, and the Golden Giant staggered. Advertisement. The person who shot was Diamante. As a cadre under Doflamingo, he is not weak, let alone a sneak attack, even if the Golden Emperor is covered in gold, but facing the sudden slash mixed with Haki, he has no defense at all, except for a strong resistance. There is no other way. At the same time, the figure of Fujitora rushed out of the ruins. The blade is covered with ink-black armament Haki, which surrounds the gravitational field like a Shinigami sickle. Gravity Knife Tiger. This time, Yinhu broke out. The force field behind him formed the shape of a ferocious tiger. The strong sense of oppression caused the ground directly under his feet to collapse. And this blow made Ace feel the slightest danger. As expected of Admiral, Ace's eyes shone brightly, and the dark golden flame in his palm was burning like flowing. He was ready to make a move. The Golden Emperor endured the attack from behind, gritted his teeth and tried his best to perform his ultimate move. Golden God's Punishment. Tezzolo's strongest move, in the awakened state, gather several gold pillars into a missile head and fuse the extremely powerful armament Haki to attack the opponent. Fearless and fearless, the Golden Giant blasted directly at Fujitora. There is no retreat. Fujitora was expressionless, but there were a few mysterious auras in his knowledge, which made him frown, but he didn't have any spare strength in his movements. Kai. The intertwined sound of gold and stone erupted. Boom. The tiger in the gravitational field collapsed, or in other words, it condensed into the blade in an instant, producing a more intense and sharp slash. And the strongest attack of the Golden Emperor, accompanied by the explosion of the force field, has already dissipated into nothing. The entire Golden City was in turmoil. Click. Gold cracks. The slash from Fujitora directly penetrated the Golden Giant's body, or in other words, split it, and forcibly split it into the Golden Emperor's chest. Wow. The Golden Giant disintegrated. The Golden Emperor flew out in embarrassment, and fell to the ground struggling half-kneeling, coughing up blood from his mouth. Under the outbreak of Fujitora, even the Golden Emperor who made a full-out attack is still a short game. Fujitora's sword, without hesitation or waiting, it fell directly from the sky. The Golden Emperor was burning with aggrieved anger. He didn't expect Doflamingo to plot against him, and the celestial dragons also abandoned him. Could it be that the money he paid was fed to the dogs? He is not reconciled. The Golden Emperor's life has been missed once, he doesn't want to regret it anymore, he wants to take revenge. And the person who can give him this opportunity is looking down on the entire battle. Go ahead. I agree to your terms. Doflamingo. Marine. Lousy will not let you go. The roar of the Golden Emperor has not yet dissipated, and dark golden flames rise from the ground. like machine gun bullets bursting out, directly forcing Fujitora to resist with a backhand with a knife instead of continuing to attack the Golden Emperor. Ace shot. His observation hockey has already judged the position where Fujitora can dodge, so in the attack just now, there was no gap at all, and Fujitora was calculated to death. Next second, Ace turned into a flame, shuttled through the air, and directly blocked Fujitora and the Golden Emperor. Advertisement. Sorry, you should have heard what he said just now. From now on, the Golden City belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. Idlers wait. Get out of here. Ace is surrounded by flames, and hockey is exposed. His sudden appearance made the entire Golden City fall silent. What? To the Whitebeard pirates. That flame looks familiar. That's Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard. The blood of Luo Jia. The indestructible Yandy who was offered a reward of 3 billion by Marine. Why did he appear here? Did Ace reach any agreement with the Golden Emperor? The Golden City will also belong to the Whitebeard pirates in the future. That's not the point. The point is, Ace left Whitebeard. Hiss. That is to say, there must be countless people who want to attack him. Finally someone responded. Come over to the forces behind Ace's involvement. Almost everyone covets the evolution Rubik's Cube. Fujitora's complexion became serious. On the one hand, it was because of Ace's identity, and more, it was because of the oppressive feeling that Ace's displayed strength gave him. Before, Ace wasn't that strong. It's only been a long time, and Ace already has the pressure of 4 Emperors 4.9. In the rear, Diamante looked shocked. Ace, why are you here? Because this time the operation is in cooperation with Marine, and the main force is Fujitora, only Doflamingo's cadres came here. If it had been known that Ace would appear earlier, maybe Doflamingo would lead all the cadres to be there, and Marine's 3 admirals probably would not be absent. But now, it's all about later. The sudden appearance of Ace caught everyone off guard. Hearing Diamante's exclamation and the strong wind behind him, Ace snorted coldly and completely ignored it. Everyone is out to work. After the voice fell, a pitch-black figure rose into the sky. Pteranodon. Flame disaster. Boom. Mysterious flames erupted, wrapped around him, and swooped down towards Diamante. For the sudden appearance of Jin, when the latter just reacted, the attack had already arrived in front of him. The speed of Pteranodon is still terrifying. Jin, you actually help Ace. Have the beast's pirates surrendered? Diamante roared angrily. But what responded to him was Jin's cold voice. Talk to me, let Brother Ming come in person. Just a cadre under Doflamingo, Jin didn't pay attention to him. Over there, Fujitora also realized the seriousness of the problem. Quick, send a message to the headquarters. Report the situation. The moment Ace appeared, the situation was completely out of control. Perhaps this news broke out, and the sea would riot. The temptation to evolve Rubik's Cube is the deadly poison.